Still don't know how people will be able to defend any of this.
Dun dun. Fetch your pitchforks, my cutie pies! The DeviantArt ranting community is crumbling to pieces before our very eyes. Callouts, betrayal, condemnations, fire, destruction, brimstone, cats and goats living together, mass hysteria! First we had Yo-Yo and Simply Dad coming in, pointing fingers and yelling, "You're a horrible, terrible, child-raping person," to the entire community, unaware that they were actually looking in a mirror, and don't worry, we'll get to those videos in due time. Since then, the entire community has basically declared martial law. All the audience members were given AKs, the top ranchers in the community were put into concentration camps where they were interviewed relentlessly on their opinions on insert topic here, and a few select ones were able to escape by providing the guards with the most bare-boned of evidence to condemn the others in the community. Apparently, the only way to freedom is to push all the hatred onto somebody else. Or you could try not to get involved, like Junkie did, digging yourself a hole to hide in, only to then have all the garbage from everybody else lump it on top of you. Needless to say, it's been an eventful 4 days. So today we're going to be discussing the two videos that, as of recording, have spawned 158 additional videos about the topic. These videos were posted on April 18th. Now, there's a reason that so many videos have come about because of this, and I promise you I'll bring that up soon. In the meantime, I'd like to introduce you to the 5 videos we'll be looking into, the 2 big ones and 3 minor ones. Atari and Penegrin's videos, both titled Stay Away from Spoctor Theory, Stories' video, My Experience with Spoctor Theory, Question Turkey's video, Avoid Spoctor Theory at All Costs, and Ghosty's video, About Spoctor Theory and the Screenshots. First thing you've probably noticed is that they all revolve around someone named Spoctor Theory. His channel has actually since been renamed Spoctor Tech, but I'll just be referring to him as Spoctor in this video for the sake of consistency. Spoctor is a channel often associated with the DeviantArt ranting community, as are Atari and Pentagrin, much to their chagrin. So these two made a video about him talking about how horrible of a person he was. The entire community gasped at their feet and immediately disowned him, spreading the video around to share awareness, sent the video to me, and I went, "Thanks for the material, suckers!" And now here we are. How is Ponder Sprocket going to defend child abuse, grooming, illegal acts, and transphobia, you may ask? Why don't we find out and see?
Let me just talk and be real with you guys for a second. If you don't care, then by all means, please skip ahead to where I get into what this guy has done at whatever time is on the screen. But I just wanted to say a few things before I get started here. I don't consider myself a ranter. If you've been following me for a while, you may have noticed that all of my legitimate rant videos are gone. Birdie, Sav, hell, even Sleepy if you've been here for a long time. And people generally don't associate me with ranters anymore and instead call me an Art and OC channel, which I highly appreciate and want to be classed as.
This community was called bad, so I don't want to be in it anymore. Honey, I didn't even start in your community and people call me a ranter. Just do what you do.
However, I'd be lying if I said that I didn't know that someday I was going to have to make this video, no matter how badly I wanted to not be associated with ranters and how much I despised rants and making rants and callouts.
It's funny because there's a completely different way this could have been handled that wouldn't have involved Atari having to do anything DA ranting community related.
The reason why I'm making this is because this is something the general public needs to be aware about. This guy has a record of incredibly shady stuff that recently has gone way past what myself and others had anticipated. And if this video only protects or raises awareness to one person, then this will have been a video worth making.
Oops, brought awareness to one ponder too many, now look where we are.
I'm also not monetizing this video, as making money off of a video like this makes me feel wrong and gross. I think that's about all that I wanted to say, so let's just get started. In the past few days, a couple of people have come forth telling me and others about their experiences with Spoctor Theory, who we've decided to keep anonymous.
One of them was Ghosty. I'm not outing them. They outed themselves. Another was Stories. They did it first.
There was one who came forth talking about how Spoctor had developed feelings for them, sent them nudes, said gross things, literally told them that their boyfriend didn't have to know when they mentioned that they've been in a relationship themselves since November, and more.
which none of your screenshots have actually shown. This is actually a major pet peeve of mine, and it's a huge problem with this video. If you're going to show screenshots to use as evidence, they should actually be evidence of your claims. Atari claims in order that Spoctor developed feelings for them, sent them nudes, said gross things, said their boyfriend didn't need to know in trying to get with someone already in a relationship, and more. Firstly, developing feelings for somebody isn't a crime. The nudes? Yeah, that is a problem, but it's for a completely different reason than you think, and we'll address it later. Just keep it in mind for now. Gross things is subjective. What she's effectively saying here is that Spoctor expressed sexual feelings towards this person. The whole boyfriend didn't need to know thing isn't at all showcased in these screenshots. Did it happen? Did it not? Hell if I know, Atari couldn't be bothered to show evidence of this and is now just expecting her audience to believe as much because she's showing screen caps of Spoctor being sexual. You know what I also don't see? Responses from the person he's talking to saying that they're uncomfortable with what he's saying to them. Yes, they say that's so out of my comfort zone, but this is in response to the prodding for nudes, which, yeah, some people are uncomfortable with. They don't all specify this about the rest of the conversation. Even the fact that his icon changes between screenshots tell me that this was going on for a while, or that these specific chats are from different people, and we're not given any indication where one chat starts and the other chat ends. So for all the time they were talking, the other person never expressed that they didn't want to talk about sexual things. If, by what you've said, they thought the things being said were gross, then they should have specified that outright. If they have specified that outright, you haven't showcased this. You can't just expect people to have the same tolerances or boundaries that you do. And in conversing with someone, it's important to make note when they're crossing the line. That's how people come to understand where everybody else's boundaries lay. They have to be told.
Keep in mind that this person is a very young teenager. No matter how old they are, it still wouldn't make anything Spoctor did to them right.
Yeah, it would, provided he's not talking to a 5-year-old or an 8-year-old. Spoctor is completely allowed to talk about sexual situations or topics with other teenagers of his age group, and that will be important again later. If the person on the other end of the conversation doesn't want to talk about that, they have to specify as much. I don't just go, oh, I have tocophobia and this guy kept telling me about pregnancy and childbirth for weeks on end, trying to vilify them when I didn't outright say myself that I wasn't comfortable with the topic of conversation. Not just, I'm not comfortable with this, because that only tells them that the specific branch of what you're talking about is a no-go zone. That's not how this works!
They didn't want the attention, and they most certainly weren't giving him an invitation to say and do the things that he did. They never consented to anything, and that still matters no matter how old you are.
I didn't consent to this conversation! Shut up! A conversation is not an offensive action, it's a discussion. While you would ask, can I do this to you? If you were trying to have sex with someone, you wouldn't ask, can I talk about this with you in a conversation? The only time that tends to happen is when you're already aware that someone isn't particularly fond of a particular subject, and you're usually involved in a conversation in a group. You don't ask to have conversations, you simply have them and are told based on where the conversation goes, whether or not it was okay or continuing it is okay.
This also counts as sexual child abuse.
Oh, fun bags, here we go!
Non-contact abuse involves non-touching activities, such as grooming, exploitation, persuading children to perform sexual acts over the internet, and flashing. It includes encouraging a child to watch or hear sexual acts, not taking proper measures to prevent a child from being exposed to sexual activities by others, meeting a child following sexual grooming with the intent of abusing them, online abuse including making, viewing, or distributing child abuse images, allowing someone else to make, view, or distribute child abuse images, showing pornography to a child, sexually exploiting a child for money, power, or status, child exploitation. So, he is also a child exploiter.
But I'm not going to directly specify which of these things he's done because that will end up making me look bad in the long run. Too late, honey bun, I already found it. Not even sugar bun, what a disappointment. Also, this link that Atari provided, keep this in mind too, because holy mother of octopodes, it bites the situation so hard later on I lost my voice raving about it. So let's look at that list again. Encouraging a child to watch or hear sexual acts. Well, as far as we've seen, Spoctor didn't send anything to the purported victim that could classify as audible or viewable sexual acts. It usually involves videos. Not taking proper measures to prevent a child being exposed to sexual activities by others. Well, somebody's guilty of that, but it ain't Spoctor. Meeting a child following sexual grooming with the intent of abusing them. Didn't do that. Here's where we get to the finicky part. Online abuse including making, viewing, or distributing child abuse images. Allowing someone else to make, view, or distribute child abuse images. Showing pornography to a child. Technically speaking, if what Atari said earlier is to be believed, Spoctor is guilty of these. Wanna know how? Because he took and sent a nude of himself. Let that sink in, people. Spoctor just turned 17 this April, the same month these videos are coming out. Actually, if I'm going to guess, I think the nudes were probably sent when he was 16. For the majority of his channel's popularity, he was 16. Spoctor is a minor. Legally speaking, he's a child. In taking a nude of himself and sending it to another minor of his age group, he created and distributed child porn. Did you know that was illegal? Because most teenagers don't. Most teenagers don't view themselves as children, so they don't think that sexual images of themselves would be legally counted as child pornography. There have actually been teenagers charged with texting out nude images of themselves. This even still happens in states where the age of consent is lower than 18 because sexual images of anyone under the age of 18 is still considered child pornography. Now, I understand why this law exists. I understand why it's upheld. Discounting your own opinion of this law, this is what Atari is condemning Spoctor for. She's not even acknowledging that his crime legally involves turning himself into the victim of the crime. Surprising how a little bit of additional context can shed a completely new light on the situation. Look, I won't argue that Spoctor shouldn't be sending out nudes to other teens, but don't you dare hide away any part of the situation that might make it morally or legally gray. We do not live in a black and white society.
This isn't the first time that this has happened either. There are 5 other accounts of people coming forward to us with evidence that Spoctor did the same stuff to them.
Which she doesn't show! Woe is me!
I just thought that I should go ahead and put out there that this isn't the first time that he's partook in sexual misconduct. He dated someone before, doing the same stuff he did to the aforementioned person.
He dated someone and then tried to get them to cheat with him because their boyfriend, him, didn't need... This is really bad wording.
Always said gross things.
He said gross things, as in sexual things, to someone he was dating. Oh, the horror.
Kept begging one of their friends to draw not safe for work of their OCs, even after the 13-year-old artist said they were uncomfortable with it, and just kept saying and doing gross things, as you can see from these screenshots.
Fucking where? Did you miss the part where you're actually supposed to show the artist claiming that they were uncomfortable with the situation? Because golly me, I must have had a stroke to miss out on something as important as that. Something Atari also doesn't mention, since I guess this is supposed to be a different person, because surprise to probably no one, I have these screenshots. I grabbed these screenshots from a DeviantArt stash of Ghosty. Yeah, see, they're important. The shots that Atari is currently showing are titled Explicit Convos with Minors. The minors are not labeled. The screenshots are not complete. Nothing is in order. Now, what they do show is that during these sections of conversation, the artists do not specify that they are 13 years old. They do not specify that they are uncomfortable with the conversation, and they do not ask him to stop. Atari, I recently found out your age. Since I'm not aware whether or not you want it public, I won't say what it is, but because of it, I'm sure there's something here that you're not aware of. It's called predatory intent. Now, I watch a lot of To Catch a Predator, and one of the things they constantly mention is the fact that the predators being arrested in the show are aware of the age of the decoys they are grooming. They are told directly by the decoy that they are underage, so they know how young the person they're talking to is. I don't see any of that here. Even if you want to say, oh, but it says in their Skype bio how old they are. Honey, that doesn't matter. You have to be able to prove that Spoctor was aware of their age. You have to prove he knew it. And even then, Spoctor is talking to one of his peers. He's talking to another teenager. I had teenage friends in high school who were younger than me that I had dirty and silly conversations with. I still have friends younger than me, some in high school, who like having gross and sometimes sexually gross conversations because it's fun to joke about that stuff. If you have boundaries that are clearly different than the person you're talking to, then you have to make them aware of it. These screenshots do not show anybody making Spoctor aware of their feelings. Do you even evidence?
We got in contact with his ex, who had this to say. He was always constantly sexual towards me, and when I told him I was uncomfortable, he'd just go, "But dating me will get you used to it."
I mean, he's not wrong. It might be scummy, but like, why is this even a point? If you're not a terribly sexual person and you're dating someone who is a sexual person and whom is clearly hinting towards wanting the relationship to go further into that direction, which relationships tend to do, it is practically the point of them, then the logical course of action would simply be to break up with them. If you're not interested in progressing further into the relationship, then why are you in a relationship?
Then when my 13-year-old friend was venting, he just turned and said, "Go touch yourself" or something.
That sounds like a joke to ease the tension. Oh, but woe to the world, we don't get actual screenshots, just someone recounting what happened.
And then to my other 13-year-old friend, he kept pushing her to draw not safe for work of us too, even though she said she was uncomfortable and didn't want to several times. And when she finally gave in, he kept DMing me really weird stuff even when he said he wouldn't.
This is going to come and play a lot here, so we'll get back to it in time, but for now I want you to remember this specific 13-year-old being mentioned and how he was asking for porn. Remember this.
He kept constantly going up to me and my friends and be like, "What's it feel like to be with a rancher like this? And how does it feel to be with someone 10 times more popular than you?"
Oh no, an ego! Like, really? Oh golly gee, he's kind of a jerk. What do you want? This isn't condemning and this behavior isn't illegal. The fact that you think he has an ego is just being tacked on to the rest of these situations as a means of worsening the load. It's not illegal to be a jerk. Sometimes people just act a way that others don't like, but this shouldn't be some sort of note of condemnation against the guy.
When we met, I had they, them on my page, and not once did he call me by them when we dated.
This is something I want to bring up. Atari doesn't read the first message here, which says, "I don't want to say Spoctor's transphobic, but he's a dick when it comes to pronouns." And immediately after that, Atari says...
Instead of just correcting himself, he'd refer to me as it. So, as you can see, he's a gross, arrogant asshole who's also transphobic and has a record of doing this stuff.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba, whack.
He has this whole facade going on to make people think he's older. Voice changer, big adult lizard man talk sprite.
One could easily argue that the facade of the deeper voice and making people think he's older was a part of his Spoctor character. As far as I've gleaned from the character of Spoctor himself, he's supposed to be a hitman, and while I can't find his exact age, he seems to be an older gentleman. Spatic Tech, the blue one, seems like the younger lizard boy. It's not a bad thing to hide yourself behind the facade of a character that isn't you. Do y'all seriously think that I'm nearly as sexy and glorious as the Octomama that is Ponder Sprocket? Y'all trippin'.
He's never stated his age anywhere, aside from to his friends, and yet no one questioned him for anything.
He's never stated his age to anyone except friends, which he's allowed to do. Plus, you know, I don't see your age anywhere, Atari. Not on your DeviantArt, your Patreon, your Instagram, Tumblr, or Twitter. Womp womp. This speaks a lot more negatively to those who didn't outright ask him what age he was, and if he refused to give an answer, then didn't indulge the whole, well...
Questioned him for what exactly? How he constantly endorsed not safe for work images of his OC. He literally held a contest where the entire premise was to draw seductive drawings of his OC. No one questioned anything.
I didn't actually catch this going in, and... Guys, you don't understand. While I'm writing this script, I'm having a conniption fit. I went to the original contest page, and I'll just read it aloud for you. I have points to spare. I shall hold a contest. Contest is for DA only. Details. You are to draw Spoctor in the most seductive way you can. Do not break DeviantArt's guidelines when submitting art. Keep it clean. No pornography or explicit and overly nude nudity. He may be wearing whatever you wish him to and posing in any way you wish him to. No pornography or explicit and overly lewd nudity. I am screaming internally because, oh my god, this is going to be good in a bit.
We'll get more into that later. And before we go on, let it be clear that I don't think using private screenshots in a callout is okay if you're trying to make the person look bad. However, this is a serious issue that has happened way more than once. This isn't just some petty friend drama or some kids arguing with each other. This is someone who's preying on people and using his sub count to intimidate others.
This is also someone committing libel.
I'm also not going to just sit here and make claims with no evidence either.
Just really, really bad evidence. And contradictory evidence, wherein the victim says he wasn't trans, and I ignore reading that point so I can call him trans.
It is non-contact sexual abuse that people need to be aware of. But back on the topic of not safe for work, he endorses not safe for work drawings of his OC all of the time. All of the time. He posted a DeviantArt status update to all his underage followers, linking his Fur Affinity page, stating that that was the place to send in your not safe for work drawings of his OC. He even also stated it in his Rick and Morty furry video. Point is, he did all of this without ever mentioning his age. What surprises me is how no one ever asked.
Probably because you don't have to ask to not send porn to a child. The status update was for the sake of those wanting to be in the contest who were worried about DeviantArt's stricter guidelines on suggestive content. Spoctor's contest guidelines directly state that the entries were not to submit pornography or explicitly lewd nudity. And what sort of explicitly lewd nudity exists on a male? Dicks and butts and dicks and butts and dicks and butts and dicks and butts and cock!
He's jeopardized a ton of artists by not telling them. They were distributing porn to a minor, which is illegal.
Oh my god, I'm so happy I found this. Atari is blatantly ignoring the whole no pornography aspect of Spoctor's rules and asking as though people were directly sending a minor porn. Firstly, you have to be aware of the child's age for you to be liable for prosecution for sending them porn, which is why porn sites have the oh so amazing defense of "Are you over the age of 18" button that you have to click upon entry. Because if a child lies about their age to view pornography, the distributor is not aware and therefore not responsible for it. If Spoctor lies about his age to get access to pornography, the provider is not responsible. Secondly, minors are allowed to draw porn. It's not actually illegal. It's one of those gray areas. Shock of all shocks, guys, yeah. Minors are allowed to be sexual and draw porn. They're just not allowed to create child porn, porn of themselves, or sexually interact with non-minors. They can't be pressured into making porn, but minors are allowed to draw it of their own free will. Actually, now that I think about it, I think I also might have drawn porn for a friend of my characters when we went to high school. I mean, it was a skinny dude, fucking a fat dude, so you can't really see any penis. And to be fair, she was also the person who would come up behind me and honk honk on my titties in the middle of the lunch hall. Oh god, and there was that comic that I did for her. Oh god, I think I still have that. Oh, my patrons are in for some hot garbage now. Thirdly, it wasn't porn!
Plus, he still isn't 18. He isn't an adult anyway, so he has no right to be asking for this stuff, especially when most, if not the majority of his audience, are underage minors.
Atari, and everybody else apparently, seem to be under the impression that minors can't draw their own porn. I mean, fuck guys, even if it was a contest asking for porn, people who didn't want to draw porn simply didn't have to enter the contest. This is actually the dumbest point against Spoctor out of everything here.
So what have we covered so far? Well, he's legally a sexual predator,
That's literally not how that works.
a child exploiter,
The child being himself.
transphobic,
You're actually dumb if you believe this blatant misappropriating of the supposed victim's beliefs.
sent nudes and said gross things to women and other non-consenting people,
Sure, sending nudes is scummy. Sending nudes of a minor, himself, is bad. But... Oh, he said something gross to me! Wow, it's not like my screenshots don't showcase me telling him that I didn't want to talk about sexual things, and that's just counting that I literally could have just not continued the conversation or blocked him. Honeys, I'm gonna teach you in 2 quick steps how to deal with this situation. Step 1, type out, "I'm about to block you because you're being disgusting." Step 2, if they continue, block them. Problem solved. 13-year-olds, take note. And I swear to all that is wicked and sullied in the world, if one of you comes at me, "Well, he shouldn't be saying that to a 13-year-old in the first place." Spoctor was 16 at the time of these conversations. He turned 16 a month before this screenshot was taken. A 16-year-old is allowed to flirt with a 13-year-old. I actually told my mom about how so many people thought a 16-year-old flirting with a 13-year-old was pedophilia, and she couldn't believe how dumb that was. Yeah, you can argue that it's awful to continue talking about something that those on the other end of the conversation have asked you not to discuss, but that is literally not being shown here.
Held contests for people to draw literal porn of his OC.
Atari doesn't understand the definition of literal. Covering it up as if there were actual genitals being shown. Atari, please.
And on top of that, endorsed the shit out of those drawings without ever mentioning his age.
Endorsed. He publicly expressed approval for artwork he liked without mentioning how old he was. Oh, what a world, what a world! Only veterans of the ripe old age of 18 are allowed to say, "Yo man, that pencil masterpiece be snatching livers up in this resistance business."
I don't see how anyone can defend this.
Dead!
I can understand people defending Birdie. I mean, I don't agree with it, that she is just a child who was too immature to know any better or know what she was getting herself into. Spoctor, on the other hand, I just can't defend him, and I don't know or foresee anyone who can or will after all of this, and I'm not even halfway done with my points yet. So let's just go over the rest of these points one by one. He doesn't watch the videos made about him, and I guarantee that he isn't going to watch this or anyone's videos.
Oh, good lord. He is not required to watch videos criticizing him, just like those he criticizes are not required to watch his content. Nobody is.
He's just gonna take a hiatus for a week and ignore it and come back and act like nothing happened, which is what he always does. For someone who expects people to take his criticism, he sure doesn't practice what he preaches.
Hypocrisy doesn't make you wrong! Also, citation needed. Not about him not listening to others, but about him expecting others to take his criticism.
He doesn't pay his artists for his sprites. He was bragging on DeviantArt a few months ago about being the only person in the community to pay for his assets, when he never paid his artist who was literally only working for exposure, which we all know isn't a legitimate payment if you've seen any of my other videos. No. I love this so-called evidence here. This conversation between the two people who released videos on Spoctor. Not even the guy himself.
Yeah, he came to me like, "Wah, my artist is having their work stolen. I'm gonna use my power to get fans to attack this person. Wah."
Citation needed. Also, oh noes, someone stole artwork, so people are spreading the word to get them to fuck off. Please, the first thing I did when I found my work being sold by somebody else was notify everyone.
He doesn't pay his artists.
Atari out here spitting facts, y'all. That's how facts work. Yup. Yes, siree.
Like, I love how he never calls this person by their username. He literally just calls them my artist.
The artist that made this, his name is Oblivion's Gate, and I can't thank him enough for going through the time to make me a whole new set of characters. His art is fucking amazing, by the way. Did I say that? Yeah. You guys should probably go give him some support, because he definitely deserves it. He did this out of the kindness of his heart.
This isn't even difficult for me.
He was gloating on DeviantArt about a month ago about how he was the only one who bought all this video stuff.
I don't even know this person's artist name.
Penegrin and Atari must live on another planet, because the first thing I do when I want to know who the artist of a YouTuber's work is check the description. Like in this video, or this video, or this one. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but these are credits to the artist, are they not? He literally made a video mentioning the artist. I am crying.
And apparently, 1, his copy of Vegas was a gift, and 2, he doesn't pay his artists. LMFAO, I agree.
What? My copy of Vegas was a gift. My copy of Flash and Photoshop were gifts. Are people not allowed to use the materials at their disposal if they haven't directly paid for them? Okay, so long Flash, so long Photoshop and Vegas and anatomy books and sketchbooks. Looks like from now on I'll be drawing on lined paper in pencil. Oh wait, can't do that either. The pencils came in a Christmas stocking.
I don't have the screenshots because his first account got deleted, but this is still proof that it happened.
I can't tell if this naivety is precious or infuriating. Here's another little tidbit for you guys. While Atari broadcasts confidently that Spoctor is horrible for not paying his artists, guess who actually went to ask some of the artists who drew for him? If you guessed it was any of the idiots in this video, go sit in a corner. I contacted Obscured Flower, originally known as Sergeant Spades, Oblivion's Gate, the current artist for his Spoctor Theory sprites, and Chaos55T on DeviantArt and asked them about the matter. I made note of the accusations that Spoctor does not pay for his artwork and asked for clarification, whether or not it was true, whether there was a reason for it, and whether or not the artist held any ill will towards Spoctor as a result. Obscured Flower got back to me stating, for his talk sprites, he's originally come to me after a while of having his old ones by Oblivion's Gate for a while. I'd not been having a very good time with depression and things, and I decided to go ahead with them as he'd been helping me with the depression. Took a while to finish them. While I was still in the line art phase, I believe I'd need to go back on previous stuff. His PayPal had gotten shut down because he'd been figured out for his age, at the time 16. So he'd pay me back in other ways. Needless to say, I still got paid. I created the second set of sprites for him not too long ago, which was Tech. Yes, I got paid. I don't hold anything ill will towards him. I'm just really sad and very, very disappointed. I contacted Oblivion's Gate in the same manner, asking for their input and experiences. They responded with, when I first drew Spoctor's stuff and sprites, they were gifts. He had no knowledge that I would be making these and he never asked for them, only when he wanted new sprites that I was paid. He even gave me some extra cash for the gift work I did for him. He never begged for work and he never used exposure on the table as payment. Spoctor was nothing but respectful when it came to the art I was making. Chaos55T responded saying, I made some talk sprites to help with his channel, yes. I did not ask for payment, of course. Even when he asked for art about his characters, he made sure to pay me despite him having a small budget at the time. Yes, he and I used to talk on a private server. Some of us tend to talk dirty on there, and a couple of users his age there were, well, more lustful than the adults on there, so I'm not sure if that rubbed off on him. So neither Atari nor Penegrin actually asked the artist who drew sprites for Spoctor whether or not he paid them or if there was ill will harbored towards him. As far as I can tell, nobody approached the artist asking them this. This is the easiest of the facts to check because all it involves is asking a simple question, but people couldn't be bothered to do that. So, he doesn't pay his artist claims? Have some testimonies that can effectively tell you to shove it.
He legitimately moaned for money on stream and got mad when people took him seriously. He posted, I'm not moaning for money anymore on DeviantArt one time and I got hella confused over what that meant. So I asked him and he admitted that he begged for donations on streams. What does this money go towards? A fursuit that he also tried to beg to get for free. And let me tell you, as an experienced and basically professional cosplayer myself, I know how hard it is to make outfits, let alone huge entire fursuits. It takes hundreds and hundreds of dollars in effort and work and time to make them, and they aren't things you can make for free. I'm not a fursuiter, but I do know from experience that costumes are never cheap or easy to make. Expecting one for free and top-notch quality is not ideal.
Good thing you literally just admitted that the donation money would be going towards the fursuit, meaning that he was no longer expecting to get the suit for free. Another thing I didn't notice on first viewing, and if he's begging for money and you think it's scummy, just don't give him money!
Speaking of fursuits, he gives furries a bad name in general. He's literally what the community despises. Sexual predators and people who think that since they're pretending to be a lizard, they can get away with stuff like that just because they aren't part of the social norm.
Lizards are the punk rockers of the furry community, evidently.
The furry community isn't centered around that and forcefully pushes people like him out of their community. He's also a hypocrite, believe it or not. He said a while ago that he was done with rant videos and videos that he always makes, and when the Toastify shit happened, he made a video about it a day after the drama occurred in the same format that he always used.
Would it be really petty of me to point out the beginning of Atari's video where she was all, "I'm not a ranter anymore, but I think this is important"? Plus, that's not hypocrisy. That's just choosing to do something you said you wouldn't. That's not hypocrisy, that's changing your mind. And hypocrisy doesn't make you wrong.
He also endorses tracing, but got mad when someone traced a fan artist's work and sent it to him on Twitter.
This isn't a tweet from Spoctor. This is a tweet from the artist whose work was traced, mentioning that it was a fan of Spoctor who did it. You haven't even showcased that Spoctor endorses tracing in the first place. Do I now just get to say without showing any evidence that despite this not being a case of pedophilia, you, Atari, wanted to directly call him a pedophile? Because without showing evidence of that, that would be really bad, wouldn't it?
See, I refuse to use the word pedophile because I think it's too strong a word to just throw at someone, because if it turns out it's false, it invalidates your entire video. Because I think Atari was trying to just call him that. I was like, don't call him that, because, go for sexual predator. That's,
Gee, because that would be really bad, wouldn't it? And one might infer that all the other Artweeb imbeciles that saw your video and came to that same conclusion did so because it was worded by someone who already wanted to say he was a pedophile. Oh, and of course I can't find the tweet. What a lovely, happy, joyous day.
He also sends his subscribers to attack people. What you see here is a link to a status update where he calls out an art thief and uses the phrase intimidate to get the artist to back off. I know that art thieves suck, but really man, just report the repost and move on. Sending people out after art thieves are only exposing them to more people whom they can then steal more art from.
This is what Atari thinks constitutes as evidence, and it saddens me. Firstly, that link doesn't exist anymore, so thanks for that. Secondly, if we're supposed to be under the impression that deleted user 06C1F3B9 is Spoctor's Discord account, then let's read this interaction with Penegrin here.
404 not found.
Ugh, this is why I don't agree with the just ignore art thieves mentality, because if they're profiting from it, blocking them does nothing.
Yes, they profit, then ignoring them just fucking you over. At the same time, I believe doing rants on art thieves is dumb, cause it's a bit overboard.
In my opinion, you kinda just want to either privately speak to them or report them.
I could, but I've been really drama-free lately. I just want to get my hands dirty a bit.
I get that people who make rants are trying to warn people, but most of the people they're warning aren't going to be targeted, LMAO.
I'm just trying to intimidate them with the status, not gonna lie.
Well, yeah, that's fair. You've got the audience to imitate them.
This is just a difference of opinions. For one thing, Spoctor, in this conversation, is explicitly making note of an art thief profiting from the stolen work. And since Penegrin first brought this up in the conversation, we can assume that the status update had something to do with someone stealing and then profiting from stolen work. So in this scenario, Spoctor is spreading the knowledge of someone committing a crime to a larger audience who would take note of it. And since this video you have made is you trying to spread your knowledge of a crime to a large audience, it's almost like you're doing the same thing he is. The crimes may be different, but one's investment in taking down particular criminals depends on who they are as a person. You just don't agree with the idea that someone who is selling stolen artwork should be publicly called out for it. I, however, am of the opinion that they should be called out for it, especially publicly. I've done it! So, oh no, I guess I'm a terrible person too, because if I find someone stealing artwork, I'm going to call them a wee little bitch, spread it around so they can't trick people into buying stolen artwork, and try to get them kicked from whatever site or event they're working from. Since the link is down and Atari hasn't provided any sort of screenshot of it, we can't even see what it was he said in the status update itself. Atari claims that he's sending subscribers to attack people, but simply posting a status saying that a person is selling stolen artwork isn't actually doing that. Spoctor would have had to actually say to go after the thief in the status's post. So even on that front, we can't be sure if she's telling the truth or simply misunderstanding the intent of the situation.
I know that art thieves suck, but really man, just report the repost and move on. Sending people out after art thieves are only exposing them to more people whom they can then steal more art from.
This is actually stupid. Atari, we're on the internet. If you're going to steal something, you can search anything, find a Google image of it, and take it from the source. They don't need to get a message from someone saying, "You're stealing my friend's work," to find a new well to dip into. The point of spreading knowledge of someone selling stolen art is to prevent people unknowingly being sold that stolen art. Because if you don't know that the art is stolen, you might buy it and unwittingly support their illegal practices.
So what do we know now? He's a sexual offender, a transphobe, a child exploiter, begs for free not safe for work art of his OC.
I have been watching so many of these videos that they're all bleeding together at this point, so I had to go back through the video and check this, but... Okay, so there exist screenshots of Spoctor asking about not safe for work art, but Atari hasn't shown them in her video. Holy crap. Up to this point, Atari's evidence has been flimsy or debatable at best, completely disconnected at worst. But now I'm aware that evidence does exist that she could have used, and she doesn't. Mind you, I've read the screenshots, so I know it's not good evidence, and we'll talk about it later, but at this point, this is just pathetic.
And heavily endorses it without ever disclosing the fact that he's a minor, held a contest for people to draw not safe for work art of his OC, begged for a free fursuit, gives furries in general a bad name, moaned for money on a live stream, is a hypocrite, sends his subscribers to attack people, ignores any and all videos made about him, and doesn't pay his artist. There's probably so much more that I'm missing, and we also aren't even done with this video yet.
Oh, don't you worry, honey. Mama Ponder's here to tell you all the things you're missing.
Still don't know how people will be able to defend any of this, and the "he's just a child" excuse doesn't justify it. He's 17, he knows what he's doing, he's gonna be an adult next year.
Yes, let's just blatantly continue to ignore things so that we can push the very worst narrative on the guy. Let's get things straight here, you guys. Spoctor is 17 now, yes, but at the time of the screenshots that Atari has been showing, he was 16. He even admitted in a recent video spurred on by these accusations that he turned 17 in April. We often look at situations with 16-year-olds doing stupid shit and say that they're just stupid teenagers. Certain things are obviously looked at in a harsher light, such as manslaughter, murder, or pedophilia, but even then, depending on the severity of the case, there's a reason that people under the age of 18 are generally tried as juveniles. Something that I want to make note of that most people probably aren't aware of, despite the legal age of adulthood being 18, the brain doesn't stop growing until you're around 24 or 25. Yeah, technically speaking, at the age of 16 or 17, Spoctor is barely halfway through mental puberty. We get this number because it's around the age of 25 that your prefrontal cortex finishes its development. The prefrontal cortex, PFC, is the cerebral cortex which covers the front part of the frontal lobe. This brain region has been implicated in planning complex cognitive behavior, personality expression, decision-making, and moderating social behavior. The basic activity of this brain region is considered to be orchestration of thoughts and actions in accordance with internal goals. The most typical psychological term for functions carried out by the prefrontal cortex area is executive function. Executive function relates to abilities to differentiate among conflicting thoughts, determine good and bad, better and best, same and different, future consequences of current activities, working towards a defined goal, prediction of outcomes, expectation based on actions, and social control. The ability to suppress urges that, if not suppressed, could lead to socially unacceptable outcomes. The frontal cortex supports concrete rule learning, while more anterior regions along the rostrocaudal axis of the frontal cortex support rule learning at higher levels of abstraction. He's going to be an adult soon! He's going to be a legal adult soon. The legal age of adulthood, being 18, had a big part to do with World War II needing soldiers, and men younger than the general accepted age had to be considered. The draft was lowered from 21 to 18, and a subsequent outcry of "why can we die for our country but not vote" led to the legal age of adulthood being 18. You want to know something else interesting? The legal drinking age is 21 in the United States. Want to know why? Because at the age of 21, your brain has developed to the point where you are less likely to develop an addiction to alcohol. Spoctor was literally in the middle of middle adolescence when these events were taking place. His prefrontal cortex hasn't finished developing. He's a hormonal teenage boy writhing around amidst a massive fan base that is constantly professing their love of him and his work. Yes, Legally, in a year, Spoctor will be tried as an adult. But don't you dare come at me and pretend like a 16-year-old moving on to 17 automatically gains so much emotional maturity that he's not going to be a stupid hormonal git. Now, since he is going to be a legal adult, it's important to make him aware that he's going to have to be treading lightly with his fans, and he'll definitely want to start asking people how old they are before he gets too emotionally or hormonally involved. But at 16, flirting with a 13-year-old, not even having the part of his brain that determines what is and is not a good idea developed, fuck off! Treat the actual crime, but do not shame a lack of behavioral or social coordinations that teenagers can't help not having. Honey, boy, you guys better go watch my The Spawn of Cringe video because I'm about 3 seconds away from ripping you all a new one. And I'm 25, so that definitely is illegal.
Adult or not, it doesn't excuse all that he's said and done. I hate to break it to you.
Atari is judge, jury, and executioner, motherfucker.
I'm sure that everyone is wondering by now what my experience with Spoctor has been like. All I can say is that we hardly ever spoke and only got together to discuss small, mediocre YouTube things. I mean, one time he called my server at the time self-righteous and also told me on another occasion that I didn't know how YouTube worked. He also apparently had a crush on me too, according to one of our sources, even though it was just randomly stated out of nowhere.
That's literally not a screenshot from Spoctor, it's hearsay. Go rip off a toenail.
And shit talked to me for having different video styles, but for me, I don't think that any of that stuff is as incriminating as what he's done to other people.
You don't say!
Doesn't mean that what he said to or about me was justified.
He's allowed to not like you and therein voice his opinion of it. He's also allowed to voice his opinion of you if you're talking to one another. If you don't like it, you can tell him to shove it because you are also allowed to do that. Get your fee-fees out of here. I'm tired of people thinking that you aren't allowed to speak if it'll hurt somebody's feelings.
But a few petty insults didn't bother me and weren't enough for me to think that he was a bad person until I was told about all of the sexual harassment and more.
Hey, you. Yeah, those of you listening. Sexual harassment thing? Don't fret. I got a big hullabaloo to end the video off with. We good.
Which is what led to me and others to make these videos. As I stated at the beginning of this video, we all knew that someday we'd have to make this. He's someone who's so arrogant and thinks he's so untouchable, and yet everyone knew that he was going to slip up and that we'd all have to cover it.
Sounds like a bunch of shitty frat boy friends hiding in the bushes waiting to snap a picture of a dude shitting himself while he's drunk because they saw ahead of time that he had a drinking problem. Oh, hey, frat boys! That's another good example of underdeveloped prefrontal cortexes.
I also hate making rants in general, and callouts. And as soon as I actually started to get out of the community, I get pulled back in for a video like this, but this is a video that I was willing to make and a risk that I'm willing to take.
As soon as I think I'm out of commentating on Deviant Weebs, they pull me right back in!
People need to be aware of what he's been doing. I think that callouts are justifiable if the person you're calling out is a legitimate threat to others, which Spoctor is. And if I'm called a ranter again over a PSA, but this video still saves or spreads awareness to at least one person, then this will have been a video worth making and a video worth taking that risk for.
It spread to the wrong person!
So, beware of Spoctor. Beware that he's a sexual predator, a transphobe, a sexual harasser, a child exploiter, and doesn't pay people for the assets they make for him to use for his videos.
Beware of Atari. She will blatantly misunderstand screenshots and simply go by what people have told her about the situation rather than looking at it objectively from both sides. She will also call you transphobic when the person who you offended said you weren't. She will complain about people not paying or crediting artists while not only posting this video without a link to the artist who made her sprite, but not even bothering to ask the artists in question. She will criticize you for having a different opinion on art theft and will ignore an aspect of the situation, making it more serious than she's implying. She will also team up with a skeleton who also can't argue against a 16-year-old effectively. Oh, hi, Penegrin!
I want to set this straight right now. This is a serious video on a serious matter. I'm not joking, this isn't some sort of prank, and it's something that has deeply disturbed me and a lot of the people I associate with.
It's funny because I look at the blatant mischaracterization, accusations of pedophilia, and sexual assault to be serious too, and I'm insanely angry that two videos with such obviously flawed arguments and evidence have ruined some teenage kid's life because people in your community are practically mindlessly following your word on the matter. Do go on.
This behaviour is unacceptable from anyone, regardless of their popularity, and I'm sickened to think that I used to associate with and defend this individual.
Indeed, misrepresenting a situation to make a 16-year-old flirting with a 13-year-old look like pedophilia is certainly unacceptable from anyone. I'm sorry if I'm getting a little ahead of myself. The first video was a hassle, and I've still got 4 more.
This video isn't monetized because I think it's too gross to monopolize a matter like this. I don't want this to become some kind of circus where people come forward and start making allegations without evidence. Those people do more harm than good. Especially by invalidating those who were personally involved. Because this is such a sensitive topic, I will be putting comments under review. I know people like to make jokes and make light of these kinds of situations, but I don't think it's appropriate to do that here. Spoctor, I know you're not going to watch this, because you've admitted enough times to me and other people that you don't watch any critical videos about yourself, which is incredibly ironic. But if this video stops one person from endangering themselves by talking to you, then it's done its job. I knew you were a pervert from the beginning. The alarm bell started ringing when you asked young children and those older than you to draw you porn for a competition.
Oh, glory hole days! Atari is apparently not the only one who can't read. The two of them are just blatantly inserting the narrative that Spoctor was asking for porn from minors, but to anyone who wasn't listening with cat and goat wax plugging their ears, they'd probably recognize that the contest wasn't directed towards minors, nor did it say to draw porn. Yeah, fun fact, you guys, if you create an online contest and minors end up seeing the notice about the contest, that does not mean that you're making a contest for minors. The only instance where this would be applicable is if the contest entry guidelines specified that you had to be younger than 18 to enter. But here's Spoctor's contest guidelines, and I don't see anything of the sort. The journal for the contest is still on Spoctor's DeviantArt page, so anyone willing to check their claims could have just moseyed on over and seen that they were talking pure octopusing. Even if you want to claim, oh, but Spoctor has a predominantly young viewer base, it doesn't matter. He's not in control of who watches and follows his content. That's like if a horror channel garnered a large fan base with young people, and we were then told to change their content to fit the demographic. That's not how this works. You can't control who your content attracts unless your content denotes targeting specific age groups. Like saying you can't join this contest if you're over 18!
But I thought you had the sense and dignity to not go this far.
So I'm gonna give you guys 5 seconds to figure out the huge fuck up that Penegrin just admitted to. Here's a hint. I mentioned it earlier and told you to remember it. Ready? Go. 1, 2, 3. Penegrin committed non-contact sexual abuse! Sorry, blew my load a little too quick on that one. But yeah, Penegrin's journal reads, "Hi guys, it's recently been brought to light that there are certain people in this community asking for sexually explicit art to get drawn for them, despite being minors." It goes on to say, "It makes me sick to my stomach seeing people getting coerced into drawing this kind of stuff, even if it's for contests or whatever." Just in this video, Penegrin is making note of the fact that she knew how old Spoctor was. Now, I've already made note that the contest submissions were not in fact pornography, but Penegrin was under the impression that they were. In the non-contact abuse link that Atari provided and read off, the second example of non-contact abuse is not taking proper measures to prevent a child being exposed to sexual activities by others. Penegrin didn't tell the people doing the art for Spoctor that he was too young to be accepting porn, despite knowing that he was asking people for it, under the illusion that he was older. She didn't make a video, she didn't tweet about it, she didn't contact DeviantArt about it, she sat on her arse and made a vague journal that revealed and did nothing. You guys understand why I looked at this video and thought this was such a juicy tidbit? Expose one deviant weeb and you expose them all!
You like to pretend you're some autonomous force that can't be reckoned with, and I have to laugh because everyone knew you were gonna slip up eventually. I just wish you didn't slip in the worst way possible.
The worst way possible is defamation by deviant weebs.
You like to act like a big man, but no big man sends nudes to someone who doesn't want them, someone who is already in a relationship.
Yeah, I won't deny that. It's inappropriate. Spoctor, don't be the dick pic guy. Nobody likes the dick pic guy.
Someone who's told you they're uncomfortable with the conversations you were having, and yet you still persisted to have those conversations.
With this note, we're actually going to take a break from Penegrin's video and shimmy on over to Stories. Stories is another art weeb, and as I mentioned before, revealed herself to be one of the people that Spoctor had been messaging. Specifically, she's the one that these specific screenshots Penegrin is showing came from, or at least some of them. See, the problem is that all the screenshots are so cut up. We're never actually given a full picture of the conversation. It's very easy to take things out of context in that situation, and that was my biggest problem with these videos going in. Luckily, Stories posted a video showing us a little more of the conversation. While her intent was mostly just to showcase that the conversation was real and not photoshopped, with that video, I was able to piece together a little more than what Atari and Penegrin showed us. This is kind of misleading because Stories isn't really showing any investigations, just the conversations between her and Spoctor.
What you're about to hear is a transcript from my experience.
Atari doesn't understand literal. Stories doesn't understand transcript.
With Spoctor theory. Be respectful and listen carefully. I was scared to even talk about this, let alone mention it to anyone, because it's honestly terrifying to come out talking about something like this. I had talked to Spoctor theory. The moment I had spoke with him more often, he began to get increasingly sexual, which of course I had never experienced, so I passed it off as a joke. I had developed a friendship with him. I had told him that Stories wasn't real and that I had existed instead. I had also developed feelings for him, since he was very caring towards me. Now that was pretty common, he had later advised me about, bragging about how many girls he had swooned into his arms. This led to me ignoring a hell of a lot of red flags that were thrown directly into my face. I had ended up getting into a loving relationship in November. This didn't stop him from being this way, and in fact, he had developed feelings for me. Whether or not they were romantic, I never knew, but I knew that it was sexual by how he acted.
Alright, long bit to talk about, but here we go. You've already claimed that Spoctor started talking to you in a manner that quickly turned sexual when you first met, but that you developed a friendship despite that. Now, we're given no indication of how long the friendship was, but in mentioning that you got into a relationship in November, we can surmise that the longest you probably knew him would maybe be roughly since his channel started really growing, maybe around August of 2016, and the shortest being just before November of 2017. If this was a long-running friendship where Spoctor started off being and has continued to make sexual remarks, then in what situation do you expect him to automatically know that the manner in which he's always talked to you as a friend is no longer okay? Now, I'm not saying that the manner of speaking was or was not appropriate, but if I met someone and early in our conversation we started talking about politics, and over the course of the relationship we had continued to have politics in our conversations, I'd be surprised if one day they told me not to talk about politics anymore. You've already admitted that you had feelings for Spoctor, and he later developed feelings for you. Had you previously expressed your feelings for Spoctor, that might have spurred on the topics of conversation, especially if he was starting to share your feelings. And sometimes people hit on those in a relationship, especially if there have been expressed shared feelings between the two parties. It's not necessarily always good, but it does happen. It happened to me, and I don't really hold any ill will towards those involved because we were young and stupid. If there had ever been a point where you told Spoctor that because you were in a relationship you didn't want to engage in sexual conversations with him, then that would lend more to your assertion of him being sexually forceful. But we haven't seen anything of the like thus far. In fact, the screenshots shown are fairly recent, as in March and December recent. What we're gonna see in a moment is at least one example of Stories explaining that she's uncomfortable, so let's move on to that, and later I'll try to go through as much of the conversation as I was able to piece together from the video.
And while I ignored a lot of things and let him slip under my radar that I would have easily yelled at someone else over, I wish I could have called him out on it the first chance I got.
So, you're acknowledging that despite knowing your boundaries and saying that had other people said something similar, you would have shut them down, you still let Spoctor continue with the sexual conversation. Don't you think that letting him say things that you would have punished others for would give him the impression that you had no issue with him specifically saying them? If I go into a cafe where you can put your own whipped cream onto your drinks, and the owner penalizes other customers for putting too much on, whilst letting me put on as much as I want, I'm going to get the impression that I'm under special treatment. Why would you admit to giving Spoctor special treatment but then also want him to somehow know instinctively that this was a bad thing?
I had always warned him to be careful out of pure care for others, but I realized that he doesn't care for others, not as long as they aren't giving him anything. I lost my feelings for him. and I decided that my investigation needed to see his true colors. I threw out a few responses, nothing too bad in regards to what disgusting topics he had brought up with me, but he had decided to continue regardless of me stating that I was uncomfortable, or that I had a boyfriend, or even hinting that something was wrong, and I explicitly remembered the message that's burned into my memory. It's okay if he doesn't know.
I mean, would be really nice to actually see the conversation where this happened, especially since you're bringing up others. One screenshot seemed, I'm gonna be honest, completely inconsequential. I won't deny it's a shitty thing to say, it's okay if he doesn't know, encouraging you to cheat on your boyfriend. But the instances where you've asked him to stop, we've seen one, and I'll get to it in a sec. There has been a screenshot of someone, I'm assuming you, saying 3 fucking times, I'm not comfortable, means stop. But we don't see what was said before that or what Spoctor's response was after that. I'm not saying it's okay to continue saying things that make someone uncomfortable if you're asked to stop. I am saying that your examples lack context as well as the response of the accused party, which you're also inferring was negative. I would also like to point out the date of this screenshot. This conversation took place on March 9th of this year. So did this one. This one says, yesterday. This says that either this specific message was also within that conversation, but for some reason you pulled a screenshot of it the next day without screenshotting the other parts of the thread, or it says that this message is from a recent conversation, likely that happened as Penegrin and Atari's videos were being made. I would almost go as far as to say that this message came from a conversation in response to you knowing about the videos being made and therein trying to shut down Spoctor right before they were finished. I mean, to be fair, that's a guess on my part. So in this supposed conversation, we don't know if you started to engage with the intent of telling him off, or if Spoctor started the conversation with more sexual talk that simply broke the camel's back. If the former were the case, this particular message wouldn't count as an example of you telling him to stop. Additionally, the fact that you have admitted going back to talk to Spoctor with the intent of investigating him is a problem. We don't know how long ago you made that decision. So while the conversations from March 9th might have been genuine conversations between the two of you, it also might have been you admittedly going in to see how far Spoctor would go in the conversation. The fact that so little of the actual conversation is shown and that the majority of the conversations shown are recent, for all we know, could be because these were the instances you were trying to get him to say something sexually explicit and incriminating. Actually, for all we know, your willingness to let him continue with sexual stuff might have led him to believe you still harbored feelings for him, assuming he knew in the first place, and him continuing the conversation was him trying to feel the waters and see how things went with you. This would be a trap made to make him look bad. You guys see why good evidence is important, right? With that said, we're going to have a look at what I've pieced together from the conversation stories brought up at the beginning of the video. A conversation where a lot of the examples of Spoctor being lewd on a Discord server seem to have come from. I've compiled as many of the conversation pieces shown between Stories and Spoctor as I can in order listed by the date above. Every instance where you see a number of blocked messages are messages from Spoctor that Stories has not revealed. For the ones that are revealed, they are highlighted in yellow below the amount of messages it consists of. So the section of the March 9th conversation we're privy to starts off with 5 blocked messages. Whatever was said, Stories answers with,
how do I even answer that?
What image is the light? Well, you know what I want. I'd love to see those legs open up. You don't gotta give a good angle. You can just let me see that stomach shot, I don't care.
That's so out of my comfort zone.
I'll step out of mine then. Ask me anything, hon. Just as long as there's no face involved in the lewd shot.
But I'm not comfortable with doing that.
3 blocked images.
Thank you.
2 blocked images.
Noted.
It cuts off what Stories says here, so I don't know what it is. Then we have
1 blocked image.
Yep.
2 blocked messages.
Okay, so let's break down this conversation. Since Spoctor answers Stories' initial question with a segue into, I'm guessing nudes, we can probably guess that the question Stories was lacking a response to was maybe something about sexual positions, or favorite porn, or favorite type of sexy imagery. Maybe something along those lines. Mind you, I could be very wrong. Spoctor basically answers his view of the question, to which Stories says that it makes her uncomfortable. In this scenario, we can guess that the expectation of performing the act Spoctor mentioned on camera is specifically what makes her uncomfortable. Spoctor then stops talking about Stories in explicit poses and instead asks what she would want to see of him. Stories expands by saying that she's still uncomfortable with the topic even if they're talking about nudes of Spoctor and not her. Then there are 3 blocked messages, and then Stories says, "Thank you." I'm sorry, what? She says, "I'm uncomfortable," Spoctor says something, and then Stories thanks him for it. In playing devil's advocate, you could look at the 3 messages and say that maybe Spoctor sent her an inappropriate picture, rescinded it, and apologized. But you can also look at it and think that Spoctor acknowledged that what he was saying made Stories uncomfortable and responded by stopping. This is why randomly cutting out parts of the conversation you're using as evidence is a bad thing. I look at this and see a potential part of the conversation where Spoctor listened when someone said he was making them uncomfortable, something that Atari, Penegrin, and Story have all stated multiple times that he did not do. Maybe something else happened, maybe I'm right. Who knows? We certainly don't.
2 blocked messages.
Lamau, good luck.
Yeah, okay, suck my dick. Oh.
No, you.
Okay, triple smiley face emoji. Come here, baby. I'll lick it real good.
This is why people think you're gay.
But you don't got dick.
I...
Say it. Say it. You wanna fuck is that it?
No.
Damn.
Oh, you really thought I was thinking that?
You're a kinky person. I mean, how could I not? If I had a pussy for a day, I don't know what I'd do. I'd probably make more jokes about it than anything, to be honest. Girls, I understand your period. It's awful, girlfriend.
You literally have 0 limits as a girl.
I'm aware. Wink wonk. Too bad you can't orgasm as fast as we can. Shades emoji.
False.
Yeah, never mind. A bath faucet can fuck you. Oh! No. No, I'm not even saying that one. I'm like, woo!
Never tried.
Please do.
For me.
I told Jem about it. She orgasmed like 3 times in 5 minutes, and no, it's not a porn ad.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
girls are different, so
Yee.
we'll see.
Tell me how it goes, though. I'm curious. Okay. I'm gonna go into my SAT. Gotta leave my phone in the car. Wish me luck. Swirling heart emoji. Smiling face. Tilde. What the fuck is that? Cat? Is that cat face? Is that what that emoji is? Is that cat face? I think it's cat face. You'll be asleep when I come back unless you
Blocked my words on screen.
Depends.
4 blocked messages.
I mean, fuck, guys. I'm sorry, but I look at this and I see someone engaging in the conversation, if being notably less sexually enthusiastic than the other party. And knowing that Stories admitted to delving back into conversations with Spoctor, knowingly trying to gather evidence of him pushing the limits, if I wasn't trying to look at this from both sides, I would think that Stories was gathering evidence back in March, and that's why she chose to placate his sexual behavior. Which isn't evidence. I mean, if you're just trying to have a conversation with him and he keeps going in a sexual route and you ask him to stop, that's one thing. But if you go into a conversation and allow him to keep saying things and engage in the conversation yourself, of course the conversation is going to continue. This isn't Jared Fogle saying, "Hot damn guys, I love fucking kids," and you saying, "uh-huh," to get him to keep incriminating himself under the illusion that you're also into fucking kids. This is a teenager talking sexually and continuing to do so because the person he's talking to is engaging in the conversation with him. He's not saying, "Hot damn, I sure love fucking kids." He's saying, "Hot damn, I sure am a teenager with a sex drive." The beginning of the conversation seems like the kind of shit I talk about with friends. Actually, yeah, never mind. The whole conversation seems like that. "Hey, yo, Scarlett, am I bad for wink-wonking you across the bedroom?"
For the last time, Ponder, I am not a lesbian.
You always used to talk about the meaning of life. You still have those weird moments?
I have my moments.
No, I'm trying to change the subject, goddammit. Oh, dick fuck.
I thought you were comparing me to something.
I was asking if you still have those moments.
Rarely. Like, almost never.
Is that recently, or did you have them more in the past?
More in the past, but I'm settled and I don't really care. I'm chill as fuck right now.
This literally had nothing to do with anything sexual. Why was this even brought up as evidence?
Just a shower or a bath faucet.
And thinking emoji?
You don't know this one, I'm guessing. Okay, good. Says a lot about you, shifty eyes.
Crying laughing emoji.
I don't care.
Glow sticks, LaBelle.
No, Lamo, stop. Fuck, I can't spell today.
You'd be surprised. Care to share? Sharing is caring.
This better not be one of those instances where you're claiming you asked him to stop, because putting LMAO in the middle of that, I don't know if you knew, but that means laughing my ass off, kind of makes it seem like you're thinking it's funny. Oh yeah, content-wise, they're definitely talking about masturbatory aids. Don't put strange things into your sex holes, children.
I know a dude who would. How many objects have you tried? Give me a number. Okay, I can legit say a goddamn cucumber. Knock that out. I highly doubt you did that. No, I believe it. It's dangerous. Don't do it.
Laughing crying emoji.
How is it dangerous?
Yeast infection. Just, it can get nasty. Food isn't supposed to go in there. I don't know how to read these collection of letters.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that anyway. Lamau.
Still engaging in the conversation. Like, guys, this isn't evidence of Spoctor doing what you claim, except for solicitation. Yes, that is bad. Spoctor done goofed. I will not defend. But the whole, he kept talking about things when I was uncomfortable. No, these screenshots don't show that. In fact, things that you mentioned in this video could lead one to believe that these screenshots were gathered under false pretenses with the goal of exposing Spoctor, making himself look the worst when he was spurred on by thinking someone was okay with his sexual advances. Holy gee! Like, I was going into this video at first with, this is lackluster evidence at best, but God, fuck!
It's scary to see how awful he went when I sent him one heart emoji. It's scary to see how low he went when I sent one smiley emoji.
You sent him a heart emoji, acknowledging that you knew that he had feelings for you. Guys, word of advice, if you send a heart emoji to a horny teenage boy, he's going to act like a horny teenage boy, especially if he already likes you. It's almost like you're giving him the impression that you like him back.
It's awful to have your idol that you looked up to expose themselves to you literally and figuratively and show who they really are.
Literally, yes, that is a huge no-no. Figuratively, nobody's idol is perfect. Why would you expect a 16-year-old boy to be perfect?
I don't feel bad for acting and letting him be a fucking idiot.
Acting like you're okay with the sexual advances of someone whom you already denote as having feelings for you, making him think that the sexual advances are okay and therein spurring them on.
Letting the evidence pile up on its own was one of the best decisions I could have ever made to help others.
But you didn't let it pile up on its own. You just admitted going back into conversations with him and playing a part so that you could make him look stupid. Are you fucking kidding me? The rest of Stories' video is just her opinion on Spoctor as of this moment and telling others to come forward if they feel targeted or harassed. Which, yeah, you should. So we're going to shift focus back to Penegrin's video.
You know who got in touch with me as well? Your ex. You know, your ex who you lied about on everyone's servers, making us ban them because you vaguely called them a blackmailer.
I feel like I should be mad at this, but yeah, when a friend says their ex blackmailed them, you usually tend to believe your friend's side of the story. Furthermore, we're not going to be told what exactly it was that Spoctor was claiming his ex blackmailed him with. We don't even see his ex's side of the story. This is just vague, my friend told me a thing and I believed them. Ugh, I want to die. And take the entire DeviantArt ranting community down to hell with me.
You know what? You wouldn't need to worry about your ex blackmailing you if you weren't a fucking terrible partner to begin with.
That is a fucking stupid point and you should be ashamed. Like, wait, is this the implication that she did blackmail him? And you're saying, oh, but he's terrible, so it's justified. But then he would have been telling the truth in that screenshot you showed where you bitched that he complained that his ex had blackmailed him? What? Fucker, Either it didn't happen and he lied about it, making his ex look like a bad person, or he told the truth and his ex is actually someone who would blackmail a person. Wouldn't the person doing the blackmailing also be a terrible person, therein also making the ex a terrible person? Who cares if two terrible people are terrible against each other? Ah, my brain!
I had to apologise to them because I felt so guilty for banning them for doing nothing wrong but for hurting your fragile ego.
I'm starting to think we don't even get to know what happened, and this is just gonna be a case of he told me one thing and then they told me the other, but I'm gonna believe the second person because reasons.
I know someone's going to come out of the woodwork and criticise me for using private screenshots, which I understand is a bad move to make if you're doing this just to make someone look bad. But I believe this is a more serious matter that people need to be aware of. This isn't an isolated incident, because I know more than 7 people have had similar issues pertaining to Spoctor, and that's not okay. This isn't just some kid getting into an argument and wanting to shame one another. No, no, no. This is someone tactily preying on people and using their popularity to intimidate them into not saying anything.
That is literally not what that screenshot showed.
It's non-contact sexual abuse in its rawest form.
Which you would know all too well about, huh, Penegrin?
I also don't want to be the asshole who sits here and doesn't provide evidence and just expects you to believe me.
Oh, but why change tactics halfway through the video?
And the evidence that we've gathered just happens to be these screenshots.
Never mind, everyone's still dumb, the world carries on.
So why am I involved if I haven't dealt with any of this firsthand? Because people who were emotionally manipulated by Spoctor have come to me asking for help. Regardless of how many subscribers I may have, I still share a lot of them with him, and I have to give these victims a voice.
Wait a minute. Show me that screenshot. Then there's this other kid who was 12 at the time who kept calling him daddy / trying to turn him on, etc, etc. Instead of Spock being the mature one just saying stop it to a 12-year-old, he lets her basically give him boners and shit. Are you kidding me? The 12-year-old was hitting on him? Something that is legal! Holy shit. You remember how I said I told my mom about this? In response, she told me about a time when she was 13 and was trying to hook up with a 16-year-old. This is actually natural. Younger teens tend to be attracted to older teens because they're more physically and mentally developed. You know, the opposite of pedophilia. Guys, the legal defining trait of a pedophile, and I've discussed this before in my Spawn of Cringe video, so if y'all didn't have a problem with it there, you don't get to fucking pick and choose, is someone who is at least 16 years of age and whom is sexually attracted to those at least 5 years younger than them. Now, 1, by the very definition, this isn't pedophilia. And 2, holy shit, this is another thing I didn't notice coming in, but was Spoctor actually looking at the 12-year-old? Was he seeing them? Was he getting turned on by their appearance? Or was he getting turned on because someone was feeding into his kink? People who are sexually attracted to children are sexually attracted to a lack of sexual development features. Someone in Spoctor's legal age group feeding into his kink either audibly or with text isn't him being attracted to a child. Holy! This is twisting the narrative to the nth degree. Fuck. Can I even keep going with you guys? My stamina is flawless, mind you, but I don't know how much more I can tell you that you're being stupid. Okay, continue.
I myself have had some very unsavoury run-ins with Spoctor, but the sexual abuse is paramount and should not be swept under the rug or overshadowed by petty things. You can still like his content. I don't want him to get a free pass to do this shit though, because he has more subscribers. He's already made it abundantly clear to a lot of us that he thinks he's better than us because of the amount of subscribers he has. Remember the way I managed to make you leave your own server, Spoctor, because I called you out on that? Yeah. I don't want people thinking that this is how relationships work. I don't want people thinking that this is acceptable in any circumstance. I want to say it right now that I want nothing to do with him in the future. Once this video goes up, he's blocked on all my accounts, he's gone from my life. I want nothing to do with him or any of his close circle who will inevitably get involved. I know what he's like. He'll never admit anything publicly, and he'll always want to save face. He'll start shit and then hide and face no consequences. I'm calling it now. He's gonna go on a hiatus and not say anything about this.
I don't think I'm allowed to use the dumbass remark on 2 deviant weebs in a row.
I'm not a forgiving person, and as someone who has been sexually abused in my real life in the past, I have no remorse for what I'm saying now, because I know this shit can drastically alter your perception on what a relationship should be like.
And these videos can drastically alter your perception on the alleged crimes of a child.
People shouldn't suffer in silence. People shouldn't be intimidated by someone just because they have a larger following than them.
Penegrin, why the hell are you showing these screenshots now? You didn't say anything to Spoctor at the time that you disagreed with his tactics of spreading the word of an art thief and... Oh, you motherfucker. Gee, I wonder why Penegrin cut off the bottom of the screenshot here. Could it be because the full image shows her saying that him trying to intimidate the art thief with the status post was fair considering the size of his audience? I thought I'd have to provide an example of cutting out things from conversations to manipulate the narrative, but fucking A! Penegrin brought an example to the table all on her own! Hey Penegrin, if you say that his tactics are fair at the time, you don't get to then ignore the fact that you said it and condemn his actions afterwards. You both agreed with it at the time of the conversation!
Because you know what? That following can turn on you in the blink of an eye.
Hi, my name's Ponder Sprocket. Friends call me Blink of an Eye.
I've warned Spoctor that his obsession for porn will bring him down, and you know what he said? He said he stopped caring.
I'm so angry with how dishonest it is to use this screenshot here. This screenshot is discussing Spoctor's lackluster attitude towards moderating not safe for work channels on a Discord server. That doesn't have anything to do with his obsession with porn. And did everyone just forget that Discord has this? There's already something put into place notifying them that they shouldn't be in that channel if they're younger than 18. The only way of being able to tell otherwise is if they said their age.
I think that says a lot about a person when they stop caring about the legality and repercussions of their actions, and it paints a very bleak picture of them.
It's really funny that Penegrin shows that screenshot as if that was the legal problem here.
You want to know what I don't care about, Spoctor? I don't care about you.
This entire video would beg to disagree. On to the next catastrophe.
Hey guys, I'm Turkey, and it's come to my attention that the YouTuber Spoctor Tech, or better known as Spoctor Theory, has been outed recently, and I want to make this video to help spread the information. As I've said before, I'm a victim of sexual assault myself, and I'd really hate for this to all blow over and for him to get away from this scot-free.
This seems to be a running thing with a lot of the people latching onto this situation, that being that most of them are victims of sexual assault. Now, I'm not going to make fun of people who have experienced sexual assault. It's horrible, and I honestly wish that it had never happened to you. But I worry that this experience may be interfering with their abilities to view the videos objectively. I worry that because they have already experienced and don't want anyone else to experience sexual assault, that they're too willing to believe the claims at hand rather than look deeper into them. This is something that we should always avoid, especially growing up, because it will help us learn to make this a norm later in life. Or what do I know? There's about 158 videos made about this situation, thousands of people believing in it, so maybe I'm wrong and everyone's just really susceptible to trickery, in which case I have a lovely house in the Hamptons that you might want to make an offer on.
The information that I gathered for this video, including the screenshots, were all sourced from Penegrin and Atari, whose videos on the issue will be linked in the description if you'd like to watch those too, as they have more personal involvement with Spoctor.
And that's where you went wrong, only getting your information from Atari and Penegrin. Bit of a, teaser for you cuties, but I went further. Why am I saying a teaser? You already know I went out and asked the artists.
If you don't know what he's being accused of, he has been outed as being transphobic, sexually harassing underage children, and unknowingly causing people to distribute porn to a minor.
Okay, well, unknowingly distributing porn to a minor isn't a crime, so good luck on that front. I will rage at the transphobia argument and sexual harassment? This is debatable, like highly debatable. I've already shown that we might not be able to trust the March screenshots provided by Stories because she acknowledged that she at one point went into a conversation with Spoctor purposely trying to see how far he would go. Harassment also tends to occur over a period of time. We could perhaps make the argument for when he was dating Ghosty, but we don't know for how long they were dating. Plus, Spoctor is also underage. How do none of you people know that it's okay for teenagers to say sexual things to other teenagers? It's not illegal.
He has openly mocked a person's wishes to be referred to as they, and when he was asked to correct himself, he referred to said transgender person as it. This is completely unacceptable and just outright disrespectful. It's not hard to respect someone's pronouns, and it's really low to mock them for their choices and their personal identity. You have absolutely no say in how they choose to identify, and making fun of them for it makes you an asshole.
It's funny because you just claimed that people who are trans choose to identify as trans. Honey, gender dysphoria is a mental disorder. You can't just go to the grocery store and pick it up at aisle 5 with your depression and social anxiety.
There's no other way to go around it, and I'm not going to tiptoe around it. If you make fun of and mock people for being transgender, fuck you. If you don't agree with someone being transgender, whatever. That's your opinion and you're entitled to it. But going out of your way to mock someone for it, shame on you.
You cannot agree! You cannot agree with someone having a mental disorder. Yeah, sure, okay. It's not like you're completely disregarding what gender dysphoria, being trans actually is. Spoctor wasn't making fun of someone being trans, he was making fun of what he believes to be irrelevant or silly pronoun specifications. The person who asked Spoctor to use they, them pronouns identifies as non-binary. Non-binary is not a gender. Non-binary individuals are not trans. It's the equivalent of someone making up a gender and new pronouns, saying this is what I am and people not believing it's a thing. Like, you just inferred that transgenderism was a choice. You're allowed to make fun of people's life choices. My siblings do it to me all the goddamn time. Please, you don't get to have it both ways.
This was just one thing that he's done. This is the biggest thing that really bothers me on a personal level, and it's disgusting in every sense of the word.
I think that says a lot about your priorities.
He was saying extremely sexual things to his partners after they told him several times they were uncomfortable. He would just keep doing it.
Partners, as if there was more than one complaining about it, which isn't the case from what Atari and Penegrin provided. And we got to see Stories' as flawed screenshots again.
When a different person who was 13 years old was venting to him, he told them, go touch yourself or something then to them. A 13-year-old. Why the hell would you say that to a 13-year-old?
Considering the knowledge of this is coming to us not from the actual conversation, but from someone's recounting of the conversation, I would like to posit that he was joking to lighten the mood, or that they misunderstood. Also, shut up, I did that at 13, grow up.
And to a separate friend who was also 13, he pressured them several times to draw sexual art of another person and him, even though they said time after time they were uncomfortable with it and didn't want to.
Oh wow, someone who's supposedly just getting their info from Atari and Penegrin's videos who's clearly showcasing that they have misunderstood some of the claims. What a shock. It wasn't him and the artist, it was him and... well, actually, wait. Huh. You know, I just realized that you could read that part as either him asking the artist to draw him and his girlfriend together, or his girlfriend and the artist together. There's bad wording everywhere.
Even more, he was sending extremely suggestive messages to this person, and once again, guess what? They said they were uncomfortable and he didn't stop. He's a pervert and doesn't respect people when they tell him to stop being one. His actions are disgusting, and this needs to stop right now, today, this second.
Hold up! Wait a minute, let me put some bullshit in it. I managed to get my hands on these screenshots, so let's take a look at them in full, undisturbed by biased claims. So these all came from a main stash on DeviantArt hosted by Spoctor's ex, Ghosty. The images that Question Turkey here is showing are in order from the folders: him legit admitting he'd fuck me, explicit convos with minors, and explicit convos with minors again. The first image, since it's from the him legit admitting he'd fuck me folder, is Spoctor telling his at the time girlfriend that he would have sex with her. This is in May of 2017. Spoctor's birthday is in April. In this screenshot, he turned 16 a month ago. Also, holy shit, I think this screenshot actually implies that his girlfriend was 14, not 13. The second... Oh wow, look at that date. You know, I don't know when his birthday is, but based on that date, for all we know, he could still be 15 years old in this screenshot. Never mind, I found it, it's April 10th. Also, wait a second. Here's Spoctor saying that when his fans call him daddy, he tries to play it cool, but he's dying on the inside. The last thing Spoctor says in that screenshot is, "Do you like making me queasy?" The teensy bit of the response that you can see from the other person could be... Is this the fucking 12-year-old that was hitting on him? Motherfucker! This isn't an example of him pushing sexual shit onto people who don't want it. It's... Ah! The last one? Oh, whatever. It's a 16-year-old boy being horny. No mention whatsoever of the person not wanting him to continue. Not even the listed age of the person he's talking to. None of these screenshots showcase that, so really, why should any of us be surprised anymore?
There is no excuse for this kind of behavior, and I genuinely hope that his YouTube channel and his reputation is destroyed.
Oh, you gon' regret you wish that when I finish up with you losers.
He doesn't deserve the things he has. A perverted sexual deviant who harasses people and minors doesn't deserve success or support. Something some of you might remember is a while ago he hosted a contest for people to draw suggestive, not safe for work of his character. Problem wasn't the fact that the character had porn drawn of it. The problem was that they sent art to Spoctor for the contest and he is underaged.
Why do all these guys hear words like seductive or not safe for work and their mind immediately goes to porn? You guys do know that things can be seductive or not safe for work without being porn, right? Like, this is seductive, but it's not porn. This is not safe for work, but it's not porn. Here I was thinking I was the one with the dirty mind around here, and y'all are hopping on porn like Spoctor says girls like hopping on pubes.
Distributing porn to minors is illegal, and it's horrible that he would hold a contest while underage and make people unknowingly send pornography to a minor. This is completely disgusting and unfair to the artist who participated in the contest.
I worded this weirdly. There were several artists, not just one. Sweetie, there was a lot more incorrect wording than that. Like literally every mention of porn so far.
He posted 2 tweets today saying he will be making a statement on the situation, but honestly, there's nothing he can say to justify the things he's done.
That's what commentators are for!
The opposing side, are you actually going to attempt to defend yourself? Just own up to your mistakes and do better. Defending your horrible actions makes you look even worse than you already are.
This is a horrible mentality to have, but it's seeming more and more like the entirety of your stupid community has it. Don't even bother defending yourself. Bitch, what if the shit said about him wasn't true? I guess that's also what commentators are for.
I've been watching Spoctor Theory for a while, and it really shocked me when I saw these videos on him, and it really disappointed me that someone I watch was doing all of these horrible things, and I've been supporting them without realizing it for so long. I will not be supporting them whatsoever after this video goes up, and I encourage you to do the same.
The son and about face these people do when given such flimsy evidence is honestly astonishing. With fans like these, who needs enemies?
I'm not telling you to attack them or send them death threats, I'm just asking you to avoid them at all costs. Don't watch their videos, don't subscribe to them, don't talk to them. Just block them, report them if you can, and move on.
Jeez, Turkey, you keep referring to Spoctor as them, and here I was under the impression he was a male. You wouldn't happen to be misusing pronouns, would ya?
Don't go comment on his videos because it gives him a view. Don't dislike his videos because it gives them traction. Just completely remove yourself from them and everything they do completely, and don't acknowledge them. They shouldn't get attention from this, and they certainly shouldn't get any views or ratings from it either.
It's cute that you think that's how people work.
Thank you for watching this. If you would share this video to get the information out to as many people as possible, I would really appreciate it.
Did I share it to enough people? We're skipping the end note telling people to be safe and finally moving on to Ghosty's video. Brace yourselves, people. We should be close to the end now. By end, I mean the point where we end ourselves.
Hey, before I continue this video, I just want to give a shout out to the maker of my sprites which came from this animation. Their DeviantArt name is on screen because I can't pronounce that because I'm dumb. Anyway, before I say anything else, I just want to say if I sound uncomfortable or nervous, that's because I am. Not much to say about that.
How many people heard that and immediately thought you're nervous for the wrong reason?
Yes, I was one of those affected by Spoctor. I'm his ex. I'm comfortable coming out about it though, since it happened a while ago and I've had time to get over it, and yeah. Moving on, I just want to get this video over with quickly because I despise using my voice in anything. Jumping straight to the point, I'm going to quickly attempt to prove that the screenshots from my end are not fabricated.
Now if only that were the only problem with them.
I can only speak for my end, however. The screenshots appearing on screen right now are not mine, and I won't be proving them as I physically cannot. However, knowing the person who took them, it's pretty safe to say they're not edited either and can be trusted.
Oh, good! That's a load off my mind. The person I don't know if I can trust is saying that another person I don't know can be trusted? It's like the weight of the very world has been lifted from me.
Anyone who knows me knows I fucking despise people who lie about things for attention, whether it be rape, harassment, suicide, etc. I've made several call-outs on people who lie about this stuff, and I certainly wouldn't do it myself. I'll start off with the obvious excuse. Anyone could have just made an account and made these, impersonating Spoctor. Well, here's the Skype user it's coming from, Spatic Tech, Spoctor's old account user. I've also been in a call with him on this account, and Feg, and I doubt Feg would add a fabricated Spoctor, you know? Even more adding on to this, you want some proof I actually knew Spoctor? Here's a comment he posted on my art. Too vague? How about the ship art I made of us that he commented on? Still too vague? How about this public status post that's still up of him promoting my art?
I mean, I encourage people to do ship art of Ponder Sprocket all they want. I comment on their art and I promote their art, both on my Twitter and through the fan art feature in my videos. Is that really supposed to mean anything? Of course, I'm still operating under the belief that, yeah, this is Spoctor's ex, but if you honestly think that those 3 examples proved anything, well, it says a lot about why the evidence provided is as bad as it is.
There, now you all know I'm not some rando. Second point. Why are all these screenshots on the old Skype? Clearly edited, shaking my head. They're on the old Skype because I originally took these back in May before Skype got shit. But I got a nice note from one of his white knights asking me to delete them, so I did. But I re-uploaded them again, and as it states here, they were uploaded in June of 2017. This is months before all these videos came out, not just a day or a week, you know?
So wait, you already had these posted long before now, took them down, and then reposted them. And in all that time, you didn't look at them and think, these could be better.
Another thing about that, why would I make something up back in June? Like, honestly, dude, who the fuck's that sad?
Plenty of people make up stories to hurt others. The time it was done is kind of irrelevant. It's more whether or not one would have the incentive to do it that should be addressed.
Anyway, here's some footage of me and Spock's DMs on Skype itself. I can't be bothered scrolling up the entire way because Skype's hella slow, but you can obviously see I have them added and it's on the same account. You might see one of these screenshots in live if I can be bothered, but who knows.
Oh my god! Audience, please tell me that you see what I'm seeing. Please. Oh god. I think I'm coming down with the case of the vapors. Ghosty is scrolling through a chat that we've already seen. Oh yes. Let's look at this. Okay, so look at this. And now this. Okay, and then this. And then boom, baby! This is one of the images from Ghosty's stash entitled Wanting Not Safe for Work from Minors. This one too. So 2 of the 3 examples that Ghosty's stash provides is from Ghosty themselves. At this point, how many of these Skype conversations are just from Ghosty? We've already seen that a good chunk of the cut-up Discord screenshots were from stories. Oh, and the 3rd example? Spoctor asks someone if they've drawn smut. And the minor says yes. The minor was already creating not safe for work content. Spoctor was just asking if he could see it. I mean, A, technically not great that way either, but he wasn't demanding the artist create him porn. He wasn't even asking them to draw new porn or start drawing porn when they had never done so before because the minor already fucking did it! Are all of you people insane? You're all claiming it's such a horrible, terrible thing to expect porn from minors because, oh, they would never do that, and one of the examples that you've compiled literally showcases a minor who has already engaged in the creation of smut artwork. I am fucking livid! Even in this conversation between Ghosty and Spoctor, Spoctor asks if Ghosty's done explicit smut before, and Ghosty says, not before, but I can, with no provocation from Spoctor whatsoever. This is ridiculous. How the fuck did you look at these screenshots and think that this was appropriate evidence for anything you're claiming? I can at least understand how not a lot of people have noticed this, because I doubt anyone else has been combing through every single fucking Spoctor video that's come out since this debacle began. Like I have! And oh, don't worry, I'll get to the rest of them in my next video! Oh, and to top off the sundae with a ripe bloody red cherry, Ghosty shows a little further down in the conversation than the screenshots provided, and Spoctor says, just not overboard. Gotcha. And with a wee little devilish cat face. Oh, how appropriate that is at this very fucking moment.
What else to provide to show that I know Spoctor and haven't edited these, so I guess you just need to take my word on it.
Actually kill me.
Just a few extra things that weren't mentioned in the videos and weren't half as bad, but yeah. There was also an instance where he tried to have an NSFW roleplay with me, and I'm pretty sure that's not alright. Don't quote me on that.
I will, and you're wrong.
As you can see, I was taking it very seriously. I'm a bit of a shitposty person, but I was still uncomfortable. I just didn't know how to react, so my immature ass did that.
Wow, it's like a whole lot of these problems came about because it's a bunch of teenage girls who don't know how to react. My ladies, I know we're generally more submissive than males, but on the internet, you don't have to care. If you keep being submissive, the dominant males aren't going to recognize when you don't want it.
Also, remember how Atari and Pentagon said he told people I was blackmailing him? This is the closest thing I ever say to ever being even remotely related to blackmail. Hell, it isn't even blackmail, it's just a fucking flat-out threat.
You said earlier that you posted screenshots between you and Spoctor before. One could view that as blackmail, especially if they're the one that you're making look bad with the screenshots cut up as they are. Don't even test me, little girl.
Yeah, I get threatening him was wrong, but I mean, it's a call out on a pedo, and it's not like I said, if you don't give me a shout out, I'm gonna expose you. I'm not that kind of person.
So you were going to expose him as a pedo if he kept doing what you personally thought was bad? Yes! That is blackmail! Especially because he's not a pedo! Children! None of you are mentally developed enough to understand this situation. Talk to your parents!
Also, Spoctor himself said he would make a video addressing this, and he wouldn't deny anything apart from the transphobic thing. I have a feeling right now that he's going to say he'll never knew there was they them on my page. Just to debunk that right now, he asked my gender, and I sent him a screenshot of my page, which had they them on it! I'll see if I can find that. If I did, it'll be on screen now.
You're not trans, darling, and he's not transphobic. I know this might be confusing, but I'm gonna lay it all out straight for you guys, so listen closely. Being trans means that you have a psychological disorder known as gender dysphoria. People with gender dysphoria do not feel comfortable in their own bodies and feel more comfortable acting, looking, and living as the opposite sex. Currently, the most widely accepted treatment for gender dysphoria is to transition into the opposite sex. Using they/them pronouns is a non-binary, gender-fluid, pangender, whatever thing. It is a means of not exclusively identifying as either gender. These people are not trans. Trans is short for transitional. Non-binaries do not transition. They simply identify. This is not the same thing. Transsexuals use hormones and surgery to change their outward and inward characteristics. Even if you cut off your genitals and replace them with nothing, you can't change your hormones to be neither gender. Maybe you could do both, but at that point, you're a hermaphrodite. I don't even think you can surgically get both genitals, and I'm sorry, but you will never be as hot as Rebus from the Doom Patrol. People nowadays are touting the belief that your gender and your sex are disconnected and that your gender is how you feel. If you feel non-binary, then you are non-binary. There is no transitional state. People suffering from gender dysphoria have also been shown with brain scans to demonstrate the neurochemical traits of the gender they identify as. They simply lack the physical and hormonal traits. We can literally show that transgenderism is a thing. If you claim that gender is how you feel and is a state of mind, then you have always been non-binary, simply lacking the appropriate term for it. And you have no reason to and no prior experience with transitioning. You are not trans. Spoctor is not transphobic. Stop it.
Most of the stuff has been covered in Atari and Pentagram's videos though, so go check them out. I'll link them in the description, because I don't know how to make them appear on screen. Anyway, I think that's about it. I'm sorry if this is all over the place. I know it is. I've never wrote a script before or did a video like this before, and I don't plan on doing it again unless I really need to.
Get better at it before you do.
Like I said earlier, I'm sorry if I sounded uncomfortable or that I stammer a lot when I'm talking, and yeah, I just get nervous. But if you have any questions about this, just go ahead and ask. I don't mind. Just try to be civil, because I'm a bit sensitive.
Can't ask questions when you private the video so nobody else can find it. Thank the crawling chaos, we're finally finished with these videos. I know that I've still got a stupidly huge catalog of art weebs to go through, but at the very least, I can rest knowing that the main root of the problem has been addressed. We'll end off the video with this note. Yes, Spoctor Theory is guilty of something. While the screenshots have not actually shown him directly asking for nude pictures of minors, trust me, that actually surprised me too. I was coming in originally thinking that that was one of the only things they concretely had on him. As far as I can tell, he has sent out nudes of himself. Since Spoctor is a minor, that is legally speaking the creation and distribution of child pornography. I know that Spoctor has gone dark after releasing his response video, which, if you go back and watch it upon knowing all this stuff, it sounds like a guilty teen shamed into thinking that he's a horrible person. But I actually do hope that he sees this. It's not shameful or bad to be a hormonal person, and it's perfectly fine to want to have fun, sexually charged conversations. I think his biggest problem with regards to that behavior is that he just hasn't found the right outlet, or even the right group of friends to be able to express himself in that manner. And all of his fans clogging up on top of him and telling him how much they love him and calling him daddy and feeding into this problem has not been helping the situation. He shouldn't at all be sending nudes. Not just sending them to others around his age, but sending them at his age. If you are below the age of 18, you're too young to be sending nudes. This goes for all of you. I would also like to point out, regarding the accusations about him not paying for artwork. Spoctor became popular when he was young. He's in his mid-teens. If people started giving him artwork at that time, not expecting pay, Spoctor would go on continuing to ask for artwork without pay because he knew they would provide it. This is feeding the behavior. Now, we've already seen that Spoctor did pay the artists and they have no ill will towards him. But in any other instance where Spoctor might have been begging for artwork, this is clearly a case of artists just not being able to say no. If Spoctor had approached me and said, hey, can you draw me free art? My response would have been, fuck you, pay me. That should be everybody's response if you don't want to do artwork for someone. Do not feed into this behavior. We don't know if Spoctor had this behavior outside of the accusations already given, but either way, you can recognize the problem before the teenager gets too far into this as a habit. Beyond that, these were not good videos. They were not appropriate. They should not have been made. I think it was best summed up in a tweet I read talking about this drama. The tweet itself was a complete condemnation of Spoctor, but one of the images provided says more than enough of how wrong the entire situation has been. If it's a sexually explicit text or chat between children, there may still be a possible offense, but in these cases, the detail of the text or chat should be considered. General sexual references would not necessarily constitute an offense, but text or chat that incites a child to engage in sexual activity or to make or distribute sexual images of themselves or another child should be reported to local police for further guidance. Do not delete or alter any material. Please be aware, while offenses may technically have been committed by the child or children involved, The matter will be dealt with sensitively and considering all of the circumstances. In particular, any age difference between the children should be considered. This was not dealt with tactfully. If anybody in the ranting community who claims to have known about this behavior had any sense, they would have dealt with this quietly and quickly, not spread garbage drama alert-esque news to such a highly impressionable and, as both Pentagon and Atari have admitted, young audience. Atari and Pentagon especially should be ashamed of this behavior, not just for creating such a chaotic turn of events, but for blindly rushing into a situation they did not fully understand because they were too preoccupied with their own bravado. I've already made light of Pentagon's non-contact offense, but these two are both in fact guilty of defamation. They have committed a crime. These two have ruined a teenager's online presence and sullied his name in such a way that, let's be honest, even if people look at this video, recognize the flaws, and come to agree with me, it may not actually be salvageable. Nobody bothered to actually go out and check the claims, some of which are exceedingly easy to disprove. He doesn't pay his artists? All I had to do was ask the artists about their working relationship with Spoctor to prove it wrong. He created a contest asking for pornography from minors? All I had to do was look at the entry guidelines for the original contest to know that was horse malarkey. Nobody looked at these videos and thought to question it. Nobody noticed the blatantly incorrect accusations. And surprisingly enough, something I think is just so notably worrisome is that Spoctor himself didn't recognize these blatant falsities. Spoctor would have known that they were lying about him not paying his artists. Spoctor would have known that they were lying about his contest asking for porn because he created the contest. So either even Spoctor was tricked by the accusations put forth in this video, or he's been shamed into accepting the full brunt of the blame, even for things he didn't do. These videos have beaten a child down to the point of just submitting to being hated, then dare try to say anything against the claims because it's been told to them that this would be even worse. The people involved are not old enough to understand the ramifications of these actions, whether they be directly involved or indirectly spreading this cancer as though it were gospel. I am disgusted with how everybody has acted these past few days. Everybody who made a video on the matter, everybody who looked at this and saw no issue, everybody who blindly followed, everybody who claimed that to try and explain or defend the situation meant defending a pedophile and child abuser. Everybody who said that if you questioned the claims, you're part of the problem. I have seen people act like animals, like children, and turn away from anyone who might cry, "I disagree," simply because they don't want to hear what a pedophile defender might say. You should all be absolutely ashamed of yourselves. And with that, I'm done. No fan art feature today, you guys. I'm sorry, this situation is far too serious and has left me completely drained. However, the thumbnail was commissioned by a different artist who originally drew sketch fan art for me. The link for them will be in the description. Please send them some love. I hope you all have yourselves a good rest and that in the future, you may think twice about your actions or the claims of others. Especially were they to be something so damaging if the claims turned out to be with little to no merit or entirely false. Good night.
What a sticky situation we found ourselves in. A community reduced to shambles in only a few weeks. And a slippery snake, or should I say, lizard in our midst. The perpetrator of so many nefarious deeds. Maybe this lot can shine some light on the situation. The accusers and the ponder. Who can bring out the most evidence to prove their side of the argument? Only a world-renowned trial for the masses will reveal an answer to a waiting audience. How very exciting! Oop, 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 oop.
Hello, my name is Jack Coon. I am DA Ranter and I totally recorded my lines. So I guess we should sum up what's happened until now.
That's easy enough. Atari and Penegrin made videos accusing Spoctor Theory of various crimes. Other users followed suit, including Ghosty and Stories, who made videos corroborating evidence of the crimes.
Which he admitted to.
I'm sure you'd like us all to remember that, but I've already proven that even if Spoctor admitted to them, most of the accusations levied against him were entirely false. He even would have known that, so obviously there's an ulterior intent to confessing in full.
Yes, and after that video, the community started looking at the claims with a more stingent eye.
Stingent.
Plus, the videos first accusing him, and the ones made to support those accusations, have since been taken down, along with Penegrin and Story's YouTube channels.
Like a murder of bitches.
That doesn't mean anything. Spoctor himself went on hiatus after he apologized. Wanting to get away from the stress of the situation is a completely normal response.
Guys, maybe we should just...
There's nothing to even talk about. We provided the evidence of Spoctor manipulating girls into sexual conversations when they weren't comfortable with it. And all you've done is try to question it. You clearly don't understand the gravity of the situation, and you're acting like it's a baby slip-up. He knows he's guilty. He admitted it. It's about time that you guys do that too.
I've gotta provide something to show there's more to this situation than these guys are letting on.
Spoctor Theory was messaging people in sexually inappropriate ways, one of which was Stories, who only just turned 9.
That's a stupid assertion.
Huh?
You provide evidence for so much in the situation except the age of the person Spoctor is messaging?
But I claimed that I was 8.
Spoctor also claimed to be guilty of the accusations as a whole, but the videos claim that he was asking for porn in a contest and that he didn't pay his artists, both of which I proved to be false by checking the contest itself and asking the artists. You're also claiming that he sexually harassed you, so you've provided evidence for this. Why would we not expect evidence for the ridiculous assertion that is your age? Also, why would you admit to being 8 on YouTube, a platform where the youngest age you're allowed to have an account is 13?
What reason would any of us have to lie?
I'm not lying. This is victim shaming at its finest. These screenshots prove that Spoctor was saying things that made me uncomfortable, but you guys think it's the victim's fault for existing. I told him that I was uncomfortable, but he kept pushing it on me, and that's a fact.
I can prove you wrong.
Huh? What?
Your evidence was so cut up that only 2 people would have access to the undoctored screenshots, so I asked the other person in the conversation.
What?
You were right about Stories in my conversation.
I was?
I've been fucking toyed with by my peers. Despite the disgusting things I've done, Stories fucking didn't say stop. I was encouraged. Plus, I know that Stories is 14.
Do you have any evidence to help clear your name?
Stories deleted most of her DMs that made her look really bad. Basically, she was offering me photos without being brought up by me. Believe me if you want, it's all up to you.
That's about as much evidence as Stories provided on that front.
However, I can offer this. It's one of the screenshots that Stories cut up. She forgot to delete it.
So, what did you want to talk to me about?
Well, I agreed with a lot of things you said. I want to give you access to the Discord where Stories Penegrin and I talked about Spoctor.
You think there's something incriminating in the chat?
I don't know, but I've been getting a weird feeling from Stories and Penegrin. I think they might have been up to something, but maybe you can figure out what it is.
Stories hid this part of the conversation, both from the screenshots she gave to Penegrin and Atari, and when she revealed more of the conversation in her own video. She claimed that Spoctor never lit up, even if she said she was uncomfortable, but this screenshot proves otherwise!
No! Where'd you get that?
These other screenshots also show a playful back and forth between Stories and Spoctor, even to the point where Stories is taking the active role in the sexual conversations.
Yeah!
That still doesn't fit! We have no reason to accuse Spoctor of anything!
Oh, so these screenshots of you plotting to ruin him back in January don't show an intent to accuse?
What? No!
You're busted! Okay, but can we be real for a second? I was Googling Penegrin images so I could draw that opening, and I came across this image, and I just... When you create a character with 2 fingers and a thumb, but then you realize you're a hard rocker, so you have to Frankenstein another finger onto them so you can show how hardcore you are. Jeez, I thought I was bad for forgetting how many toes STEM has. You know, I don't generally like to toot my own horn, but in playing devil's advocate, you could look at the 3 messages and say that maybe Spoctor sent her an inappropriate picture, rescinded it, and apologized. But you could also look at it and think that Spoctor acknowledged that what he was saying made stories uncomfortable and responded by stopping. This is why randomly cutting out parts of the conversation you're using as evidence is a bad thing. Honk honk! Yes, as PK Russell was able to reveal much earlier than this in his own video, the sneaky little bugger, my original hypothesis about one element of the conversation between Spoctor and Stories was correct. We both got into contact with Spoctor himself, and he was able to comb through the original Discord conversations. While Stories preemptively went through the conversation blocking Spoctor so that he would have less access, he was able to get at least a few of the screenshots. This one in particular showcases one of the most blatant instances of Stories cutting out context to manipulate the situation, or else flat out lying about it. Oh, but fret not, my cuties, this isn't the only juicy tidbit that I have for you. Mama Panda returns again to quench your thirst. I mentioned in my last video that I would be covering a lot of the additional videos that were done on Spoctor, and so that's today's agenda. Unfortunately, it hasn't only been those on the inside potentially guilty of manipulating the situation, but also those on the outside. And while one might point out that the intentions were nothing but noble going in, we've been left with a much bigger mess. Now, before I continue with the video, I'd like us all to take a nice, deep inhalation of glorious irony.
He'll never admit anything publicly, and he'll always want to save face. He'll start shit and then hide and face no consequences. I'm calling it now. He's gonna go on a hiatus and not say anything about this.
Oh, and for those of you who are unaware, I actually received a lot of criticism on my last video pointing out that I was taking a serious situation and not treating it with respect. With that criticism in mind, I'm going to be treating this video a little differently. By which I mean I'll be entirely taking the piss. First things first, machine gun points that I didn't make note of in the original video.
I want to set this straight right now. This is a serious video on a serious matter.
Which means you can only talk about it in a serious way.
This video isn't monetized because I think it's too gross to monopolize a matter like this.
Could just justify it by saying it provides you with funds to help other victims in the future, you sanctimonious prick.
I don't want this to become some kind of circus where people come forward and start making allegations without evidence. Those people do more harm than good.
Asserting that it wasn't a circus providing no evidence in the first place.
Especially by invalidating those who were personally involved.
Yeah, they can invalidate themselves!
Because this is such a sensitive topic, I will be putting comments under review.
Penegrin also put her video under review. That's why we can't see it anymore.
Spoctor, I know you're not going to watch this, because you've admitted enough times to me and other people that you don't watch any critical videos about yourself, which is incredibly ironic.
Wonder if Penegrin was more fired up to make these allegations because she knew the accused wouldn't pay attention to her.
But if this video stops one person from endangering themselves by talking to you, then it's done its job.
Penegrin would later go on to endanger herself in this manner.
You like to pretend you're some autonomous force that can't be reckoned with, and I have to laugh because everyone knew you were gonna slip up eventually.
See all the videos done on Penegrin up to this point, and then my video.
You know who got in touch with me as well? Your ex. You know, your ex who you lied about on everyone's servers, making us ban them because you vaguely called them a blackmailer. You know what? You wouldn't need to worry about your ex blackmailing you if you weren't a fucking terrible partner to begin with.
This is why Penegrin doesn't at all have to worry about deleting all her social media accounts.
I had to apologise to them because I felt so guilty for banning them for doing nothing wrong but hurting your fragile ego.
Oof, too soon?
I know someone's going to come out of the woodwork and criticise me for using private screenshots, which I understand is a bad move to make if you're doing this just to make someone look bad.
Which Penegrin would never do.
This is someone tactily preying on people and using their popularity to intimidate them into not saying anything. It's non-contact sexual abuse in its rawest form.
You guys remember when I joked that Penegrin, based on her own interpretation of the situation, would have also been guilty of non-contact sexual abuse? It's funny because there exists a screenshot now of her reacting to the supposed not safe for work Spoctor images that Story sent to her. Like, fuck girl, you didn't even have to interpret the situation incorrectly for that to be wrong.
So why am I involved if I haven't dealt with any of this firsthand?
Because he said thanks on a video that called me stupid!
I myself have had some very unsavoury run-ins with Spoctor, but the sexual abuse is paramount and should not be swept under the rug or overshadowed by petty things.
Like my intentions.
I want to say it right now that I want nothing to do with him in the future.
Wish granted!
I know what he's like. He'll never admit anything publicly, and he'll always want to save face. He'll start shit and then hide and face no consequences. I'm calling it now. He's gonna go on a hiatus and not say anything about this.
And now, class, turn to Penegrin's channels on your DI Weeb's textbook and note that they're all gone!
I've warned Spoctor that his obsession for porn will bring him down, and you know what he said? He said he stopped caring. I think that says a lot about a person when they stop caring about the legality and repercussions of their actions, and it paints a very bleak picture of them.
Like how you ignored the legalities I brought up in my video and instead tried to figure out a means of taking me down. And now it's time for Fiend's Teaching Corner!
Let's go! If someone claims that you've broken the line, your only means of defending yourself is trying to take down that person who made the claim, you have a prospective career in politics ahead.
Hey Ponder, how do you put out your first video exposing the truth behind the situation, then still manage to come late to the drama?
Normally I don't make videos like this, and I especially don't post them here, as normally content like this would be put on my second channel. Hell, when the whole birdie drama happened way back when, I didn't dare touch that thing with the 10-foot pole.
Maybe biting your teeth on something as stupid as the birdie drama would have helped you recognize the ridiculousness of this one. Probably not, but you know, I like to be hopeful.
Seeing as this is a much more serious issue rather than two children bickering at each other and some self-proclaimed god threatening to mass ban every animator on this cursed hell site, I decided it was time to actually touch upon.
Happens a lot with this particular user, but they kind of just ramble on about unnecessary things. This is something I noticed quite a bit in these Spoctor videos, and it really cements the notion that the people talking about it don't understand the gravity of the situation, even when discounting the fact that the accusations were entirely without merit.
If you're an active member of the meme/rant/animation community or whatever the fuck you want to call it, it's not unlikely that you've at least heard of Spoctor theory, and to say he didn't have me fooled at some point would be a complete lie. But that doesn't mean red flags didn't go off in my head from the beginning. Given the voice changer he uses, I thought he was an adult, either 18, 19, or 20 years old. And please note that the voice changer isn't as obvious as stories.
And using a voice changer to play the part of a character is a big red flag. You know, I see a lot of this, I totally saw the red flags with Spoctor videos, but I'm not seeing that with stories.
The reason that set off alarms in my head is because not only had I heard about the disgusting lewd contest he held a while back, but since it's a community made up of minors, some of them even being under the age of 13, mind you, I had a sneaking suspicion that something was going to go wrong eventually. And would you look at that, the raptor cat actually predicted something correctly for once in her life.
Gonna have to strike that one from the record.
I mean, I'm no clairvoyant. You could call me Yasuhiro Hagakure if you were to assume I was one, but believe me, I can read people clearly, and this guy just seemed like an asshole from the start. Because not only does he criticize other people's content, but he's a bit of a hypocrite himself, because he doesn't even watch videos criticizing his own content.
If I don't see a comment from you on this video, much disappoint.
Like, sure, maybe you're a sensitive crybaby or whatever, but by the time you've been outed for all your disgusting acts, I'd believe you'd go to cry in the timeout corner for a week and then come back and pretend as if nothing happened.
Is that why you deleted this video? To pretend as if nothing happened?
Too fucking bad you're not going to be able to do that now, because this shit is intolerable and definitely not accepted in a community like this.
Oh, the hindsight gets in your way of your attempt to be on the moral high ground. It's such a bright sunny day when a different community points out the hypocrisy.
Especially when you yourself is still a minor.
Sure, we're not willing to accept that someone could make mistakes, especially when they're a minor. How did you say that without hearing exactly how stupid it was?
Oh, but he's almost an adult. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's just a child.
Yeah, you could say that, but then that would be the equivalent of me running over an entire crowd of people with a car and then claiming, oh, but I'm 16, and even though I've never had a license, I'm still legally allowed to drive. And in that scenario, I would probably be trying to run people over. Imagine I knew exactly what I was doing. Now make the necessary connections, and you can see where I'm going with this.
No, I can't. In the scenario you're providing, you've explicitly stated that you would be attempting flat-out murder despite being a minor. Firstly, despite there being classifications for someone to be tried as either a minor or an adult, in a situation so serious, the offender would likely be tried as an adult despite their age. Secondly, you've claimed that as having been your intent, wherein you failed to prove that Spoctor had any such intent, just as the original videos failed to prove.
There's no way you can defend something like that because he fully knew what he was doing, begging for free art, begging for a free fursuit, which, by the way, costs thousands of dollars if you were to pay for one.
So now we're just flipping over from the actively serious accusations that you were clearly alleging to and onto, well, but he didn't pay for art. What planet do these people live on?
Sexually assaulting minors.
Assault. Make a physical attack on. No! And what kind of evidence is this supposed to be? Oh goody, a Twitter screenshot of people discussing the drama. Not only do we not get to see who made this claim, but we already know that their citing of the situation is skewed since Spoctor was 15 to 16 at the time of the chats being used as evidence against him. The youngest didn't tell him to stop what we've seen and instead was actively hitting on him, and the evidence of people asking him to stop was cut up and presented in a manner to make him look bad. What, you couldn't be bothered to go out and look up legal terminology around the situation or even confirm whether or not the tweet was correct? You're just going to blindly look at it and accept it at face value enough to use as evidence in your own video? This is why nobody in the community is mature enough to look at situations like this critically.
Moaning for money on stream and then getting mad at people for taking him seriously.
This is something I actually found out after the fact. See, I was under the assumption that with the phrase moaning for money, the implication was that he was demanding that his viewers give him money. But apparently he was literally moaning for money on stream. As in, people would give him money and he would moan. I'm guessing seductively. Goddamn, that's funny as hell.
Sexually assaulting other minors.
What? No? You don't get to make the claim that he was assaulting minors and then use the claim that he was assaulting other minors. The implication that he assaulted minors was already made despite it being incorrect. You're repeating the allegation and passing it off as a separate offense.
And that's just the short list.
So short that there were only 3 things listed.
There's a fuck ton of other stuff I could list, but before I do that, I'm gonna take this opportunity to put up a warning. If you're not comfortable about these topics, now's the time to skip to this timestamp for conclusion or whatever. Here's your warning, 3, 2, 1, go.
Does anyone find it hilariously stupid that there's a trigger warning for people who are potentially sensitive to grooming or assault allegations, but the video itself is directed at people so that they don't fall victim to grooming or assault? Like, you'd think if they were already sensitive to the topic, they would want to know the details so that they could make their own conclusion on whether or not to avoid the accused. Even then, Paintosaurus has already claimed that Spoctor was committing sexual assault against minors. Trigger warnings tend to go before that part.
Assuming that Spoctor lives in the US, judging from just his voice because there's no sense of any kind of accent other than American, I'm going to talk about some legal stuff. Given I did a project on this stuff in my grade 9 French class, I'd like to think I'm pretty well educated on the law, at least here in Quebec anyways.
Oh no! This is why ranchers can't be trusted with anything. Golly! By this logic, it was my forensic presentation in grade 10 that dictated that I could be good at tearing apart bad evidence. Did you also have a grade 8 presentation on being complicit and just believing what you're told?
Regardless of the fact that Spoctor himself is a minor, the things that he's been doing are still classified as illegal. For example, he interacted with a 13-year-old who was in a relationship in a sexual way, saying sexual things that made the other participant of the conversation extremely uncomfortable.
Their relationship status is irrelevant in this case. It's not a prosecutable offense to hit on someone already in a relationship, at least not in the United States.
Of course, each state has their own law, but the general consensus under the Child Protection Program is that minors cannot legally consent consent if they are under the ages of 16 and in some states 18.
And since Spoctor turned 16 at the beginning of the provided screenshots, he could also not legally consent. Case closed! I wish.
Here in Quebec, we have much more flexible sexuality laws, with the legal age of consent being 14. However, it's illegal to sexually interact with someone who is 4 to 5 years older than you, no matter if you give consent or not. Under the eyes of the law, it's non-consensual.
Why are you citing Quebec law when I imagine you are aware that Spoctor has been, up to this point, considered a citizen of the United States of America? Would it not have behooved you to actually look up American sexual laws? I mean, it would have, but we've already seen you don't do that.
But paint! It's not in real life, so it doesn't count!
Actually, yes, it does. And I'd be willing to buy into that excuse if, there wasn't an actual term for it. Non-contact abuse is the correct term for this kind of assault.
Acknowledges the term non-contact sexual abuse. Goes on to call it the term for this kind of assault. Non-contact. Assault. Non-contact. Physical attack. Non-contact. Physical.
Encouraging a child to look at porn, which he sent nudes to multiple minors, that's non-contact abuse. There are many other cases where he's abused this non-contact thing, but there's about 5 to 6 cases of it, and if I were to go into full detail, I think I would throw up.
Claims that it was pertinent to address this matter because it was serious. Doesn't go into the potentially serious elements of the case because reasons. Brilliant!
Not that I don't feel like doing that already. Not to mention, one specific case involves Spoctor sending news to a minor who was already in a relationship, purposely made them uncomfortable and pressured them. Sounds familiar.
Is absolutely nobody surprised at the various instances of Spoctor sexually assaulting minors that Pantosaurus had cited have been all cases of Spoctor interacting with stories? It's funny because hindsight. Oh, and don't you worry, cuties, if you don't already know why that's funny, you will soon.
But no matter what way you look at it, it's illegal in every way, shape, and form.
As said by someone who clearly only ever looks at a situation with blinders on.
Also, not to mention, he begged people to draw porn of his OC, and a lot of people he begged were minors as well.
They say, citing absolutely no sources or screenshots indicating as much. For those who don't remember, in my last video I looked at the screenshots of Spoctor asking for porn from minors. He was asking if they already drew porn, and with no provocation from him, the minors responses were, from the first one, that they could, and from the second, that they did, but they did not post the images online. No begging involved. And just a teaser for you guys, in the next video, somebody's going to introduce us to another citation of Spoctor pressuring an artist for not safe for work art, and it's just as stupid as you would imagine.
He even held a fucking contest for people to draw lewd art of his fucking lizard man persona. That is disgusting.
Oh, you poor baby. To be subjected to things that are deemed not safe for work? You poor thing.
We didn't accept that shit from Birdie when she drew NSFW art, yet this guy gets a pass for not only holding a contest for people to draw NSFW of his OC, but flat out begging other people to? That's disgusting. And don't forget that this guy is 17. Say what you want about minors looking at R34, but how can you just let this shit slide?
I have no eyes, yet they bleed.
I get that you might be fooled by that grown man persona that Spoctor tries to pull off, but he's a scumbag cunt underneath that facade. There's been ridiculous drama in the rent and animation community, but I'd argue that this has to be the worst case.
I would agree, but it's for an entirely different reason, and I would surmise you hadn't imagined yourself to be a contributor to it. Oops!
Yes, even worse than the IRL memes of kids holding knives up to their faces. Yes, even worse than Kapu Official being a zoophile. Yes, even worse than Sleepy King exposing his audience of minors to rape jokes.
See, I don't know much about the Sleepy King drama, but to that assertion, Ponder's got a new toy she wants to try out.
But Scott, it's on another channel. No, get it away, no.
I'm terrible!
None of that shit compares to what this poor excuse of a critic has done. I'm sorry if I'm being aggressive, but it's shit like this that really grinds my gears. This shit is flat out disgusting, and you bet your ass Spoctor isn't gonna touch this at all. No apology video, no deactivation. Worst case scenario, he leaves for a week to whine about it by himself and jack off to lizard porn, only to come back and pretend nothing happened. Sorry, Spoctor, but I don't think anyone's going to forgive the shit you've pulled off.
No apology video, no deactivation. Worst case scenario, remove the video and pretended like nothing happened.
There are people who look up to you, and imagine now they're learning you're nothing but a disgusting predator. Sometimes I expect more from this community, but it is nice to see everyone getting together to call this guy out. Spreading information is important, and frankly, that's the reason I'm uploading this on my main channel.
And with that nebulous screaming from the void over the irony of that statement, we're going to ignore the last bit of the video because it's just Paint linking to Atari's page and putting in a very jarring and completely inappropriate end card. Gag me!
Octopi! When trying to prove something, whether it be a claim against a person or simply the confirmation of information, it's important to actually look for evidence. If you can't be bothered to go out and look for it in the first place, then you're only making an assumption, and you can't be surprised when someone proves your assumption wrong.
I don't know why. Every time someone gets relevant, they decide to become a fucking predator.
State of Florida has asked us to disclose our sexual crimes to you. We were bad, but now we're good. We're moving into your neighborhood. You know we're trying our best to be functioning members of society. We're not here to start no trouble. We're legally required to do the sex offender shuffle.
Can I just point out that popular people tend to end up being revealed as sexual offenders because it's a mentality they tend to have already had, but they now have an audience over which they can abuse their power? Like, how is this not obvious?
So, if you don't know who Spoctor Theory or Spoctor Tech has done...
Oh yes! Please tell us who Spoctor Tech has done!
Well, they have been texting very explicit things to minors, and also just kind of forcing them to do stuff they don't want to do. Apparently when people get relevant here on YouTube, they think they could do anything they want because they have a shield full of their loyal subs, and that they're untouchable and they can get away with everything. Heck, even I knew that he was changing, and not even in a good way.
This is dumb. Let's read this off. Sproxyclean. I used to talk to Spoctor a lot before he got popular. Tori. Oh, really? Sproxyclean. Yeah, I don't know why, but he started to ignore me when he was at his peak of popularity, shaking my head how people can forget about you because of fame. Considering I'm currently dealing with issues of this nature, I'm going to dispel this myth. You're not being ignored because someone else got popular, you're being pushed to the side by literally all of the other people vying for that popular person's attention. The more popular a person gets, the more people are coming to them, messaging them, and trying to get their praise, friendship, attention, insight, help, etc. What people don't seem to realize is that as a person becomes more and more popular, they have less and less time to devote to talking to all of those attention-seeking fans. At some point, you end up having to prioritize your time. You have to determine what people to pay attention to, whether that be because they're your friends, or because they can help improve your own content, or because they're simply more fun to interact with. Similarly, you can imagine an extremely popular artist who opens commissions with limited slots. They do this so that they don't get overwhelmed with too many projects. Or imagine a family with a large amount of children. The more children there are, the less time the parents can spend with them individually. On top of that, when you're popular in particular fields, you generally also have to focus on social media, promoting your work, actually creating the works that you're popular for. If you're popular for non-financial reasons, then you still have to work for money. You have non-internet obligations, chores, shopping, school, family, pets. This is just mindless complaining that someone gained more popularity and left you in the dust. You don't explain what your relationship with Spoctor had been before that. Were you actually friends? Or did you just do the same song and dance of, hey, what's up? Not much, how about you? That people seem to think constitutes being friends. What's more irksome is that this isn't even the only complaint of this ilk that I've come across in these videos, although the more egregious of the offenders was actually confident enough in this being a condemnable offense that he actually messaged me about it and sent me his video. Needless to say, this is just how reality works. I'm not even gonna say sorry that he didn't think you were interesting enough to continue to entertain, because Sproxy Child actually has 17,000 subs. So guaranteed there are people who have been vying for their attention that they have in turn chosen to ignore. This is dumb!
If you guys see this behavior, you should definitely report it, because behavior like this should not be tolerated.
I'm reporting you for not replying to my comment!
Because if they know they can get away with something, they'll keep doing with it, because you know what? No consequences. I'm glad this is finally catching up to him. I don't think an apology would surpass the things that he has done.
Would an apology be appropriate on your end after making this video? Or does you deleting the video and pretending like nothing ever happened amount to the same thing? Ooh, I recognize that from somewhere!
I think the thing that pisses me off most about this whole situation is that when Spoctor wrote his very first tweet on the issue, he said he was going to make an apology tweet. Not a video, but a tweet. Then people were saying that he should make a video. Then he decided to do a video until I looked at this comment, and it was technically saying like, yo, how can I even forgive you? And he responded by saying like, oh, I'm not declining the things I did.
Can we all just marvel at how Sproxy sneered at Spoctor wanting to make a tweet about the allegations, like a tweet wasn't good enough and a video clearly would have been the better option, then proceeds to overlook someone also sneering at Spoctor for wanting to make a video like a video wouldn't be good enough? Guilty until proven innocent in the eyes of the public, and any means of trying to prove your innocence just makes you look worse.
But I'm gonna decline the fact that I was transphobic. Like, yeah, all the things to worry about, that's the thing that you worry about most.
I mean, it's what Question Turkey worried about most.
My personal opinion, I don't think that we should forgive Spoctor Theory. He's done so many bad things. Why should we forgive him?
Why should you delete your video? Why should Octomama pretend like you didn't make this video? Sproxy, I swear to Cthulhu.
We forgave people like Geozard and Toon Critic, but they still continued their actions.
Okay, now I'm just curious.
To be honest, if you see someone like this, don't accept them. Or don't accept them that easily. Forgiveness is earned.
If you've watched a few DA Rantus, you probably heard the name of a person named Spoctor Theory before. I bet you probably thought that he was a decent human being.
Thought he was a lizard.
Guess what? He's not. Why is he so bad exactly? Well, he forced underage people to draw porn of his character and his partner at the time. He also treated his partner like shit by being gross all the time and sending unwanted nudes.
This is what I like to call broken DA weebaphone. It's when multiple DA weebs talk about the same topic, but half of them don't understand said topic and then proceed to perpetuate that misunderstanding and spread it to others who will then further exaggerate or lie about the claims. We start off with Geozard saying that Spoctor forced underage people to draw porn for him, when the original claim was that he asked for porn from minors. Next, he claims that he treated his partner like shit by acting gross all the time, when the original complaint was just that, basically that he'd said sexual things to someone he was dating and that was bad. Then he claimed that Spoctor sent unwanted nudes to the person he was dating, which wasn't the case. And you can't send unwanted nudes to somebody who asked for them. Whoops! How did that get in there? That's not until later. We're barely 20 seconds into the video and Geozard has already showcased a blatant misunderstanding of the original claims.
Also, his ego is so massive.
Ah yes, the cardinal sin of having an ego.
How does it feel to be with a ranter like me? Please, shut up and go crawl back into E621 where you came from.
How does it feel to be friends with a commentator such as myself?
Be right back, I'm messaging Junkie over how you're sexually harassing me.
No! I've been exposed!
He uses his sub count to manipulate others into doing shit for him and never publicly admits to doing things because of his fragile ego.
And now we've moved into that straight up didn't happen territory. None of the original videos on Spoctor showcase that he held his larger subscriber base over people's heads to make them do things. And what things would he be publicly admitting to exactly? What claims have been made about him in the past that would necessitate a public admittance?
Remember, Just because you have a lot of subs doesn't mean you're a good person. Also, don't be afraid to oppose someone just because they have a lot of subscribers. You're allowed to have your own opinion, and if people attack you for it, they're stupid.
I wonder if Geozard respects that all these people have different opinions than him.
This guy literally left his own Discord server when being confronted about his actions by Pentagon.
A claim that we have only heard from Pentagon and without any substantiating screenshots to prove said claim. Can we all just appreciate the fact that Pentagon never went into detail as to how exactly she purportedly got Spoctor to leave his own server, so we can all now just have fun speculating how exactly she did that? I like to think that she paid off a scientist to create a transmutated rat man who would then make his own Discord server where accounts named after famous rodents in history would reenact events from Spoctor's server, attracting the attention of a failed mutagenic hawk experiment who would recognize his creator's love of rodent history and would then be given an anonymous invite to a server that he believes to be the same one with the rodents, but which is actually Spoctor's server, and then would track down Spoctor and, like the mutagenic hawkman he is, scoop up the lizard boy, making those in his server believe that he had left because Pentagon called him a doofus, as she had cleverly calculated her insult towards him would happen at that very moment. Dun dun dun!
And he continues to avoid addressing his issues, and he continues to be a toxic human being.
Would this be dramatic irony or hindsight?
I feel like he's gonna go on a hiatus and pretend like nothing happened.
Where'd your video go then, huh, Geo?
Well, it's not really gonna go away quickly.
Da-da-da-da!
Because what you did was messed up. I mean, you've clearly harmed your partner and the underage children you interfered with.
So much so that they had to lie about the situation to make him look bad.
And that's not good. I feel like you should make an apology video addressing your mistakes, just to clear things up. And people may forgive you. And if they don't, then just accept it.
Well, I mean, I guess that explains why there's no apology on your channel regarding whatever this drama is. And that doesn't explain why I can search Geozard on Google and come across like 3 deactivated YouTube accounts and a deactivated DeviantArt account. So when it looks like you're running away, that's actually accepting it? Oh, wait, I get it. So Pentagon and Stories did accept fault.
So, the moral of the story is, stay away from Spoctor theory. I know I should have made this video longer, but
I didn't know enough about the situation to make a video long enough for multiple ads.
Let's go!
If one of your claims against a person is that it's bad for them to use their popularity to send their audience to report art thieves, then one of the people implicated in the existence of these claims should not be tweeting out promotions of the very same thing. When Stories tweets out Skull General's post telling people to mass report someone, it's the same as Spoctor letting his audience know about an art thief. You don't get to pick and choose who's allowed to do it based on whether or not you like them.
This will be my first rant. I will be addressing the Spoctor theory incident. I know this is not the first rant on Spoctor, but I can't let this go unspoken.
I feel like I've just crashed into an episode of Badly Done Rants. Spoctor, where are you?
Being a transgender myself, I am thoroughly disappointed with the actions that Spoctor has done.
Oh! Being a transgender myself, I am thoroughly disappointed by the actions Spoctor has done. Bring out the gravy and the stuffing, we got another turkey on our hands.
He has disrespected the rights of transgender people, sexually harassed underage kids.
I'm starting to feel like exposing the flawed evidence wouldn't act as much of a deterrent to Exxon Wolf, mostly because, based on this video, evidence clearly isn't very important to them.
This is not acceptable in society, even if he is more popular than me and all the people I know combined. I don't care. This is not right. You cannot just let him off with a warning.
Why? You seem to have taken my video as a warning and since removed yours. That seems to be a trend with you guys. Too bad Octomama thinks ahead.
He has exploited people to draw him porn.
Now the claim is that he exploited people drawing him porn? Guys, I'm having trouble keeping up with all the new accusations.
And them not knowing he it's illegal to show underaged person porn.
This video is starting to put me to sleep. I need to pick me up.
Now this is Stories, trying to get down to the bottom of the barrel and be made a clown. I'd like to take an hour before this video ends to describe how she tried to ruin those who thought they were friends. All the DA ranchers so young and dazed online, they flock to drama as if in a haze, screaming and reeling and making their vids and shooting accusations upside of a fool. But Stories decided to be up to no good, baiting people like they really understood. Tried to be a victim in a fight, then fled, and claimed that anyone who didn't believe her must be out of their heads. She called upon her goat and they both disappeared while she screamed, victim blaming, it's the truth that she feared. People can say, but where was the invitation? But does that really matter? It's child solicitation! She claimed she was so young, about 7 or 8, and she yelled to the listener, yo Holmes, here's a nude! Send it to friends like it was no big deal, but the truth is a bitch when situations get real. Brought to you by the Foundation for DA Weebs Not Cluing In on the Point. And today's video sponsors, everyone who attacked Atari in her comment on my last video, you stupid motherfuckers!
It's me again. I'm posting another video. We are going to be talking about Spoctor, or Spoctor. I shouldn't make jokes about this.
Yes, because this is an important video about important topics, and one would not deign to offend the victims with anything other than my explaining totally important thingies doodles.
But, I'm not gonna talk a lot about, like, the personal drama of the sexual things that he's done with, like, specific people, mostly because that's not a lot of my business. It's more of the bigger creators' businesses, because at least they've talked to them, they've consoled them.
Didn't stop them from being stupid. Also, now I just feel left out. I didn't have to talk to anyone except the artist to make my video. Guess it's none of my business then.
So I'm not gonna talk about that part. About one of his series, which I really don't like. It's like kind of weird, gross things that he's done, like not through text. Through like on Fur Affinity and junk like that.
What? About one of his series, which I really don't like, is like kind of weird, gross things that he's done not through text. Was that even a cohesive thought?
Also, this is probably gonna be a little short, so that's just kind of something I wanted to say. Unless it isn't, and I decide that this is gonna be longer.
How long can I bullshit?
Okay, let's get into it. Okay, back to the talk sprites. So, I really don't like this because kids that are just starting out, like, they just want to make videos if they want to. Like, everyone starts somewhere. God, Spoctor, you started somewhere.
Oh, good God, I know what this is. Zulu is talking about Spoctor's badly done rants video series. Basically, if you've seen my commentary on creepypasta character reviews, it's that. If not, then all you need to know is that it's Spoctor collecting poorly done, usually DA drama-related rants and explaining why the video is bad, what can improve in it, and sometimes cracking jokes. In these videos, Spoctor hides the names of those he talks about and usually only talks about the video for 1 or 2 issues with each. So let me just make sure everybody understands what's happening here. Despite the allegations made against Spoctor at the time, despite the severity of those allegations, despite jumping on the bandwagon of videos made in response to the allegations, Zulu decides to focus on how he tells children to fix their videos. This is what we have come to. Next thing you know, the next video will just talk about how Spoctor's a meanie bobini for 32 seconds.
Your videos might have not been as bad quality as these ones, but I feel like people, if they want to get their opinions out there and they have limited options, then at least if their video is like, has a good kind of like points and stuff, then like, I feel like the quality of it isn't, like, if it isn't great, then it's not a giant deal and you don't have to make a series about it.
Sure, for somebody's first video, that might be acceptable. Nobody starts off knowing everything, but firstly, you're assuming that Spoctor frequently critiques the first videos done by those he looks at, which is something you haven't showcased, and secondly, you're acting as though just because it might be someone's first attempt at making a video, that means it's not okay to criticize the result. That's stupid! Furthermore, even if one were to cater to your opinion here and make first videos off limits, by what point is it then supposed to be okay to criticize the video maker's finished works? The second video? The third? Fourth, at what point do the mistakes of the first video become unacceptable in the eyes of the audience? An audience which, should I note, the user would not likely have if their first video is lacking and that level of quality then extends to their other videos. Criticizing the work of another is generally done in an effort to make future projects look and flow better, which tends to help the creative behind the work accumulate a larger audience, which is probably a good thing for people who just want to get their opinions out there. You can't effectively get an opinion out there without actually having people take in that opinion. So if no one is watching the videos you've made, you've failed in that goal. Attracting an audience through better quality work is just common sense at that point. If the creatives are children, then they're less likely to be able to evaluate the quality levels of their own work from an unbiased perspective. In that sense, I would argue that it's better to give critique to those who wouldn't readily be able to notice the problems on their own. Creating a series about it and including multiple video makers as a part of the episode shows those who made the videos that they are not the only ones making these mistakes, so they're less singled out.
They're just kids. They don't have fancy cameras. They don't have stuff to record things on their computer. They're just children again. I repeat myself a lot, and I really do need to improve upon that, I know, but maybe one day, I don't know, I'll get in one of those badly done rants thing.
Why? You've clearly seen the badly done rants videos. At this point, one would expect you to be able to recognize the problems addressed there in your own videos and therein try to fix them. You already recognize it as a problem, which is more than I can say for a lot of people who make videos. Even then, what about those in the rant videos Spoctor talks about who do have cameras and those who do have microphones? I went and watched the videos. There are people who have those. The fact that those videos are included clearly showcases that there are more problems than just that.
Things. Because my things are just generally low quality and I don't have a lot of options. That some people just don't have, like, the right options. Like, they're kids, they don't have, like, fancy things to record stuff on, but they still want to get their opinions out there. I feel like that just saying that kids' videos are shittily done is just kind of gonna ruin them. It's gonna, like, demotivate them that some huge YouTuber is making fun of their content, dude. God, the dude ruined it. I say dude too much.
Okay, yeah, remember when you were all, I don't have that many options? Here's a problem with this video that is completely disconnected from that. The little laughing talk sprite that you used doesn't need to be there. You drew these sprites beforehand, right? So you drew them with some vague knowledge of what you wanted to talk about, correct? That in mind, why not script what you're gonna say and draw sprites that directly correlate with what you want to convey? Then you wouldn't have instances of you saying dude too much, and you wouldn't need that laughing sprite. You know, something that clearly doesn't fit in with the tone of the situation this video was bandwagoning off of. There you go, criticism to make your work look better, wherein you're not impeded by your technical limitations.
Okay, now that that's out of the way, we're gonna talk a little bit about the sexual stuff.
I'm just gonna vaguely cover this halfway through the video. Blah, 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 blah.
You know, I've had run-ins, been sexually assaulted, and I've had run-ins with weird people that are very sexual. Some towards me, some that were sexual towards my friends. Spoctor is like some horny teenager that no one questions that he's a teenager. It's most likely he's like 16 or something. But, like, everyone doesn't care because he's just some big guy that he's a big lizard man with, like, fucking a voice changer and shit like that.
How is that a condemnation of Spoctor if other people don't care what his age is?
But the run-ins that he's had with people that are, like, personal, I'm not going to talk about that because that's, again, none of my business. I'm going to talk about the things like him freaking endorsing, like, people to draw, like, fucking porn of his OC, which is generally just gross, dude. Can you just, like, not endorse that? You can. It's, like, it's none of my business, but still, it's just gross.
Don't do this thing because it's gross. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't. It's none of my business. But don't. Do you even hear yourself? Need I point out that Zulu isn't addressing Spoctor's age as a reason for him not to be asking for pornography, they just say that it's gross. Zulu, do you even understand why it's a no-no for Spoctor to be asking for pornography? I mean, teenagers do this all the time, and it's really more a problem that the artist didn't ask for his age beforehand, but that's debatable since a lot of people were apparently under the impression that he was 18 or older. Nobody with this mentality go to my Patreon.
Okay, so here's him generally endorsing people to send him lewd fan art of Spoctor, which is, again, gross. Dude, can you just... Oh my god, I'm not good at this, okay? I'm not good at giving points on, like, people endorsing, like, fucking lewd fan art of their characters. Like, it's creepy to ask people to draw lewd fan art of your character.
Why? I know that at his age, Spoctor shouldn't be requesting as much, but why is it gross? Because of his age? Well, that's something you didn't bring up before, and you already stated that he's a horny teenager, so why should this be a surprise? Because it's lewd artwork? Is lewd artwork in general just a bad thing? You know what? If you have a mentality like this, don't stick around for the fan art feature either.
And he also had a contest of drawing porn of his character.
I'm dying inside!
Which is, again, gross. I'm gonna finish up with those points, mainly because I would suggest, if you haven't already, to go watch Atari and Pentagrin's videos on him. They talk more about the horrible, like, sexual harassment that he's done to people online and ask for porn and stuff like that. They talk better about it because they write scripts. And I don't.
I hate everything! We're just gonna ignore the last few seconds of this video because it's just Zulu rehashing the whole making videos and starting out as super great while having absolutely no self-awareness. So, on to the next catastrophe! Oh god, it's Fran's video.
Let's go!
Subjective opinions should not be used against a person as though they were condemning facts. You can have subjective reasons for not liking a person, but you can't expect those same reasons to be as weighty to everyone else. While the evidence of a crime might be something to condemn someone for, trying to include a subjective opinion with serious allegations just makes it look like you're trying to find a reason to condemn someone for something you personally don't like.
Hi y'all, before you get on my ass about how I'm making a rant after I said I wouldn't, just leave me alone, because in my opinion this is an important topic. Spoctor is a very big icon in the community, and a lot of young people look up to him, and I have the right to talk about whatever I want.
I specifically denoted my unwillingness to engage in a particular format, and I'm now choosing to go against that, and you guys aren't allowed to bitch me out for it, because I can do what I want, which basically means that my entire point of I'm not gonna do this format unless I want to is rather superfluous. Like, really?
So, y'all, if you don't know what Spoctor did, then let me give you a quick rundown. If you want a video explaining things in depth, I'll leave links to Atari's video in the description.
Because it saves me from having to actually make my video relevant and helpful despite me claiming that I'm making the video because this shit is important, and that means I can just sail on through without having to put in as much effort.
Guys, I already don't like this video.
He groomed and sent inappropriate pictures to multiple minors, and I'm talking like ages 13 and he's 17.
I still can't believe how absolutely no one recognized that he was actually 16 when all this went down. They keep touting the 17 number so fucking proudly. Pride is a sin!
And he's being called out for more things as well, like for example being a hypocrite, which I talked about in my Why I Hate the Ranting community video, which by the way, I was actually directing that video to him, but I was afraid I was going to be bashed, so I didn't say it directly.
That video's in my commentary folder.
He begged for money on stream.
Nope! He moaned! He seduced! He didn't beg. See, I don't blame Fran for coming to this same conclusion because, as I mentioned, that's what I thought he moaned for money on stream meant as well. However, I will blame Fran for thinking that's an actionable offense because that's stupid. If none of the other ridiculous allegations had been leveled against Spoctor in the first place, the notion that he purportedly begged for money on stream wouldn't be a serious enough offense to warrant a video. It would barely warrant a tweet. Including it here is entirely unneeded and simply serves to pad out the number of accusations to make things look even worse. Considering at the time this video was made under the assumption that he was grooming minors, yeah, that's kind of serious enough on its own. We don't need bullshit padding to make an already bad situation seem worse. In reality, that would simply veer attention away from the more pressing claims.
He begged for a free fursuit. He didn't pay his artist for the art he received for his talk sprites.
Why does nothing surprise me anymore?
He sent out his fan base to witch hunt people.
Are you serious? Fran, did you even read the screenshot you're showing? This tweet is clearly directed at Spoctor. If you even bothered to read what you yourself are presenting as evidence, then you'd realize it's a tweet from an artist whose art was traced over, and Spoctor responded to the alleged tracer showing dislike of the actions. Are you for fucking real?
He begged for NSFW art of his OC.
This isn't really begging, but he's still asking.
Should I be surprised that Fran basically condemns her own evidence? And no, it's not even asking. He's providing a place for people who draw lewd fan art for him to send it to him. You're not asking for fan art if you've already received it on a regular basis and are therein providing a place where you'll be sure to see it if people put it there. It's simply a matter of convenience.
And he endorses NSFW art of his OC, even though he knows that the people that will be drawing these things are minors, and he's a minor himself too, so that's just like, double illegal, that's cool, dude.
Not illegal for minors to draw not safe for work of their own volition. Not safe for work does not explicitly mean porn. Not illegal to send not safe for work to people under the assumption they are older than a minor.
But I don't want to talk about those things, because, I don't have anything new to put on the table, and I don't want to repeat what other people said.
You didn't even have anything correct to put on the table.
I just want to rant in general, and I want to talk about other weird or rude things that he's done in the past.
I didn't even realize this upon initial viewing, but you claim you only came back into doing a rant because of the Spoctor situation and how important it was. But your video, as you've just claimed, will not be discussing the elements of that important topic. Instead, you're just gonna rant about petting nothingness. Great! Lovely! My favorite!
But before I do, I want to tell y'all to stop defending this guy, because surprisingly there are people who are defending his actions. What he did was illegal and very wrong.
This video's been taken down.
I'm actually sad that I didn't realize that everything he did in general was just extremely pompous and arrogant. I don't know how many of you were around for this, but do any of you remember his old Discord server? Remember how at one point he called himself Daddy or something like that in the server, which later he said turns him on?
How is that supposed to be pompous? Because he called himself Daddy? Well, no, because being pompous means you're being self-important, haughty, or proud, and you clearly just denoted that he liked being called such because it purportedly turned him on, so it wasn't a matter of the title itself invoking a status of superiority per se, but rather one of dominance, which is different.
Remember how he always answered in a rude way to people that weren't famous and just his fans, both publicly and in DMs? If you ever spoke to him in DMs and you were just some random person, then you would know.
This is literally just you using anecdotal evidence based on your own interpretation of the guy. You couldn't even be bothered to actually showcase examples of this behavior, despite the fact that you claimed he did this publicly as well. Hey! If anyone wanted to say I was being too harsh and saying that you were riding the coattails of the drama without having to put in as much effort, you couldn't even be arsed to put in evidence for your own separate claims.
And I think that at one point he even had an NSFW channel in it, and I have no idea how nobody found that to be wrong. Dude, your fan base is 12 and you're letting them see that?
Discord has an automatic notice in not safe for work chats that if you're below the age of 18, you should not be viewing the material contained within, unless you can directly prove that Spoctor, as the main arbiter of the channel, was explicitly allowing minors entry into the chat, or that he told his moderators to allow them entry. You prove nothing. Oh goody! I suppose I'm meant to infer that this was one of the moderators of the channel? Because if so, they're denoting in this very comment that there was an 18+ rule. They are also implicating themselves in not enforcing said rule throughout the duration of the channel's existence. Good job, Lemon Queen!
That's illegal, and you're also underage, so that's double illegal. What are you doing?
Manipulating the system to view pornography, as most children who click the yes I am 18 button on sites generally do. People, I discovered porn at 14, shut the fuck up.
Honestly, I wish I could go into his old server and get examples, but I can't, so you're just gonna have to take my word for it.
I hate everything.
Anyways, besides the whole contest thing that he held, which, yeah, I joined because I was blinded by—
Guilty! Guilty! Brand enter the contest! I repeat, we have a code 90462! Get the dogs! Get the batons! Get the sexually ambiguous robots! Let's move it, people! Go! 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 Go!
Satan is our Lord and Savior. Satan is our Lord and Savior. Satan is our Lord and Savior.
Anyways, besides the whole contest thing that he held, which, yeah, I joined because I was blinded by the whole oh wow, he's popular, he'll notice me if I join it thing, If he held that contest now, I would definitely not join it. Because, like, even before all of this stuff started to surface, it's just so weird how he asked his underage fans to make NSFW art of his OC. Like, ew, dude, just ew.
Fran, I'm gonna ask you a question. How oblivious do you have to be to use Spoctor's contest as a means of condemning him because the request of the contest itself is deplorable, and yet still admit that you participated in said contest? You don't simply get to claim, oh, but I was blinded by his fame, and ignore the fact that you participated in what you consider to be a gross situation. You're also explicitly showcasing a screenshot of the contest itself, meaning that you actually took the initiative to get the application rules for the contest, something that nobody else did, but apparently didn't look over them and find the claims about the contest itself were false! You didn't fucking read it! Seductive, which was the criteria for the contest entries, does not mean not safe for work. It can be, but that entirely depends on the artist. The fact that the contest outright says not to draw porn should be a good indication of what type of work would be appropriate. Furthermore, considering you managed to get this screenshot, put it in your video, and somehow not read the part of the entry guidelines that outright proves the original allegations about the intentions of the contest false, really shows how much investment you've put into this.
Can we just talk about how much of a dick he is to kids? He doesn't give criticism to kids. He straight up bullies them. Because it's easy content to make. Like, anyone can just pick up a microphone and be like, haha, you use text-to-speech XD.
I went to look at these videos, and at the very beginning of the Toastify Rants one, Tech, the blue lizard boy, comes on screen and says not to listen to anything Spoctor says because he's a big meanie head. Someone with a brain might view this as him saying not to take the criticisms to heart. Even the beginning of his Birdie Rants the sequel video states, I do not condone harassment of the people I show in my videos. Oh, my tentacle goddess. He didn't even say anything about the first video in this one. He just asked what program was being used. God, death, and destruction! How skewed is your interpretation of bullying that you think this is what constitutes as bullying kids? How many times a day did your mommy tell you that you were special? He even knowingly refrains from making his audience aware of the names of the users he covers to prevent people going to their channels and sending hate for the ultimate crime of making a bad rant. Did you even pay attention to these videos? It's not bullying to state when a person's voice is being drowned out by their music. It's not bullying to note that text-to-speech isn't as engaging as a person's real voice. It's not bullying to say that it's better to use a microphone in a video rather than have a video full of text that the audience doesn't have enough time to read. My videos are better examples of bullying. Guys, I took a break from this so I could go and watch all of these videos. I'm 17 pages in and I'm having to go watch something else. Actually, the last video is on OC reviews. Isn't the general consensus that if you review a character without the permission of the artist, it's a terrible thing and you're bullying them and blah blah blah? So in a video where Spoctor criticizes bad character reviews, he'd be potentially bullying a potential bully. He even critiques a video by a channel named Constructive Criticism. You'd think that the people on that channel would be willing to accept critique. Can I go to sleep and finish this tomorrow?
And whenever anyone tries to give him criticism, he deflects it. Like this, like shown in the screenshot.
That's not even him deflecting. If anything, he might just think the complaint was without merit. It can't even be proven that it was a criticism that he didn't take.
And he said that he doesn't watch any videos that are made about him. And honestly, some of those videos are actual criticism that he's dodging because he thinks he's so much better than everyone because he has a lot of subscribers and like, oh my god.
You literally cannot prove that. Spoctor isn't honor bound to watch the content that others make on him, just as they don't have to watch his own content. You don't show anything regarding why he chooses not to watch the content, so for all we know, it's simply because he makes videos for fun and doesn't want critique on something he does for his own amusement. I have terrible fucking handwriting. If people made videos critiquing it, however, I wouldn't watch them, because nobody tends to have to be subjected to my handwriting except myself when I'm jotting down notes. If you want to leave a critique on someone's work, that's always fine, but unless Spoctor is out here asking for criticism from people and then turning around and ignoring it, it's not up to anyone but him whether or not he looks at, acknowledges, or bothers with that criticism.
Yeah. He's also like a major dick to people that are less popular than him. Like, look at this screenshot. Apparently this is what Spoctor thinks of people that are less popular than him.
That's not what that says! Not only is this someone else's secondary account of Spoctor's own beliefs as expressed to them, the comment doesn't specify what you're saying it does. The comment says that Spoctor never watched any of Lemon Queen's videos despite being subbed to them. It doesn't indicate why that was the case. You're simply taking the previous statement that Spoctor didn't interact with them to a certain extent because of their lack of popularity, and coming to the conclusion that this was also why he didn't watch the videos, and that this lack of activity and lack of interaction makes him a dick. No? That's not how that works. All you've really shown is that Spoctor didn't harass someone who was less popular than him, which would actually go against the original claims that he would sexually harass minors and would, in particular, boast about and hold his larger subscriber count over their heads. Mostly because I sincerely doubt there are a bunch of secret 13-year-olds with 70,000 subscribers that Spoctor's sniffing out and subsequently grooming. And that he didn't watch the videos of someone he subscribed to, which would be the case for a multitude of reasons, unless one were to ask him, there's no real way of knowing which would be the case. But guess what, guys? I went out and asked him. Hey yo, Spoctor, question. Working on the video, got to Fran's video. She brings up a screenshot where Lemon Queen, QCP I'm assuming, says that you admitted to subbing to her but also admitting to not having watched any of her videos. Care to give your 2 cents? It's not really important to anything, but I figured I'd ask so there'd be no bitching.
First of all, why is this something that I would get shit for? Second of all, yes, I subbed because she was my friend, but I never personally watched her videos. Reviews don't entice me. Am I seriously being lambasted for not watching somebody's content? Jesus Christ.
Wow, so it ended up being a really obvious and not a big deal reason. Honey, my family doesn't watch my content. They actively don't like it and voice their dislike of it. Plenty of my friends don't watch my content. I don't watch the content of some of my friends because I'm not interested. Boonslayer's a good example. I love his commentaries, but I don't watch cartoon reviews. In other words, you're making flagrant and smelly assumptions. Stop it!
It's actually so sad. Like, Spoctor must have some deep-rooted personal issues or something, and he feels the need to treat others like this.
I can think of some deep-seated personal issues a person might have to message someone because they express dislike of that person's video somewhere else.
And can we just talk about these tweets right here? Like, I'm honestly surprised that he's gonna respond to all of this, since usually whenever something bad happens, he goes on hiatus, ignores everything, and then comes back and acts like nothing happened.
Yeah, gee! It's almost like these were serious allegations being leveled against the guy. Shit gets real and people can't just ignore it? What a shock!
He's just gonna make a video for damage control, since he's losing subscribers like crazy, dude. Like, I'm watching his sub count live, and it's like the numbers are just going down rapidly. Like, at this point, I don't even think damage control can fix this.
That's where I came in. Oh, but sure, I could totally understand how damage control wouldn't fix certain problems, like sometimes an apology simply isn't enough, especially if the apology was done in poor tastes.
And also, mistakes? Like, I just want to underline the whole mistakes part. Like, I'm sorry, but you made the conscious choice to do all of these things.
As far as Fran is concerned,
grooming minors is a choice. You don't accidentally do that. Asking minors for NSFW art of your OC, that's not an accident. You don't accidentally make an entire contest dedicated to making NSFW art of your OC. You don't accidentally beg for a fursuit on stream. And you don't accidentally send nudes to a minor, okay? You just don't do that. Like, whoops, sorry, accidentally sent you a nude. Like, no, that's not an accident. None of these were mistakes.
That's why your video's still up, huh, Fran? Nah, because that was just a mistake. You know, we still have a lot to go through, but considering I know the screenshots to come, these were all mistakes, just not on Spoctor's part.
These are all conscious choices. I don't think he should make any explanation for his actions. He's just a sick person. That's why he did what he did, and there's no other side to all of this.
Remember in the last video when I was making note that people were telling him not to defend himself? This is such a disgusting mentality. The immediate, I know what I know and what I know is right, so there's no possible way you could ever be in the right.
I swear to God, so many predators and pedophiles say that their actions were mistakes, that they didn't really mean to. But, Spoctor, there really is nothing to hear from the opposing side, because to put it short, none of these things are mistakes. These were calculated actions that you consciously made, and you're just a cunt. Bye.
Wow! Even throwing in the term pedophile. Lots of accusations you're throwing around there, Fran, especially with such flimsy and unsubstantiated evidence. It's a good thing that I was able to clear all this up in my video, or else Spoctor would still be facing the brunt of these claims despite being entirely innocent. Yeah. Remember when I said I wouldn't defend him on things he actively did wrong? Spoilers! Juicy things exist! While I was collecting all of the videos regarding Spoctor for this biggin, I came to the conclusion that Fran's was the worst one I'd seen. It jumped onto the bandwagon with claims of good intentions, but refused to talk about the, as stated in the video, important situation in favor of petty friend drama and trivialities, only to send off with an intense and frankly unwarranted condemnation of the target. On the bright side, Fran has since retracted her video and issued an apology. On to Fran's apology video.
Hi everyone, so today I'm here to apologize for my Spoctor video because as you all know, I spread misinformation in those videos. I should have contacted the artists and asked them if they were paid or not.
Why are you even mentioning this part of the allegations? You didn't cover that in your original video. You specifically cut out most of the actual allegations made against Spoctor, so why the hell are you apologizing for them? I swear to all that is wicked and sullied in the world, if this is just because I chided the community for not doing the most basic of basic research into the matter, I will scream. Apologize for the shit you actually said!
That was a big mistake of mine, and those screenshots were not valid proof. They didn't show anything.
You know, the annoying thing is, I think she thinks that not because she used the wrong screenshots for the respective parts of her video, but instead because they were overall proven to be without context or merit. And I would imagine this is only concerning the screenshots she acquired from the original drama, not the ones she provided on her own, which were still stupid.
But I just used them anyways because I thought, hey, he said gross sexual things, and Atari said that the person didn't want it. So, it's obviously true, right?
So you believed things like everybody else believed then. Great. Sorry I was a sheep, you guys.
That was really stupid of me, and I'm gonna admit it. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, but I didn't know. I'm gonna, yeah, it was stupid of me. I should have done more research like I always do. I made that video out of anger because I was believing Atari and Pentagon blindly, because I'm a stupid, dumb, impressionable child. So just without question, I was like, wow, Spoctor's horrible. I can't believe this. I'm so angry. Let's make a video on it. And I wasn't jumping on the bandwagon, because if I was jumping on the bandwagon, I would have just repeated what everyone said over and over and over again, but instead I tried to talk about other things and other reasons why I don't like Spoctor.
No, Fran, you jumped on the bandwagon. Your additional petty reasoning for not liking the guy came immediately after you marginally discussed the fact that he was being accused of some pretty horrible things, and you even mentioned and linked to Atari's video on the matter. Plus, you ended the video off basically restating the accusations that he was purportedly grooming children and that he was a sick person. Your entire video was bookended with, you know what? No! I'm gonna fucking track it! From the start of the video to 1 minute and 38 seconds, you talk about the accusations. From there to 2:28, you say he's pompous and you discuss his Not Safe for Work Discord channel, which is only arguably your own point because the original accusations in Pentagon's video made note of that. Then you talk about the contest, which, surprise, surprise, was a part of the original accusations. Your only additional input on it was that you joined, but then wouldn't join now. Marvelous contribution. Fascinating. From 302 to 316, you say that he bullies kids with his videos. Then you go on to say that he doesn't acknowledge criticism, which is another of the original accusations. At 335, you say he's a major dick to people who are less popular than him, but that's just an add-on to the original claim that he holds a subscriber account above people's heads and that he's a dick about it. Then you look at his tweets on the matter and rehash the accusations. You didn't just bookend your video with talk about the accusations, you sprinkled discussion of the accusations between what tiny points you thought you had. So what is that? Between 32 and 82 seconds of original content on your part? Ooh, honey works so hard.
And a lot of people said that I made the video for views. I never make a video for views. I never do. I just enjoy talking about things. You know, sometimes those things are not popular and they get low views. As many of you know, some of my videos have like 600 or 800 views. And some of the things I like to talk about
just happened to be a popular topic. So I didn't do it for views. Views is always just like basically almost never in my head. It's like in the back of my mind, like I don't even think about it. I make videos for my own satisfaction and because I like to entertain people.
Now, I want all of you to hear what she just said and apply it to Spoctor making his own videos. Boom! Empathy.
I don't do it for views. But yeah, I'm sorry for doing that. I'm sorry for not doing research. It was just stupid of me to blindly follow these two YouTubers without doing any research whatsoever. However, one thing that I am upset about is how as soon as Ponder Sprocket uploaded her video, my comment section was getting bombarded by people being like, wow, where's the proof? Wow, where's the evidence, Fran? This isn't proof, Fran. Wow, did you see Ponder Sprocket's video? You're gonna feel ashamed. You're an idiot. You're stupid, Fran. It bothered me not because of, people calling me an idiot and stuff, but just because before Ponder Sprocket uploaded that video, the only comments I was getting was, wow, Fran, this is a really good video. Thank you for uploading this. Thank you for spreading the word. Everyone was agreeing with me, but then as soon as Ponder Sprocket uploaded that video, everyone started to bombard me, and, that really shows the mob mentality, and in my opinion, those people that bombarded my comment section thought the exact same thing as me before Ponder uploaded that video.
I'm just so fucking tired. So, you're in a good position when your video first comes out, and all you're receiving is positive feedback. But then my video comes out, and then all the feedback turns negative. Fran, you do realize that this is you admitting that you're okay with the mob mentality. The mob mentality you played into by making your video in the first place, so long as it's in your favor. The minute that someone switches the direction of the mentality, however, oh no, that's a bad thing. God, if you want to make a comment on the mob mentality of the community, at least don't be involved and directly benefiting from the mentality before it changes and you then complain about it. I would also argue that, with how serious the allegations that your video and others touted were, it was important for people to be spreading it around as quickly as possible, just as you likely thought the same motherfucking thing before my video came out. You accused a guy of being a child predator. Now you're upset because people found out that wasn't true and set out to rectify the assumption? Poor baby, you played to the wrong side of the mob mentality and then it backfired on you. This isn't even proper mob mentality. Mob mentality refers to people being spurred into angry, emotionally charged fits by their peers, which is predicated on those emotions instead of logic or rationality. The claim of mob mentality would work for the way people were acting before my video came out, but my video wholly stripped the evidence from the equation, showcasing that it didn't work. So in that situation, where people are looking at and addressing the lack of credible evidence and therein using that to come to a conclusion, it wouldn't be mob mentality. Jesus fucking Christ. When referring to something as thick, it's supposed to be a good thing, but your head is shaping up to be pretty thick with a double C.
So it really does show a lot about this community, and I am slowly starting to hate this community because of the mob mentality.
Oh, piss off.
So yeah, I did see Ponder Sprocket's video in its entirety. And there are some things that I disagree with. I obviously don't disagree with the things that she proved, like, the screenshots and everything. I just disagree upon the fact that she treated the situation so lightly, like it was just any other thing.
Would you have preferred I fucking flit around like you, make a 5-minute long video and just say that Stories is a dickhead and that no one should make a video apologizing for them, believing in this bullcrap because that would be damage control? My video was almost 2 hours long, so forgive me if I make an attempt to keep people engaged so they actually see all of the evidence get ripped apart like the garbage that it is.
But you have to realize, we thought, the people that, made all these videos and stuff, we thought he was a pedophile. That's not something to be taken lightly.
Yeah, me devoting 4 whole days with little to no sleep while I was pet sitting and sick with the whooping cough to get the video out as quickly as possible to destroy the drama is me taking the situation lightly. Despite the fact that Penegrin pointed out I usually take months to put out videos. Psst, if you guys watched my stream a little while back, this is the part where I got salty.
We thought that a big icon in our community was a pedophile, and when you think someone's a pedophile, you're obviously going to act upon that fact. You're going to want to spread the awareness.
You're going to want to act upon that fact. Are you high? The point of my video was that it wasn't a fact. The evidence was cropped. It was cut up, or it was completely unrelated to or didn't prove the claims. You admit yourself that you were being an idiot, that you didn't look further into the claims, and yet you believed what you were told and spread it. So you're blatantly acknowledging what I was trying to get across and explaining why the evidence shouldn't have been believed at face value. Now you have to understand, we thought he was a pedophile. No. Oh no, I do understand that. I understand you thought that because you were being an idiot. You acted on something that you incorrectly believed to be fact. I don't give a shit if you thought you were justified at the time. You made a fucking mistake. I don't even know if I can call it a mistake because accusing someone of grooming children and spreading that knowledge without looking into it is insanely irresponsible.
Of the fact that this guy might be a pedophile.
No! Not the fact that someone might be a pedophile. People were spreading the notion that he was. You didn't claim in your video that he might be guilty. You flat out said he was a sick person. You said he shouldn't try to defend himself. You don't just get to use the excuse that you were being a fucking moron, that you admitted that you were being a fucking moron, and pretend like that does anything to excuse your disgusting behavior. My entire video was predicated on the notion that these are serious allegations leveled against someone where the evidence provided doesn't back up the claims. Key word here is serious. Oh, sorry I hit your dog and killed it with my car. I was being an idiot and taking a selfie, but you have to understand, I thought the road was clear. You don't just spread around the fact that someone might be a pedophile. That's something you have to confirm, because it's fucking serious!
You're not going to sit there and think, but was he really attracted to the 12-year-old? Or was he attracted to the fact that the 12-year-old called him daddy? You know, you're just going to think, this is important, we need to get this out.
You are literally just perpetuating the mentality I made clear was a problem and the fueling fire for this bullshit.
You know, and anyone in any community would do that.
Hi, nice to meet you. My name's someone from another community, you fucking moron.
That's just what I think Ponder should have kept in mind, but instead she just treated it like, oh, haha, silly children, haha, drama, lol.
For someone who claims to have watched the entire video, you seem to have somehow slept through my screaming and rage by the end of the damn thing. And yeah, sorry, but I view a bunch of stupid children being stupid as kind of funny, and surprise to probably no one, maintaining that mentality is the only way I manage to get through the garbage fires that are half of the videos I cover. As you can tell by the fact that I just raged for the past 10 minutes and I'm losing my voice.
That's just my opinion, though. I did leave a comment in my comment section. I pinned it, and I also left what I said in the description, saying that I did see Ponder Sprocket's video, but that I stand by every single other thing that I said, and that people should have watched the entire video.
I stand by the 32 seconds of content I provided. Bite me! That last bite me made me dizzy. Jesus fuck.
And then people told me that they did watch the entire video, but that, oh, I was just nitpicking and scraping the bottom of the barrel. Like as if I was trying to find reasons to hate Spoctor. Those are actual reasons to view him as kind of a jerk.
Oh yeah, that point where you said he can be a dick is definitely cause to believe that he's a jerk. You're so unaware, it hurts me. Like, I actually have a headache from covering your videos. This is why I have to stay peppy, people.
And I know it's not illegal to be a jerk, but that doesn't make him any better of a person, and I am allowed to talk about the reasons why he's a jerk.
The problem is that you did it alongside supporting the debunked allegations. If you want to make a video why he's a jerk, then make a video as to why he's a jerk. But the fact that you had to piggyback your own minor claim alongside something so unabashedly more serious really shows that you don't have enough to work with.
It was not me scraping at the bottom of the barrel. It was me just showing things that he does on a regular basis.
Those maybe two things.
It's things that he does in front of people. It wasn't me just trying to find the singular moments in time where he did those things. It's things that he does regularly.
Which is why you couldn't bring up public instances of him doing this? Are you for fucking real?
Besides the whole, thing with his server, how he had an NSFW channel in his server, that was obviously a long time ago. But just because it was a long time ago doesn't mean that I can't criticize him for it.
If he's changed his stance on the matter, yeah, it does kind of mean that you can no longer criticize his present-day person for his past actions or beliefs. That's like criticizing me for artwork I did 3 years ago.
So yeah, I stand by every single other one of my points. The only thing I don't stand by is, of course, the screenshots and the time when I said that, you know, he didn't pay his artist.
So you stand by the fact that you think he's a jerk. Brilliant, great.
However, I don't like the fact that people were telling me that I ruined his life. This is the internet. The internet is not his entire life.
Incidentally, that's not something that Stories and Penegrin believe.
He can't ignore it when he's being called a pedophile, but that shit will ruin his job. And guess what? His friends IRL watch his videos. He's told me that. They're well aware of who Spoctor Theory is, so...
Yeah, like, I have this gut feeling that this is gonna be it for him. His channel is already dying.
He'll be shown by all the communities he's in for this.
Especially in the furry community.
And after being exposed as a sexual harasser and a pedophile, he's gonna be done for.
Fairies have a bad rap as it is if they don't want someone like him hanging around them.
They hate people who give them a bad name. Like, they insta-shove people out.
I think the only way he'll be able to get out of this will be to 1, face the music and actually better himself, or 2, ditch his accounts and just come back as a brand new person.
Even if he ignored it, his comment section will be filled with people asking stuff. I think he's too up his own arse to his accounts.
Agreed. That's another reason why I want everyone to block him after we have all this done.
And like, who the fuck wants to actually side with him wholeheartedly in something as objective as this?
So he can't just talk to us privately about it, he has to talk about it publicly.
He shouldn't have done the voice reveal, LMAO. He could have fucking hid behind that Sona and came back as a new person, but now he can't.
Yep.
If he doesn't address it publicly, he's done for. He's done for either way, to be honest.
Agreed.
Is it bad? I really want to see what happens to his sub count after this.
I'm doing all of that. Working at Pixar. Good luck with that, man.
Hope one day I'll work for Pixar. It's my dream job.
I also tossed his entire Twitter into the Wayback Machine.
Even if you want to claim, oh, well, that's just their misguided opinion on what would happen, the internet doesn't affect real life, then to that I have to say, no. You can find plenty of examples of people whose real lives have been affected by things said online. Justine Sacco was fired from her job as a director of corporate communications after she tweeted, "Going to Africa, hope I don't get AIDS, just kidding, I'm white." Alicia Ann Lynch was fired after tweeting out her costume as a victim of the Boston bombing. Adria Richards got a guy fired from Playhaven because he made a joke about big dongles at a programming conference and just happened to be sitting behind her. The Gainesville girls, who made a racist video and then a second video defending their own racist video, which then went viral, had to be protected by an officer of the law while at school so that they weren't attacked and eventually had to be homeschooled. Roseanne Barr's show was recently canceled because of a controversial tweet. There's literally a show on the Sci-Fi Channel called The Internet Ruined My Life. You seriously don't think that with the mob mentality you've already spoken about, people wouldn't track Spoctor down on any new accounts he potentially made, especially with something as serious as pedophile accusations? This is just naive thinking. People have already tracked down Penegrin now that the tables have turned. I've been approached with her real name so that I could contact the police. Anybody who gains a large following online who is then recognized in their daily lives can tell you that internet bleeds into reality. Christina Grimmie, a YouTuber, was shot and killed by one of her fans after a show, for Christ's sake. Maybe what happened on the internet stayed on the internet once upon a time, but that's certainly not the case nowadays, and certainly not for serious allegations.
If he can go outside and get a job or something, like, his persona on the internet is not his entire life. He can easily come back to any other community, or even this community again, as someone else. He can disguise himself as someone else.
He can't disguise himself from those who already know who he is whilst playing the role of Spoctor Theory. You're pretending like there isn't anyone who would be able to recognize him on other platforms, or that there aren't other people who know him outside of the internet who are aware of his YouTube channel. If he started posting art, for example, people could recognize him through his style. He's used his real voice in his videos before, so he'd never be able to use his real voice again for fear of being recognized. Even then, some people can recognize the vocal patterns of different people, even if it's pitch shifted or altered in various ways. A few years ago, an account called In the Name of Anonymous was trolling the commentary community, and I was just sitting there laughing because I recognized Anon as being Half-Boiled Hero, another commentator at the time. Toon Critic, an alleged child predator from the Brony community, had his new account tracked down almost instantly despite making a new name and avatar. Need I direct anyone to the Adventures of Shia LaBeouf and the He Will Not Divide Us stream, the flag featured in which was constantly tracked down and sabotaged despite the various location changes? People tracked down where the stream was based on things like wind patterns blowing the flag and planes in the sky. If people are incentivized to track you down, they will. And people are more incentivized to track down those who flee from things they did wrong. Penegrin!
And nobody will know because he's good at disguising himself as Spoctor Theory. So he can disguise himself as someone else. It's not that hard. Or he can, stop worrying about internet drama. He can go outside. He can go to school. He can get a job and live a life. There is more to life than the animation meme community. I hope you know. There's a life outside of the animation meme community.
Ah yes, get chased out of a community that you enjoy making videos for because of false allegations and because people couldn't be arsed to look into claims before accepting them as they were. Who cares if you really enjoy what you do and you've made a significant number of friends in that community? Just go do something else. I don't know if Spoctor gets paid for his videos, but heck, step away from a potential source of revenue. I don't even mind someone saying that maybe some people should find other ways to occupy their time, but Fran's entire reason for this is, oh, I didn't ruin his life because he can just fuck off somewhere else and it won't affect him. Yeah, Fran, the victim of the false allegation should be pushed out of the community. Sure, okay, you were too stupid to look into the claims that you then purportedly decided to spread to a wider audience, so the guy you've helped in ruining the reputation of should just accept it and go somewhere else. Because you made a mistake. Are you for fucking real? You only say it won't affect him because you won't see it affecting him, and therein it won't affect you.
And I hope people realize that, yes, I partially contributed to ruining his persona's identity on the internet. I did not ruin him. I did not ruin his person, his being. I did not tarnish his name. He can still live an extremely normal life.
Fran, you're being an idiot. Still, you called him a pedophile. Many people called him a pedophile on top of the already pretty bad and, reminder here, false allegations. If anyone in his real life were to ever come across these videos, or if the mob mentality pushed into finding out who actively knew Spoctor in real life, he'd be screwed. Even then, you're assuming that there aren't already people he knows in real life who are aware of his online persona. You're practically delusional in this video.
If he would just do the smart thing and, either just go live a life outside, or if he would disguise himself as someone else on the internet.
Do the smart thing and just go hide somewhere. Why don't you do the smart thing and fuck off?
That's my opinion, This is the internet. You can easily just turn off your screen and go outside, but, I personally don't think I ruined his life.
Oh, you can you? Just up and go outside and not have to worry about the internet? Is that why you messaged me on DeviantArt? Because of a comment I left on Heaton Mitsuru's commentary on you where I said the video was bad? Not exactly practicing what you preach there.
That's all I wanted to say. I know this isn't really the apology video where I'm putting myself in a small corner in a box and saying that I'm a horrible person and wow, I should have never made that video and grr, I'm so horrible, blah. I think that I just should have done more research on those two parts that I messed up.
I don't like this. I don't like this mentality. Just this, oh, but it was just an honest mistake, so I'll just apologize for what I messed up on. Bran, even if you want to claim that you're not at fault for believing Atari and Penegrin's videos, you directly called Spoctor a pedophile, something that neither Atari nor Penegrin did in their videos. No, Fran, you spread false information. You may not be at fault for believing a lie, but you are responsible for making a video on the subject and spreading it further. You jumped into something that you didn't know enough about and perpetuated a lie. You should apologize to Spoctor for that. It's a scummy thing to do, especially since you then proceeded to take your own petty issues with Spoctor and play them off as if they were just as important and condemning as the allegations. You really don't understand how serious child predator allegations are, do you? Why did you even bother making an apology? You haven't actually apologized for anything. You've just acknowledged that I called everyone who was just as lazy as you are in this situation a fucking moron.
Let's go.
If you see a comment that denotes a dislike of a video that you made...
No, Caden, let me take over for a bit. So you would have appreciated it if I had told you directly that this video was bad. Yeah, and I'm sure that Spoctor would have appreciated it if you hadn't called him a pedophile, because, oh yeah, that was something that Atari and Penegrin didn't do in their videos. Yeah, it's almost like they realized it would be a bad thing. Oh, but yeah, I'm sure the next time I'm trying to, topple child abuse allegations, considering they were false, I'll be sure to go to each and every one of the videos, blindly following the leader and spreading those false allegations. And I'll be sure to tell them that the video was bad. You know, Fran, despite the fact that you say that you can just walk away from the situation, I seem to remember that after I left a comment on Heaton Mitsuru's commentary on you, where I said the video was bad, you felt the need to come to me directly. Oh, I would have appreciated it if you'd told me directly your thoughts on the video. You know, I also seem to recall you talking about me in your apology, saying that you didn't like how I approached the situation.
Well, gee, Fran, I would have appreciated it if you'd approached me directly and told me your thoughts on the video.
Maybe now you guys realize why I thought the apology video was one of the worst of the Spoctor drama-related videos I had to cover. It's almost like everybody is a child in this situation, and it's kind of disgusting. Alright, back to Octomama titties.
Shit just went down very fast lately. Now, if you guys think I'm hitting the bandwagon, then I suggest you think about yourselves, because I'm just trying to spread the word and keep this guy from hurting others.
Insert me, screaming into a nebulous void.
So, if you haven't heard, the YouTuber that goes by the name of Spoctor Theory was exposed for releasing a dick pic to an underage girl, and then he started saying weird sexual favors towards her even though she told him to stop, but he just kept on going. I find this very pathetic and just plain wrong for Spoctor to do something like this. Is he even using his damn head? Spoctor, use your damn head. What are you doing?
I could say that about everyone who made one of these videos. I guess you deleting the video after the fact is supposed to be you using your damn head?
It's like you're just trying to ruin your own career. Now, he did say on Twitter, and I quote, "I'm making a video about everything this evening. A tweet won't suffice." So he is possibly going to respond to this whole drama shithole.
Possibly? The tweet right underneath that talking about how he's going to make a statement denotes that it's about the recent videos, that being Atari and Penegrin's videos at the time.
Now, when I first reacted to Spoctor doing all these absurd things, I felt a bullet to my stomach. Something just didn't feel right about the situation. It just felt unnatural for a popular person to do this kind of thing.
And yet somehow you still went along with it.
I am going to predict that Spoctor Theory possibly has a weird uncontrollable fetish that caused him into this mess. This is quite similar to the Toastify situation. But hey, what do you guys think?
I think you're making leaps and bounds out of nowhere.
Please comment down below about your thoughts and I will be listening.
But the video's gone!
So stay safe everyone. Oh, I forgot. Kudos to Gerald for the Toastify and Spoctor collaboration image.
Let's go sexually harass more people over the internet! I thought the Toastify drama was because of, like, rape jokes or something, or a character that liked rape. Can things please just be cohesive in this community? And of course, let's end the video off with an inappropriate end card just for good measures. I really gotta promote my other stuff, despite this purportedly just being a video spreading awareness for the sake of good. I'm so glad so many of these videos are short.
Okay, recently I found Turkey's video saying that people should avoid Spoctor Theory because of his sexual behavior, and I thought about like blocking my hiding my Discord if Spoctor Theory were to like try to harass me or something.
Ah yes, because I know of a situation, I'm going to now be targeted by the controversial figure at the center of it. That's how that works.
I tried to search up avoid Spoctor Theory videos, and this came up. Stay away from Spoctor Theory, avoid Spoctor Theory at all costs, everything about Spoctor Theory.
Well, you did type avoid Spoctor theory in the search bar. That is how a search bar works, honey.
For some of you wondering if avoiding Spoctor theory might be a good idea, I don't know. I should, probably, hide my thing just in case Spoctor theory comes in, because, I have a Discord now, but I still don't know how to use it yet.
Wait. You don't know if people should hide from Spoctor theory, but you're gonna hide from Spoctor theory. If you don't know enough about the situation as to determine whether or not it's a good idea to hide from Spoctor theory, then why are you making a video on the matter?
So, it's kind of unscripted, but, I just wanted to ask why Spoctor theory would act like this.
I can't even tell if this is them asking the audience for clarifications on the matter, or if this is just them extending a question to Spoctor in the same vein as, why would you do this? Like, you just searched up and resulted in various videos that said, stay away from Spoctor theory. Why would you not just watch them?
And maybe it's because, someone hacked into his account, or someone. It might not be the real Spoctor theory. Or something.
I'm not sure if I can appreciate the skepticism here because of how naive the reasoning behind it is.
It's probably a different person hacking into Spoctor's account or something. Or that just Spoctor acting like a new behavior that he never was before.
I'm sorry, have you actually spoken to Spoctor before? Can you really claim that such and such is not a behavior that a person has expressed before when you don't interact with them outside of their promoted content? If you haven't interacted with them frequently beforehand, you can't really say whether or not they're acting in or out of character simply because you are not aware of their typical character.
And, I realized that Spoctor lost his subs due to his newly sexual behavior, and, yeah. I have a Discord now. It's right here. I don't know if I should, block it just in case Spoctor theory comes up. I mean, I don't have a server, but, I still need an explanation how to use Discord.
How old are you?
So, I want to follow Turkey and all of other people's advice to get away from Spoctor theory at Discord, Twitter, or something. I suggest you, avoid Spoctor theory too, because, I want to be at their side.
Shouldn't you be striving to be on the right side?
I'm gonna be at Turkey and all the others' side to avoid Spoctor theory. Cynthia knows Spoctor, but, I remember that enlisted video where she forces Spoctor to eat her soup because she wants to apologize to him.
Guys, I have no idea what's happening.
Again, this might not make sense, but it's probably because a hacker hacked into his account and started posting sexual behavioral stuff with the stupid stuff on Discord, Twitter, and all the social media stuff.
Wait! So, if you think that Spoctor's account has been hacked, and someone is supposed to be framing him for the sexual content, then why would you be on Question Turkey's side on the matter? Question Turkey was under the impression that Spoctor himself was the perpetrator. By making that statement, you've denoted that you clearly don't think that. Why would you then block Spoctor as if he was the perpetrator and then side with someone who believes him to be as much? That doesn't make any sense.
You're probably right that Spoctor is acting a bit strange.
I'm going to gargle nails!
And just sexually strange. Posting some stupid sexual stuff like raping, pedophilia, or something.
What? Posting rape and pedophilia? Where? What are you even talking about? Now you're under the impression that Spoctor was posting rape and pedophilia related content? Where on earth did you get that from?
So if you sub the Spoctor theory, like Turkey said, please unsub him because, or just don't watch his videos or not speak to him on, like, any social media, like Discord or Twitter, because, I'm following, Turkey and all the others all the other animators' things that, all their videos, just to make sure that I'm safe,
Because I think that Spoctor had his account hacked, and maybe someone is making him seem gross and sexual, so you should block the victim of the hack.
I really don't want to be sexually harassed by Spoctor Theory. I've never been harassed. I mean, he probably won't like find me because I'm probably like really new, even though I have like 16 subscribers. So
Yes, 16 subscribers would be new. I doubt he had any interest or knowledge of you. Good job in making this video and effectively connecting yourself to the Spoctor drama. You know, something that would directly bring you up in a search for Spoctor Theory on YouTube, which is how I found your video. Brilliant!
I might block Spoctor Theory, just hold on. I'm gonna unblock him just in case. Block the user. There. I don't even know what he did wrong. Probably, those stupid videos.
Ah! No! Ah! It hurts! It hurts my brain! Oh, there's even a map about him! My breathing holes with sausages galore! How can you say that you don't know what Spoctor did wrong, but then also say that you're blocking Spoctor so that you're not sexually harassed by him? You must have some inclination as to what people were mad at him for.
Right over here. Let's see, where was it? I don't know, I'm not sure what he did, but he probably like the ones that say joking.
I saw the red bar on Question Turkey's video. I know you watched it. How can you come out of that and not know what the accusations against Spoctor were? How can you think people were mad because he made bad videos? How can you think he was hacked and framed, but also think that videos uploaded weeks ago were why people were mad? Did the hacker make the videos too?
They all say joking. So I'm pretty sure those are the ones that Turkey was talking about.
Did Turkey even talk about Spoctor's videos? I'm too tired to care to remember.
So if you subbed to Spoctor 3, again, please unsub him and avoid him if you don't want to be sexually harassed.
By the person whom I believe to have hacked his account. This is stupid!
Hey guys, it stays Megado. So yesterday we got some news on Spoctor. Some horrible things has been told about this raptor man.
Oh god, the bad videos from Spoctor's poorly done rant series are invading the commentary!
Going on, Atari has explained it in her video, which I will link down below for you guys to get more info on. Let's get on with the video anyway. Like I said, this is a rant, so here we go. Recently, Spoctor has been sexual harassing minors and request a few people to do not so family-friendly work. Here are some screenshots to have proof on this situation. Some may have contained maturity, so yeah.
You know that big open space beside your character is usually where you put the screenshots, right?
These aren't mine, but this shows the minor was being sexually harassed by Spoctor Theory. It seems that this minor was feeling uncomfortable.
Now we find a video where someone sees the screenshots and think there was only one minor involved. The phone breaks in many places.
But I won't go into much more detail. Some of you might have known about this. Anyway, if you've seen his Twitter page, he tweeted that he made a mistake and needs to collect all of it up into thoughts and make a tweet about it, but instead he decided that wouldn't be good enough since some other somewhat fans said that he needs to get his side of the story out. We all know he is gonna make up something to feel sorry. Maybe that's just a thought, but he could have just told the reason why and probably will leave YouTube or something like that. In all honesty, Spoctor, you don't deserve those subscribers if they are gonna be subscribers. subscribed to a person who sexual assaulted a minor that was clearly young and wasn't feeling very comfortable. Why would anyone feel sorry for you if they knew the horrible things you did?
Jesus Christ, lady! Periods! Use them! So firstly, talking about Spoctor tweeting about how he's going to make a video. You see what kind of position Spoctor was being put in? Right here, Daze is dismissing any potential explanation he might have as simply an excuse, making something up to make himself look like the victim. Spoctor hasn't even said anything at this point, and the general consensus is anything he says in defense of his actions is a lie or an excuse. Daze even acknowledges that some fans were encouraging him to make the video. So you've got those on the one side saying make the video, get your side out, and the other side saying don't even bother, it'll just be an excuse. I do not envy DeviantArt ranters, and I'm confused as to what Daze is supposed to be saying with the he could have just told reason why and probably will leave YouTube. Are you saying he should just give a reason why he was allegedly sexually harassing a child? This is still an assumption coming from a biased outlook on the matter.
You put this on yourself. So you're gonna have to go live with the mistake you did and realize nobody is gonna feel sorry for what you did.
I think Daze should count themselves lucky that Spoctor has so far not shared in that sentiment.
Nobody will be on your side for what you just did there.
Y'all always sound so sure of yourselves.
Now this here story's trying to get down to the level of Hitler or Satan somehow. And I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there, I'll tell you how I basically lost all my faith in humanity. Somebody please kill me.
Before we start the video, I just wanted to say I do not know these people personally, and I'm not trying to basically put myself into the drama. I'm here to spread awareness to my viewers and other people in the art community and community itself.
Okay, can we just dispel this idea that in making a video about a matter that you are not fully aware of or involved in mean that you are not connecting yourself to the drama and that you're just spreading awareness of the situation? In a situation where you believe the accusations and evidence presented in Atari and Penegrin's videos about Spoctor, you don't need to make another video on the topic rehashing the same things. If your claim is that you're spreading awareness, then all you have to do is spread awareness of the original videos making the claims. You know, the ones made by people clearly more versed in the situation, who also got things horribly, horribly wrong. You can tweet about it, blog about it, post a journal about it, linking to the video, or just put up a blank video saying watch link in description and link off to the video that notified you of the matter. Making a new video isn't necessary, and in doing so, you are jumping on a bandwagon and inserting yourself into the drama, as evidenced by the fact that I found this video by searching Spoctor theory and looked at recent uploads. How does nobody understand this? It was a big thing. Lots of videos were being made. If you're not coming in from a different side or perspective, offering up something new to the situation, then your rehashing video isn't needed and spreads the information as about as well as the general average views on your videos, which I'm currently looking at. Okay. Another question, why does everyone with an average view count of less than 100 always think they're going to spread these important messages effectively? You're not.
I'm here to talk about one person and one person only. Spoctor theory. Now, the reason why I'm talking about Spoctor theory is because he has done so many terrible things that you guys have not seen. Now, I do not know these people personally, like I said, but from what I can tell, he has done some pretty shady things.
Guys, you don't need to personally know or talk to those involved in situations like this. I myself explicitly try not to talk to anyone involved in the video, just so that I could look at what evidence they provide critically. I'd never spoken to Spoctor, Ghosty, or Question Turkey or Stories before, and I only spoke with Penegrin and Atari for the first time 4 days before my video went up, because I was pressured into it by a frequent commissioner on DA who was also getting himself tangled into the mix. These accusations were based on the evidence provided, and looking at that was enough for me to recognize that the allegations were flawed. Digital Leo, surprise, surprise, despite also not interacting with those involved,
doesn't look further into the evidence as a counter. There were only two things here, guys. The evidence and the accusers. If you can't look at one, you look at the other. And let's be honest, if there's no evidence to look at, what do the accusers even have going for them?
He has not done any shady things with me, but on the other hand, he has done shady things to other artists and 13-year-olds and 12-year-olds, and I find that very wrong. Even though this person is still underage, which is wrong, and I'll get onto that later, he has asked people for multiple things that are not safe for work, and it's just gross.
Why is that always the go-to thing for art weebs talking about sexy time stuff? It's gross, it's gross. I want to know how many of them have actually been to a life drawing class and then still say it's gross.
He's asked underage children to do things that are gross. So I will be talking about this today. If you want to click off the video now, which if you can't handle it or handle me speaking about it, go ahead. But if you're okay, let's get on with the video.
Leo, trigger warnings don't work unless you mention what the potential trigger is. This introduction is so vague, it's painful.
This is a disclaimer. In the past few days, people have been going to people telling their experiences with Spoctor theory. I'm keeping these people anonymous so no hate goes towards them.
And, also probably because Atari and Penegrin didn't mention who they were. At that point, what ones are you even aware of? Stories, Ghosty? The ones who practically outed themselves by making their own videos effectively proving that it was them? Good effort there, smart guy.
A person came forth saying how Spoctor developed feelings for them. He sent this person nudes. He also said gross things to this person. He also said their boyfriend didn't have to know they were also in a relationship themselves, and more. Please keep in mind this is a very young teen. No matter how old the person is, it doesn't make this problem any better.
Well, that depends on what you're claiming the problem is. Is the problem sending nudes? Developing feelings for them? Saying gross things? Saying the boyfriend didn't need to know? You claim that no matter the age of the teen, these things aren't acceptable, but the age of the teen kinda does matter here. In fact, it was in hiding the age of this particular person that the original videos were able to vilify Spoctor so much. You don't even mention how old Spoctor himself is, and his age obviously plays a factor too, so why not bring that up? I'd almost surmise that you didn't know what it was.
What he said to this person was wrong. They didn't want Spoctor saying these things to them, but he kept insisting. This also counts as sexual child abuse. Non-contact abuse.
Somebody really liked Atari's video.
Involves non-touching activities such as grooming, exploitation, persuading children to perform sexual acts over the internet.
Exploitation and persuading children to do sexual acts over the internet, huh? You mean like how Stories sexually exploited a teenager and convinced him to do sexual acts and send it over the internets? Oh, don't worry, my pets. We'll get there.
It includes encouraging a child to watch or hear sexual acts. Not making proper measurements to prevent a child from being exposed to said sexual acts. Meeting a child following sexual grooming with the intent of abusing them. Online abuse including making, viewing, or distributing child abuse images. Allowing someone else to make, view, or distribute child abuse images.
I honestly think that Leo is reading these criteria off without actually understanding what the provided evidence would actually make the accused guilty of.
So he's a child exploiter.
Literally how? None of the screenshots you've provided actually show this. You are simply claiming this because the videos you watched originally accusing him claimed as much. The very last of the examples listed was sexually exploiting a child for money, power, or status. Child exploitation. So that's the exploitation that Leo is referring to, but where was this in the evidence provided? Exploitation refers to unfair treatment of a person with the goal of benefiting from their hard work. There's no explanation given here as to how the accused would fit into that category. Leo simply says that's what it is, and we're meant to believe.
This is not the first time this has happened. There are 5 people coming with evidence, and he's doing the same things to them. This is not the first time he's partaken in sexual misconduct. He had someone he was dating, doing the same things to them he's doing now. Always saying gross things, kept begging for one of their friends to draw NSFW art for him. After the 13-year-old artist said no and wasn't feeling okay with doing such an act, he kept going on, as you can see from these screenshots here. I kind of find it disgusting that he was begging a 13-year-old to draw not safe work art of them.
Literally none of the screenshots you just showed actually showcase that. Did you even read these screenshots before making this video? They're not even remotely related to what you're claiming. Had you actually gotten the screenshots like I did, then you would know that in the situations provided as evidence, Spoctor was asking whether or not the artists did not safe for work content. The two artists, one being Ghosty, whom I believe was actually 14 at the time. On May 8th, Spoctor refers to Ghosty being 14 and himself 16, and it was on May 2nd when he was asking if Ghosty drew smut. Without provocation from Spoctor, aside from him asking the question, Ghosty says that they can draw smut, and even answers when Spoctor asks how explicit they can get with as much as you want. Hell, Spoctor's effectively providing an out if the artist wasn't comfortable drawing something so explicit, but the artist goes along with it. The second example provided showcases a minor who already draws smut. Strange how Spoctor was somehow able to force them into drawing porn before he ever even asked about it. Also, you guys, I'm adding this way after writing this part. You're gonna wanna pay attention to part 2 because holy fucking shit. This part get good. This part gets good!
I have screenshots from his ex of which they had this to say. So he's a child exploiter. This is not the first time this has happened. There are 5 people coming with evidence, and he's doing the same things to them.
Did I just go through a time warp? Am I going to comment on another Chaos55T video 2 days before it's uploaded?
This is not the first time he's partaken in sexual misconduct. He had someone he was dating, doing the same things to them he's doing now. Always saying gross things.
Okay, I was joking at first, but this audio is definitely copy-pasted from earlier in the video. What gives? I'm fucking skipping it.
Keep this in mind. Spoctor Theory is also underage, and so is his girlfriend. She goes on to say that in the relationship, he was more sexual towards her. And when she told him that she was uncomfortable, he'd just go on and say, but dating me will get you used to it. I find this very wrong because sexual stuff in a relationship doesn't really matter. It mostly matters on how much you love the person and understand them.
I'm just gonna slink into my corner. I think we all know how the Octomama would respond to that.
So I find this very wrong, hearing this from another person saying, oh, but you should get used to it because you're dating me, so we should be sexual together.
Pound me while I draw you pounding me!
The ex goes on to say, then when my 13-year-old friend was venting, he just turned and said, go touch yourself or something. Then, even if they weren't venting, it's still kind of fucked up to say ironically to a 13-year-old, you know? And then to my other 13-year-old friend, he kept pushing her to draw a gift of us two, even though she said she was uncomfortable. I didn't want to. She said this several times.
Several times, and yet for some reason we don't have screenshots of that. Instead, we only have someone's recounting of the situation. And I mean, people never lie or exaggerate claims, right? That's why my last video never existed!
And when she finally gave in, he kept DMing me really weird stuff about it, even though he said he wouldn't. Also, the ex said that Spoctor Theory didn't even go by their proper pronouns.
So even when one of the accusers just thinks that he was being rude and not transphobic, that's still something to bring up in a video that covers something as serious as child sexual grooming. Sure. Okay.
Which was they and them. They go on to say, I don't think Spoctor Theory is transphobic, but he was being rude when they didn't even go by those proper pronouns. Even when he just did call me this gender here, he would not even correct himself, and he would just call me an it. I find this very, very disrespectful. Me being part of the LGBT community, and someone not going by your proper pronouns, is just very disrespectful. I am trans male, and seeing this kind of breaks my heart a little bit, because a boyfriend didn't care to their lover's needs. Nice on you, Spoctor. Nice on you.
A boyfriend didn't care to their lover's needs. Yeah, that's generally why a lot of people break up, which is why this is Spoctor's ex. Also, why refer to them as his lover? You already denoted that there was no sexual contact between them. People being lovers refers to people in sexual relationships.
Fucking asshole. He has a facade going on. Voice changer, adult lizard man talks right.
You're straight up just repeating Atari word for word in some places. Must I reiterate how unnecessary this video was? Especially when paired up with the stupid excuse of, I'm just spreading awareness.
He has never stated his age anywhere aside to his friends. No one questioned him for anything. Questioned him for what, you may ask? How he constantly endorsed not safe for work images of his OC.
Okay, we're done with you. Beyond this point, there is so much of what Digital Leo says that is word for word taken from Atari that you can just watch my last video and get the gist of things. Leo even goes the extra mile and does the same thing Atari did in claiming that Spoctor was transphobic despite the views of the person he was purportedly being transphobic to in the screenshots. Except Leo was actually dumb enough to read that part off and then still ignore it. Why was your video supposed to be necessary again? Digital Leo, or should I call you Diet Atari?
Let's go!
When you're going to make the claim that someone was sending sexually suggestive photos to a minor, that minor should probably not be saying, if he sent me a kinda suggestive photo, it might be enough to suggest that he went further. It gives the implication that you're lying about the severity of the content and purposefully hiding that with exaggerated claims. That minor should not then also be sending that photo to another minor and an adult, because if people on the outside were to look at the redacted image and think that is supposed to be the nude you claimed the minor sent you, that would be the distribution of child pornography. Whoopsie daisy.
I low-key think this was for views. Why else would someone play devil's advocate?
Especially when Ponder normally takes months making videos. Just seems sketchy when she rushed this one in particular.
Happy New Year, my cutie pies! I bring with me good tidings and accusations of child grooming. Raise your hand if you expected me to take a zillion years to finish this video. What is that, like everyone? Yeah, that sounds about right. Alas, I should probably get this out of the way. I hear my artist is eager to move on to something else. So what's happened? Why are you here? I mean, this is the third video on the subject, so I wonder why you're hopping in here without knowing what's going on. Lucky for you, I'm willing to summarize. In April of 2018, 2 videos were released with the intent of exposing a YouTuber previously named Spoctor Theory, now named Spoctor Tech, for salacious actions including but not limited to using his subscribers against others, creating a porn contest for his underage fans, pressuring people into creating not safe for work artwork for him, not paying his artist, moaning for money in live streams, that he was transphobic, and the most serious of the claims being that he was engaging in sexually explicit conversations with underage fans and sent not safe for work images to them. Unfortunately for Spoctor, one of the people who claimed to be one of his victims had also previously in the year, and I think the year before, claimed that she was 8 years old. Because of a good chunk of her audience believing this, it became spread around that Spoctor had been sending nudes to an 8-year-old. And don't worry, we'll get more into that in a bit. So a lot of people, in YouTube videos and on Twitter in particular, were calling him a pedophile. About a week after the initial videos were released, I did a commentary on 5 videos related to the subject. The initial 2 exposed videos made by Atari and Pentagrin, a video on the matter by a larger YouTuber known as Question Turkey, a video made by Stories, the alleged victim of the situation, and a video by Spoctor's ex, Ghosty. It's spelled Q-Hosty, but apparently it's pronounced Ghosty, so that's what I'll continue to refer to them as. Ultimately, a lot of the evidence didn't stack up to the claims provided, and when you looked deeper at the gaps in the evidence, all of a sudden things weren't making as much sense. As it turns out, the situation wasn't nearly as cut and dry as most people had been led to believe. Spoctor wasn't using his subscribers against others. He just had a big ego and probably liked how quickly his channel was growing. The porn contest wasn't actually a porn contest. The rules page for the contest itself specified that it was a lewd contest, yes, but that contestants couldn't draw any overly provocative nudity and porn wasn't allowed at all. The pressuring people thing may have been exaggerated and may just be the result of a bunch of socially awkward kids not knowing how to clue in on social cues or situations. This one we'll be talking about in a bit. Spoctor did in fact pay his artists. I found out this by actually going to the artists who drew him his character sprites and asking them as much. The moaning for money thing was actually in reference to him literally moaning for money. While most people interpreted this as him begging for money from how it was presented in the exposed videos, it was an in-stream gag where if you donated to him, he would moan seductively. The argument for him being transphobic wasn't at all presented well and may have simply been a misunderstanding. It may have been kids being stupid kids, or it may have been a joke that didn't go over too well. Unfortunately, a lot of the visual accounts for that don't exist, and it was only really hinging on participant testimony without any substantial screenshots. One of the artists Spoctor paid for his sprites apparently is trans, and another one is dating a trans man, and both only had good things to say regarding his behavior, so this became more of a case of conflicting testimonies. For the final major claims that Spoctor was grooming children through sexually explicit images and conversations, well, as it turns out, the screenshots used to claim this came from only two people. One of them was Ghosty, whom Spoctor had been dating at the time, Ghosty being 14 and Spoctor being 16. We know this because one of the screenshots Ghosty provided was from May 2017, and Spoctor's birthday is on April 10th, so this would have been right after he turned 16. A lot of people tried to say that there was too much of an age gap, but there's really no issue with a 15-year-old and a 14-year-old dating, and that 15-year-old then turning 16 while they're dating. The other screenshots came from Stories, the supposed 8-year-old. Spoilers, Stories is not 8 years old. The conversations Ghosty provided were from the position of the two of them dating, and while different states and countries have different laws regarding whether it's okay for teenagers to text sexual messages to one another, I'll get into that a little later. The conversations that Stories provided were, yeah, that's a can of worms. And that's not even all of it. Before my first video came out, I ended up getting into a call with Atari and Pentagram where I listed a bunch of my issues with the videos as they were presented. Pentagram removed the video and deleted her YouTube account. After my video was released, Atari removed her video, apologized, and ended up making up with Spoctor. Stories first took to Twitter and Discord trying to defend her video and the original accusations, and then deleted her own videos and her YouTube account. Months later, she got into contact with Spoctor and myself on Discord, and apparently, she and Foster are friends, which was news to me, and it's something I've been having to deal with the backlash of for the past couple weeks. It's been a wild ride. So this video is going to be delving into a couple videos on the matter and primarily the screenshots that most people haven't seen yet. Before we get started, however, there are two things I want to address. Firstly, I'm going to be taking the initiative to put timestamps for this video down in the description. Some people have done that in the comment section of the last two videos and it's super nice, so I'm going to be proactive and do that in this one for you guys. You can open the description and see all of the topics we're going to be covering, and there will be timestamps if you want to skip to that particular part of the video. The second thing I want to talk about are the other videos that were made about Spoctor, as in the ones after the initial exposed videos. I covered a lot of them in the second video of the series, and I had planned on covering even more of them here, but I decided I would ultimately be repeating myself. Maybe I'll make that a patron-only video or something. There is one thing regarding them, however, and this was kind of brought to my attention by comments from a user named Jesus, what is his name? Banabla Bread Missy. I'm pretty sure their video on the Spoctor situation is gone now, but while it was still up, I remembered a comment that Bread left. At the time, Banabla Bread said that they weren't going to delete the video and pretend like they hadn't made a mistake by believing the initial hype, and that was their reasoning for keeping the video up. While I understand where you're coming from in this situation, I do want to make note that when you make a video that you consider to be a mistake, the severity of that mistake is usually what should determine whether the video stays up or not. I discussed in the last video how it was bad for users to just remove the Spoctor videos and pretend like the situation never happened. But the reason that's a bad thing to do is because it doesn't seek to correct the mistake. It seeks to only hide it. There's nothing wrong with making a mistake. People do it all the time. I made a mistake in my first video, and when we come to that point in this one, I'll be apologizing for it. With serious allegations that turn out to be maybe not as cut and dry as you originally thought, or with situations that are just flat out wrong, you have to remember that while you may recognize the mistakes and remove the video for that reason, there's no actual guarantee that everybody who saw your video video will have that same knowledge. When you remove a video without issuing a retraction or making a video explaining why you removed it, you're not cluing your audience in on the notion that the information you provided before may have been wrong. Without doing that, they might continue on believing what you had originally claimed. This is why I said that removing the videos and pretending like nothing happened was an issue, because a bunch of videos were making false claims about things they weren't entirely versed in, they threw it all out into the ether, and when they came back to the conclusion that they might have been wrong, they didn't bother to even try to reel that misinformation back in. Of course, I recognize that you can't go to every single person that saw your video and let them know the mistake. There's no way to do that. But chances are most of the people who saw your original videos on the matter were your subscribers, or people who frequent your content. You would at least let them know, and that's better than not making an effort at all. While I'm glad that it looks like Benevolent Bread Missy has removed their video on the matter, if anybody else has a video that's still up and they don't think the information they provided in that video is up to snuff, then I would encourage taking it down and issuing a retraction. Also, I know with YouTube's algorithm, maybe you don't want to lose the views, but you can private a video and keep the views as far as I'm aware. Remember, just put yourself in the mindset of someone who has false allegations spread about them. If a whole bunch of people make videos claiming something about you that wasn't true, you'd probably want them to take it down, wouldn't you? Okay, that's about all I have to say on that matter. On to the videos. So after my first video was released, people started coming to me with evidence against Pentagram Stories and Atari. When you really think about it, lots of different people had pieces to the puzzle. They simply couldn't see wide enough of a picture to realize what was going on. When my video came out, they recognized the importance of the evidence they didn't even know they had. One of those such people was Mimi Diggs, who contacted me on DeviantArt explaining what had actually happened before the Spoctor Exposed videos were even made.
I got a lot of explaining to do and a lot of apologies to write, but I'm just gonna cut straight to the point of why I'm currently noting you about this if you check your notes sometimes. To start off, I was a fucking idiot that this was slide, and I was partly involved in conversations where I didn't belong in. And this includes the Spoctor situation and a few others. After sitting down and viewing the entirety of your recent video, most of the actions that the following people, including myself, had made became clear to me. I was dishonest upon myself, and have participated in interacting with these people to the point of concern when I look back upon my own direct messaging and seeing how awful and disgusting I became. In short, I done goofed and talked with Atari, Pentagram, and Stories. I'm not putting the blame on them entirely, since this is also my fault as well, and I will take the blame for it regardless. I really hate snitching, especially when most of the information I'm about to share proves your explanations even further. But nonetheless, I think you want to have a look. I don't want to make yet another video about this, mainly because the drama has escalated so much that I gave up on explaining the truth and spewing out white lies to prevent anyone from getting hurt. But someone did end up getting hurt by this conflict, and I do not want any more potential victims to be a part of it. I regret everything, and I do feel ashamed for this, and for anyone who feels the same way too.
So I'm going to summarize what Mimi goes on to talk about through the rest of the note. Basically, she talks about an issue of harassment of a trans individual that happened in Spoctor's server. The person in question, Ash Entropy, harassed them on the server until Ash was kicked off and then proceeded to harass the trans individual on their DeviantArt page. In the server rules, there existed a loophole that if something happened outside the server, then it was out of Spoctor's control, which, you know, kinda makes sense, but I can also understand why people were upset about this. This is the situation that incited Mimi to be a part of the videos on Spoctor, but it didn't end up being something heavily focused on, which kinda surprises me actually. For as flawed as a lot of the arguments were, and as petty as they looked with hindsight in mind, I feel like this particular situation would have seemed like the proverbial nail in the coffin, especially regarding the claims that Spoctor was supposed to be transphobic. We'll talk about that a little more in a couple minutes. The other thing she addressed was something called the Anti-Digbert Collective, and this situation is significant for one particular reason. Apparently, before the group decided that they were going to do a rant on and take down Spoctor, they'd been planning to do the same thing to Digby the Goat. Here's an image of Mimi and Atari talking about the Digby rant from September 4th, 2017, and here's an image of Pentagram saying that she wanted to take down Spoctor in January of 2018. The funny thing is, apparently they were also asking Spoctor if he wanted to be in on the Anti-Digbert Collective.
Like, what? You want to take him down in January, Penguin in particular, but when you're trying to take down Digby the year before and still later in March, which was when Mimi was added to the anti-Digbert collective, so that's how I know it was going on then, you want to pull him in and get him to do your dirty work? Atari sent me screenshots of her conversations with Penguin in November of 2017, where they were talking about getting Spoctor in on the Digby rant. Also, side note, some of the stuff that Penguin says in that chat is hilarious when looking at it through the 2020 lenses of hindsight. Oof, 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 oof. Atari clued in on the notion that the rant wasn't really going anywhere and she'd changed her views on the matter, so she was the one who ended up closing the group. So thank you, Atari. I imagine that the rant didn't happen because you did that. To Mimi Diggs, I have to thank you for all these screenshots you've sent me. They were quite enlightening. And yet...
Alright, time to get to work.
Get out of my way, you discount edgelord. I don't need some mediocre voice actor playing me again.
I'm just gonna say this right before we start off. Unfortunately, since he wiped out most of my DMs with him due to damage control, it's gonna be difficult to grab some solid evidence.
Wait, what solid evidence? This claim doesn't really make a lot of sense based on what the accusations against Spoctor were. The evidence originally provided were mostly screenshots of sexual conversations. Were you one of the people in sexual conversations with Spoctor? Because that would actually be really bad for you, Mimi, if you're as old as you sound. The answer is no, but bear with me here. I'm actually curious as to what was in that chat that she thought counted as evidence on this matter.
But for now, let's discuss on why we are here today. Spoctor doesn't give a single fuck about anyone. We all know that by now. However, he makes people get away with things that they shouldn't in his old server. As a moderator on his server, I, as well as many other former mods and admins, had experienced some pretty awful shit.
I know someone who won't be named talked to him about this behavior already. Sadly, Spock didn't listen. For me personally, the thing that bothers me the most, now that I have time to let it set through, is that the only way to get close to Spock is to draw porn in some kind of way. I legit feel nasty, and I unfollowed him on all social media because of this guilt. Even to the point of begging me for more porn. I tried to tell myself that it's just Spock, but I feel so gross after drawing it. I never 100% regret drawing a picture, but that's what I did. And it's not a very good feeling since I wasn't in the good mental state then either. And regarding the transphobia, again, I've not once been misgendered. But it shouldn't be ignored when he deliberately ignored another person's pronoun. He excuses, let's call them B for safety despite them never caring for mine, actions to deliberately attacking and harassing not only me, but so many others from all the thing while everyone else were trying to figure out a plan. Spock just sat back and mocked us for the situation. Blah blah be this and blah blah be that kind of attitude. It clearly didn't help, and especially after that I didn't want to talk to him anymore. If he's gonna not defend what he calls friends and not call out his best friend, I want nothing to do with it. If he's going to excuse transphobia, then proceed to use it himself. I want no part. If I get found out and attacked for this, so fucking be it. It just proves how egotistical and swallow-headed and willingness to not improve is. 1. He's a toxic, childish member with bad jokes and makes furries out to be more point as trash. 2. He abused a young girl to do porn and ask or do commission someone else to do porn for him. Whatever he wants to do.
Okay, so while Mimi blocked out their name, I'm perfectly aware of who this user is. I'm also aware of the situation regarding the person known as B that they're referring to. I just talked about it. The blotted out user here is Pegagamer, a trans mod from Spoctor's original server. The B person is Ash Entropy. What started out as a disagreement in the server itself ended up leaving said server because while it wasn't allowed in there, the loophole in the server rules meant that people couldn't be penalized for stuff they did outside the server. The earliest dated screenshots I have for this happening are from October 23rd
3rd, 2017. It has effectively continued for months. On October 21st, Spoctor was either told about the situation initially or talked about it in direct messages. He seems to be reacting to the situation under the pretense that Ash Entropy is acting like a troll, and ignoring him or else not eliciting the desired response would make him stop. On this note, I can understand where Spoctor is coming from. He probably doesn't want to get involved between two friends who are having a disagreement, and even in this screenshot itself, he makes note that he doesn't want to take sides. For a 16-year-old, because yes, he was 16 at the time, I can't really fault him for acting like this. He just doesn't want people to hate him for his activity or inactivity. I even went to talk to Pega directly to ask what he thought of the situation. This was his response.
I admit, the first shot was me. I was a fucking idiot and was being dragged in, and she wanted my opinion. I admit it wasn't and still isn't my brightest moment. After I flat out said I wanted nothing. Plus, I wasn't in the best mental state, so it closed my judgment. It doesn't excuse my behavior though, and I learned not to involve myself in shit I don't know a lot about. So, I don't stick my nose in shit now. As for Ash, I still don't like him and think he's an idiot and a bigot. Like, I'm cool with debating and discussing subjects with people who disagree with me, but he kinda went far to personal attack and to the point of harassment on DeviantArt and Twitter, even getting others involved. Personally, I have no empathy for him and won't care if he got hit by a car. As my opinion in full, it could have been avoided if people at least talked to one another for once, including myself. You're welcome, Ponder. I am sick while recording this, and I'm sorry for my Love you.
Wow, a situation that was blown out of proportions and could have easily been sorted out if people chose to talk to one another instead of venting separately and attacking one another in retaliation? Color me shocked. Never seen a situation like that recently. I'm glad that people have at least learned a lesson from it. That's one thing to be glad for.
And as we formed a group to discuss situations within the server just to enforce his rules, he disappeared from the administration table for a very long time. He only checks in from time to time to see the condition of his server and to interact with his fans minorly. Nobody knows what the hell he was doing while he was off to God knows where, but it was clear that it was very suspicious.
You know, I'm kind of glad that this video got pushed until after the Foster Katzun thing, because now you guys probably know why this claim in particular makes no sense. Him not being active on Discord is suspicious? Why? The notion that someone might have things outside of the internet to do is just too foreign a concept? I mean, yeah, I know we are talking about weebiants, and they practically live online, but come on! A 16-year-old is busy with life that's not online? Perish the thought!
As for other news, I saved screenshots on an incident that happened during my first few days as a moderator on his server. The user I encountered during this time was popular among the server due to her cute voice. She was also favored by Spoctor. When we started roleplaying in DMs, however, she attempted to send me nudes.
FBI, open up!
This keeps getting worse and worse.
Of course I said no, and backed off like a good girl, and reported this to the administration. Spoctor was especially displeased about this for some odd reason, but he let me off with a warning to never interact with his user again on duty. I kept my word, and he watched over me ever since just to make sure I wasn't interacting with any other girls.
See, this is why I don't like accounts like this. It's all based not only on personal interpretation and potentially, since Mimi was contacted by Penegrin and incited into doing a rant on Spoctor, bias, without providing any evidence to support the claims. This would be the equivalent to if I said that I'd heard Penegrin was planning on taking her revenge by coming back and secretly weaseling her way into my friend group under a different name so that she could take me down from the inside, and then I didn't provide any evidence to support my claims. Good thing I haven't heard any rumors of that. Where was I again?
Every time I talked to him, he would sound as if he was attacked, as if he was hiding something.
That's personal interpretation. People could literally say the same thing about me and you. This means nothing.
He only talks to me when his reputation or his friends are threatened by drama outside the server.
Ah, the irony.
And I wasn't the only one who witnessed this, or experienced this. But that's basically my input on Spoctor theory. I didn't even know he was such a fucking awful dude. Like, this makes me so pissed off. It also goes to show that from my experience alone, there are underage minors that are capable of sending nudes to Spoctor. So I wonder if that user and him did something nasty?
And that's straight up speculation that isn't based on any evidence. For one thing, if the minor in question was trying to send nudes to people, then that wouldn't have been Spoctor's fault. Mimi seems to have this weird guilt by association thing going that she applies to Spoctor here without really taking into consideration who would be at fault. And we can see that's the case because she also tweeted about the situation and...
Before I delete my contest entry from Spoctor Theories contest, I want to let everyone know that my artwork of a pedophile has attracted other pedophiles. Nuff said. Hashtag stay away from Spoctor Theory.
From Wonder Girl Power 90.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Wait a minute, wait a minute. Is that my sweet husband Spocty? Please let it be him. Please let it be him. I want to hug and let him lick my chest for me. Awesome artwork.
From Wonder Girl Power 90's profile.
Wonder Girl Power 90, Kimberly, United States. My name is Kimberly. I'm 28 years of age.
Mimi, honey, that's not how that works. For one thing, the character of Spoctor, you know, the big, deep-voiced, green tree lizard assassin man, that character is of age. A person being attracted to a furry character who is of age does not make them a pedophile. Furthermore, how did you get it in your mind that mature artwork of an adult character would attract pedophiles? That's like the exact opposite of how that works. I also just want to point out what was said in that conversation Mimi had with the minor.
So yeah, if you want a boob pic or something, I don't care. I can trust you. LMAO.
Oh. Fuck. No nudes.
LMAO, okay.
No nudes for real! You could be in jail! I could be in jail! Women! No!
But if you are ever curious, winky face.
No!
You want to see me in a bra or not, LMAO? It's better than showing kassin of a woman. Wah!
No, that'll be a felony offense.
Waluigi.
I'm better than that.
So you're saying me boobs are bad? Crying face.
You really want to do that in front of me?
What? Show me in a bra? Yeah, because I know you wouldn't show anyone.
I could. By reporting your butt.
No.
For sending me nudes.
I'm like 14. I can't go to jail. It's a bra.
You're also freaking fucking a moderator here, boy. I'm a responsible woman.
Winky face, but if we don't tell, we can be very sneaky.
No toxic shit. Eyes on it.
Okay, but whenever you are curious about your waifu in a bra, hit me up, B.
This sounds like a joke. Maybe it's just me, and I could be totally wrong, but neither party sounds sincere in this conversation. I don't know, whenever I see someone shove Waluigi into a conversation, I don't tend to think they're being serious anymore.
I don't know, but it sure was uncomfortable.
He demoted everyone in search of new administrators, probably because, as we saw from the last video, some of the mods admit to being culpable in not doing their jobs. Plus, if Spoctor wasn't occupying the server frequently, as you've already stated he wasn't, he would have had to make sure that the mods he did have kept it up with actually moderating the server. If they're not doing their job and he doesn't have the time to keep them on track, then yeah, it makes sense to switch them out for a more reliable group.
The nude girl might still be in contact with Spoctor Theory. She got away with it.
Might still be in contact, as in you don't know. And she got away with what? Not sending you nudes? Because as far as we're aware, she didn't send any. She offered to send you some, potentially in jest, and you said no. Beyond that, we have no indication that anything of the like actually ended up happening. You can't even be positive that the girl wasn't talked to about the matter by Spoctor himself. You said that he was upset by the situation, but don't tell us whether you know for sure if he acted on the information you gave him. You just sort of imply that he didn't.
Bat me, daddy.
Bap, bap.
I'm gonna kill myself.
No real point, I just wanted to make some of my friends voice act that part. Haha. Mimi also made a journal about the situation after my first video came out, and unfortunately, while she's a tad more informed about what Spoctor was actually guilty of, she still kinda misses the point on a couple things, including claiming that distributing child pornography is equally as serious as pedophilia. I mean, I know where she's coming from, but you kinda have to take into consideration the parties involved in this situation, and, like, pedophilia isn't a crime. It's acting on it that makes it a crime. That's how that works. I'll talk about the legalities more towards the end, but let's just say, while Mimi acknowledges one of the parties and how they did wrong, she completely ignores the other party involved. Specifically, she ignores that, well, They committed the exact same offense. Okay, enough with this. On to the next video. Oh look! It's the return! Before we start with this section, I do need to explain something that happened behind the scenes. Ghosty ended up contacting me on DeviantArt. While they did want to specify that they took responsibility for their videos and actions, they had a couple requests for this last installment. Firstly, they requested that I not showcase the visual part of the video because the character they used as representation at the time now belongs to another artist, and they don't want that artist to be affected by the situation, which I completely understand. Secondly, they requested that I change the audio portion of the video to a text-to-speech alternative. The reasoning behind this is more personal, and so I'm not going to get into it. All that really matters is that I'm going to respect Ghosty's wishes here, so similar to what I did in my recent co-op commentary with Manga Common, I've written out a transcript of what Ghosty said in these next two videos, and I'll be having a friend read it off in the same vein as what was originally presented. So please note that what's about to be read aloud is from Ghosty's second and third videos about the drama at the time that it was still growing.
Hey, I know I made a video which is pretty vague yesterday, but I'm gonna make a full one now that his apology is out. I know most of you have heard about this stuff in Atari and Pentagram's videos, but I'm gonna go slightly more in depth with it and fully explain my side in the case if you haven't seen it. I'm not trying to drag this on.
Oh, don't worry, I'm sure at this point people are gonna say that about me, so you're probably in the clear.
But I honestly need to get this off my chest and explain why his apology is bullshit. As I do think I have the best reasoning as to why he shouldn't be forgiven, and it would just simply be ignored if I were to put in a tweet or a journal. People might not know who I am. I am Spoctor's ex. We dated for... I don't know. Until the 10th of May. I think it was the 10th. If it wasn't, I was only a few days off. I don't know the exact day we started dating because, to be honest, I didn't even realize we started dating. I told him I liked him on the 26th of April, and a few days later, he just randomly blurted out, "Oh yeah, I told that we're dating!" So I just kinda rolled with it. During this relationship, he did some very disgusting things, such as being constantly sexual towards me, being 13, turning 14.
This screenshot that you yourself provided is from May 8th. You claim to have started dating, to your own knowledge, by the 26th of April. Spoctor turned 16 on the 10th of April. In this screenshot, he mentions you being 14. I'm detecting some inconsistencies. I mean, even if you want to say that you were 13 turning 14, at the time, he was 15 turning 16. Like, it's not like it's a shocking age difference. That's an 11th grader dating a 9th grader. People did that all the time when I was in school. Also, wait a second. You guys dated for less than half a month. From a few days after the 26th of April to the 10th of May. That's barely a third of a month. Honestly, from the way you've been describing it, I kinda thought it would have been longer than that.
He would constantly brag about his subscriber count, ask me if I could make him smut, and then later ask me to make him some explicit smut.
Here's an image of Spoctor on the 25th of April, by your own account before you ever told him that you liked him, asking if you'd ever drawn smut before, and you reply that yes, you did. Here's an image from the 2nd of May asking about your boundaries. Here's an extension of the conversation where he asks how explicit you can get, giving you an out if you're not comfortable with drawing that stuff. You saying that you could get as explicit as he wants. Here's you acknowledging him telling you not to go overboard. Guys, it's okay to regret things that you agreed to at the time, but if you don't make your feelings on the matter known, then you can't vilify the other person in the situation. If you don't make it known to them your issues at the time, then you can't be angry with them for continuing under the assumption that you're okay with it. The regret on the situation should only be on you, and you should use it to grow as a person after the fact with a better understanding of what your own boundaries are. Now, granted, if a person deliberately does something in spite of your own boundaries, then yeah, you'd have a case, but that's not what happened here. I also just realized this screenshot you showed of Spoctor commenting on your DeviantArt was from April 23rd, 2017, before you guys started dating and before he came to ask you about smut. Wow, color me shocked that someone who responded with a link to what I can only assume is not safe for work material, he would then ask regarding their capability or willingness to draw it. I also just realized at the moment of recording this, I'm pretty sure Ghosty used this screenshot as evidence of them dating, but this screenshot is from before they were dating. What?
Told my 13-year-old friend to touch themselves while venting and pressured another 13-year-old friend of mine to draw porn of us while she said that she was uncomfortable several times, and that was pretty transphobic. For the sexual stuff, I know sexual stuff is bound to happen in almost every relationship, but not to the extent this did, and certainly not with someone who's underage.
Yeah, sexual stuff does happen with people who are underage, especially if both parties in the relationship are underage. Teenagers have sex all the time. Where did you even get this? Even just from the people I knew in high school, sex definitely happens. There were, some of the rumors I heard towards my last year about where some of the 9th graders were having sex in the school kind of surprised me with how adventurous people could be. I don't know, maybe I was just vanilla.
Just because it happens to a lot of people, though, doesn't mean it's justified.
What? You just said that it didn't happen. Now you're saying it happens to a lot of people? Like, these claims weren't even a sentence apart. They were directly after one another. And doesn't make what justified? Saying sexual stuff to someone whom he's aware has a crush on him, whom he's currently dating, and whom, as far as we can tell from the screenshots you've shown us, hasn't been told that you dislike sex talk? That was also something I didn't notice in the first video, is that all of these screenshots are from over the course of only a few select days. Basically a little before you guys started dating up until right before you stopped. In such a short amount of time, why is there no direct screenshot of you making note that you don't like sexual talk? Like, if you don't make it known that you're uncomfortable with certain topics of conversation, you can't be mad when the other party doesn't know. And you haven't showcased us that you actually told him this. You just showcased him reacting to something that might be that. People are not mind readers. I understand that it can be difficult to be forward about your feelings, but that isn't anybody else's fault. Actually, even your initial claim that it's difficult to get all the necessary screenshots doesn't make a lot of sense, because you've clearly showcased you could get screenshots from before the relationship leading up to the end of it. Why would you not just screenshot everything from within that time frame? If you had to scroll up further on Skype, then I'd understand, but you've already made note when the two of you started dating. I don't see why you'd have to scroll up any further than that, and if you told him you weren't comfortable with it within that time frame, then we should be seeing the screenshot. The only reasonable excuse might be that the conversation was on Discord, but we don't have much indication for that, considering your Skype screenshots extend all the way up past May 8th without any sort of indication of this conversation happening, and the screenshot you presented of Spoctor reacting to what you said was you saying this was on Skype. There should be no reason why you can't provide that screenshot.
For example, he'd tell me every time he was going to jack off, telling me to call him daddy, talking about asking about our kinks, saying we should probably try something, meaning fuck me, of course.
Try something does not inherently mean fuck you. Yeah, it could have meant that, but it also could have been just as innocuous as hand-holding. The fact that you guys were countries apart probably also spurred on some of the big talk, just because there was so little a chance that you'd meet up in real life anytime soon. People tend to talk themselves up or talk big when there isn't the likelihood that they would have to physically act upon those claims.
If we ever met in real life and tried to have an SFW roleplay with me, I did, admittedly, go along with some of the stuff at the time because I didn't want to upset my boyfriend, despite myself being uncomfortable. Such as calling him daddy and drawing him the smut he wanted, and the blame's completely on me for that, but you have to consider there wasn't a lot of pressure on a 13 to 14-year-old to make their significant other happy, and I am a minor, not of legal age in my country, meaning I cannot give consent regardless of what I said.
I mean, you just tried to vilify him for this, and now you're going back on it and acknowledging that, yes, you went along with it and didn't reveal your feelings. That's kind of a problem. Spoctor's also a minor, by the way, and depending on the... Okay, so your accent is Scottish, right? The only sort of laws that I can find with regards to teen sexting is referring to the distribution of images of people who are underage, which, as far as you've explained from your time dating Spoctor, didn't happen. I can't find any sort of laws that say that teenagers cannot engage in sexual conversations with one another, and even if that were the case, teens talk about sex all the time, in high school and outside of it. So how would that even be regulated? Again, I understand the pressure of a teenager wanting to keep their partner happy. I was subject to this. But young teens, you guys need to understand that you have the power to say no. Any person who berates you for doing as much probably isn't someone that you want to keep in your lives anyway. Nothing significantly bad even happened in this chat from what you've shown us. You simply became uncomfortable through certain conversations. That's fine. It's okay to be uncomfortable, but you have to voice that you're uncomfortable, and you certainly can't use excuses like this to try and make that uncomfortable feeling into something more villainous than it was.
I did tell him I get embarrassed and uncomfortable at the mention of sexual topics at one point, and he told me that dating him would get me used to it, which, yeah, that's not very you can't just say that to someone who's uncomfortable.
Finally, something I can work with. Do need to point out, however, that in the same vein that you were unable to properly express your feelings and deal with the situation accordingly, you are in the same breath expecting Spoctor to know how to handle this situation accordingly. Teenagers being teenagers. Plus, even before you guys started dating, you linked him to something marked as not safe for work. What is he supposed to think at that point? You've kind of been sending mixed signals. Also, something I just noticed, why is it not okay for Spoctor, based on what you claim regarding consent and legalities, to talk about sex stuff with you, but it's perfectly okay for you to send him not safe for work links and draw smut and explicit artwork and potentially send that to other minors? And despite your actions of sending and drawing not safe for work material, you also act like it's bad for him to 1. Not know that you were uncomfortable with sexual conversations, and 2. Suggest the notion of dating him would help you pass those reservations, as you have clearly already demonstrated an interest in it with your own artwork. This doesn't make any sense.
The first time he mentioned his subscriber count, my friend and I thought he was joking until he brought it up again and again and again when I didn't answer. Then he asked the question again and wanted me to answer, of course. Do I need to explain why being a cocky shithead is bad?
Do I need to explain why sending mixed signals and then vilifying someone for something you actively participate in of your own volition and without provocation is bad?
One of the things he asked me was if, like, when we first met, he'd ask me if I ever drawn smut and heavily suggested that I should make him stuff.
No, he didn't. We can literally see within the screenshots that he's asking if you've drawn it before. You say that you have, and he asks if he can see it. Even in the second one, he seems like he's trying to be mutual with someone whom, may I remind you, apparently shared not safe for work stuff with him 2 days before.
Looking back now, I think it was pretty obvious he was trying to manipulate and use me for NSFW art, which honestly ties into the fact he thinks he's better than everyone because he has a large fan base, which is easily manipulated.
Oh my god!
I draw smut and porn in my free time. This guy, whom I've sent a not safe for work link to, also likes smut. We bond over this perception of our mutual interest in smut artwork. Therefore, he was manipulating me.
Ghosty. Come on! Actually, you could totally flip the situation around and say that you were trying to draw him in with smut, manipulating his interest in it, because the link you sent was before the earliest recounting you have of him directly asking about it. That's kind of funny. I would also like to point out that this statement is likely in response to the claims that Spoctor was a child groomer, but this doesn't actually make any sense if you know what grooming actually entails. When Ghosty was recounting how their relationship with Spoctor began, they specified saying that they didn't know the two of them were in a relationship until Spoctor told them that he had told someone else that the two of them were dating. A huge grooming tactic is to keep the nature of the relationship between the predator and their prey private. Groomers don't want people going around and advertising that they're in a relationship because they're not supposed to be in a relationship with someone that young. It lets them manipulate the victim without others knowing what's going on. Illymation actually did an amazing job at showcasing an example of a grooming relationship. I'll put a link to one of her videos on the subject in the description so you can watch it on your own time, but one of the things she makes note of is that the guy who manipulated her expressly said that he wanted her to keep their relationship a secret.
And all he wanted was a friend. But, and this is important, he told me to never tell my parents about our friendship. Why? Because they wouldn't understand us. We're like Romeo and Juliet, okay?
Based on what Ghosty said about Spoctor's behavior, this doesn't make any sense. On top of that, beyond the abuse, child groomers tend to shower their victim with attention and try to make them feel special, which actually goes against one of the claims Ghosty made in the description of the stash where they kept their screenshots. Here, Ghosty says that Spoctor, halfway through their relationship, what is that, like 6 or 7 days, hinted that there was another girl he liked. Ghosty also claims that he would frequently compare them to his ex. This is the exact opposite of how to groom someone. Also, grooming is generally a long-term thing, and you guys only dated for 14 days. Maybe. At most. You were not being groomed. Chill.
He NSFW BDSM roleplayed with me once, and the result of it are on screen right now, and tried to do that with a minor is shitty. Once when my 13-year-old friend was venting, I won't say what they were venting about, of course, instead of giving actual advice, he told them to go touch themselves. Not only is that an inappropriate time to say that, it's also very fucked up to say that to a 13-year-old. Then, to another 13-year-old friend, he kept pestering her to make an NSFW art, despite her saying that she was uncomfortable at least 5 times.
Y'all do know that groomers are usually a little more tactical in their manipulation, right? I mean, usually. There are some dumb ones now and again. But yeah, I don't exactly expect a teenage boy to understand how to deal appropriately with someone venting. Maybe it's just me.
I can't provide proof of it because it happened in a private Discord server Spoctor made and then deleted. However, I do have some screenshots of when he moved to Skype to discuss this. He's clearly trying to bribe and make deals for her to do it, which obviously suggests she didn't initially want to. I even tried hinting she was uncomfortable when I was too scared to start shit, so I didn't make it super serious. However, I wish I did, and I assure you that my friend did make it serious from the start, but...
Guys, offering to pay an artist to finish a piece of artwork? We have a word for that. Surprisingly, it's not bribery. The usual terminology is commission. Shouldn't this be a good thing? Spoctor was willing to pay the artist to see the finished piece rather than have it remain as a request. Usually that's a good thing. Artists generally need to recognize that they can be paid for their work, so the fact that this was handed to them as a potential commission, I don't know if this artist recognized this, but maybe they should attend some weekend classes. I know a pretty good one that I could probably hook you up in. Okay, let's test what you've all learned so far. Ready, class? All together now. Can you draw me for free?
Fuck you, pay me.
I have a comic idea that can benefit us both.
Fuck you, pay me.
Can you make an OC for me?
Fuck you, pay me.
I can give you great exposure to my 900 followers.
Fuck you, pay me.
I'm sorry to inform you that unless you provide me with the necessary funds to complete this transaction, I cannot comply with your request.
Very good. Remember, you can still deny any commission that comes your way, but either way, getting paid for your work helps you fund your own projects down the line. Also, Caden, get out of my class.
Fuck you, I could be a pretty artist too!
Also, can we just bring those screenshots up again? Am I supposed to believe that the artist you're talking about, the artist who is supposedly uncomfortable, is BMO? The artist who says, in response to Spoctor asking if he should leave, I'm assuming under the impression that they were uncomfortable.
You are a puss. Shut the fuck up.
Ghosty. Blissful ignorance, because of people not expressing how they feel about drawing something, is not a crime. Also, a triple slash and Emmy uncomfortably screaming in the background sounds like you're cracking jokes at the situation. You do not get to be mad at someone because you chose to be subtle about something and you were too subtle for them to catch on. Like, at that point, just be blunt. I know it's hard when you start out, but it gets way easier once you've done it a couple times.
Hey, you're into tentacle porn, right, B? Ponder Sprocket's probably into it, huh?
No, not really.
Oh, I get it. You're just shy. You should totally draw more of it. It'll be fun.
No, thank you.
Oh, but if you just...
Pressure! Pushing down on me, pressing down on you. You're an asshole. Under pressure, that brings a building down, splits a family in two, puts people on streets. My baby, my baby. It did a. Okay.
Another thing he did once was when I was venting to him about something super personal, not something minor. I mean super personal. I left the server for reasons related to it, and when people asked, he flat out said what was going on with me. I won't say what it was, but he basically released the context of my personal situation to a mod chat, full of strangers and people I don't know without my permission or knowledge, and never told me, and I had to find out myself when he gave me mod for, what, 2 hours?
What? Oh, you think I have something to say on that? Nope. If he did that, it was a dick move. I feel like you can be mad at him if he did that. I don't know if you could vilify him to other people for that, but if it happened, then it was totally a dick move.
I cannot provide proof, of course, since the server was deleted and I never got a screenshot of it. He was also transphobic.
No, I'm not doing this. I am not going to argue whether someone is or is not transphobic based on personal interpretation of a situation that they even admit could have been based on jokes, but which could have had multiple other means of it being interpreted, especially when I don't have screenshots to go on. We're skipping it. And I actually haven't pulled this one out in a long time, so, Oh my god, I don't care!
this part is basically nothing compared to the other stuff he did, but don't give a shit about releasing private screenshots, as he did the same. He uploaded a video which included my friend's art, which was shared privately in a Skype chat, and this was after we cut each other off. Why would you use your ex-best friend's art in the fan art section, which wasn't even fan art? It was just generally art based on an inside joke, and they were never friends to begin with. But why would you do that? That's beyond me. Not even that, he didn't credit her nor anyone else's fan art in the same video, which is against YouTube's terms of service, mind you.
Guys, I told my friends I was working on this point. Micromavi read it aloud, and now she's threatening to come to Canada and beat the shit out of me for making her read it, and I'm scared.
Guys, I actually do have something very important to tell you guys.
Okay, what?
Okay, so I took the biggest shit earlier today, right? And
okay, like, see, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Was so fucking good.
Look, Mavi, here's the thing. I'd be interested if it wasn't for the fact that I'm not.
Well, you see, that's why you're wrong, and you shouldn't speak because you're a woman. Now.
Guys.
What?
What?
I want you to read that. Just tell me what you think.
Okay, you want me to read it? Okay, can I read it out loud?
Yeah, you can read it aloud.
Okay.
I'm drawing. I don't have time to read.
Well, yeah, that's why you're
You
not.
never have time to read. You don't read.
That's implying Dulu can read. She's only in like what, the 2nd grade?
I was probably taller than you when I was in 2nd.
Okay, so if no one has the balls to read it, I'll read it.
Fuck off! I'm reading it. No.
Well, fine. Jeez.
I have the quickest draw. Fuck off. This part is basically nothing compared to the other stuff he did. Okay. But I don't give a shit about releasing private screenshots, as he did the same. He uploaded a video which included my friend's art, which was shared privately in a Skype chat, and this was after we cut each other off. Why would you use your ex's best friend's art in the fan art section, which wasn't even fan art? It was just generally art based on an inside joke, and they were never friends to begin with. But why would you do that? That's beyond me. Not even on that, he didn't credit her nor anyone else's fan art in the same video, which is against YouTube's terms of service, mind you.
What? So, okay, hang on.
Mavi.exe just stopped fucking working. Okay, cool.
I'm confused. What?
I think the implication is like the artist who drew the artwork for him isn't actually a fan of him. I think they just drew it because he was Ghosty's boyfriend, not because they actually liked him, just because they were dating their friend.
Okay, Ponder, I do have one thing I want to add into all this.
Yes.
I'm gonna fucking find you. And when I find you, I'm gonna find your fucking family. And when I find your fucking family, I'm gonna go execution style on their asses and make you watch the shit. I'm gonna become Stalin up in this bitch. Except I'm gonna have a much better fucking mustache. Okay.
Somebody say communism?
Yes. I'm gonna.
Ask me your opinion, Mr. Marx.
I'm gonna beat your ass with a metal foot up your ass, okay? Not just like a metal boot. Not like a metal boot. I'm gonna turn my foot into a metal foot because I know how you have a thing for fucking robots and shit. I'm gonna make my metalized robot ding-dong of a leg up your ass and hope that it comes out your mouth.
That's kinky.
Is she saying fuck because she's disgusted or turned on?
Don't know!
What's happened?
Hey, Ponder, look, if you're not gonna be loyal to me and you're just gonna freaking sleep with this robot, like, every single fucking week, you know, I don't know if I can do this anymore.
She is a lesbian!
You guys a comment! Now I feel so attacked!
Listen, Ponder. Listen, Ponder. I'm gonna tell you this now. You show this shit to me, I will fuck your wife and ruin your crops, okay?
I have.
And you know what? You know what the worst part about this is? I'm stealing Demona.
No! Okay, so discounting the notion that you apparently have to be friends to showcase fan art of your character in the fan art section, which would negate the point of fan art in the first place. You're mad at him for featuring your friend's art of his character with other artwork of his character that he thinks is good and wants to show to others. And yeah, if he forgot to link to the artist so other people could see them, then that would be an issue. Or it could be a mistake and he simply forgot to add the credits. Unfortunately, we can't check this because the video you're mad about doesn't exist anymore. I went to check and see if Spoctor ended up crediting the artist in the description, and it looks like the video was taken down. So, not an issue anymore, I guess? I don't even know if this video was still up when Ghosty made their videos on the drama because all they showcase is the Discord call where they were making note of the video, which was forever ago. No, but that aside, let's not forget that you are complaining that someone drew artwork of Spoctor's character and he liked it enough that he wanted to promote it. The horror. A 16-year-old potentially makes a mistake and doesn't properly credit the fan art he's trying to promote? Pure dread. If you haven't figured it out yet, I think this complaint is stupid. Even if you want to make the complaint that Spoctor shouldn't have been posting artwork of him made by friends of his ex, you guys broke up on May 10th, according to you, and the screenshot from Discord where you're discussing the video is from June 25th, meaning that the video was likely uploaded sometime between when you broke up and this screenshot. But Spoctor could have been working on it or selected the fan art to be used for it before you broke up. I don't know how long it takes him to get videos done, but I know that when I plan for a video, I usually plan what fan art to feature at the end of it way in advance. It also doesn't really help that the person reacting to the artwork is Emmy. You know, BMO. That person that Spoctor offered to pay to see the finished artwork done, likely indicating that he liked the artwork. Actually, is this the same piece of artwork? God, this is stupid.
Which is against YouTube's terms of service, mind you.
So is bullying, which would be a tad problematic considering what this video was made in response to, but wow, I'm not getting into that.
That's everything on my end. I'm going to make a list of everything that Spoctor's done now that you know the context of this, and I want you to tell me if all of this stuff together is honestly forgivable when you put it like this.
When you put it like this. I think we know why using that phrase here in light of certain revelations about this situation probably wasn't the best choice of words.
This doesn't only include my parts. Others too. I tried to put all of them in chronological order. He asked a miner to make smut.
The miner being you, who already made smut artwork in their pastime and possibly linked Spoctor to not safe for work material before he ever asked you about your willingness to draw it yourself.
He was constantly sexual towards the miner,
whom he was, as a miner himself, also dating.
Bragged about his sub count.
The horrors of an ego.
Told a 13-year-old to go touch themselves while venting.
You know, based on what I've seen recently and trying to delve into the situation of young teenagers expressing their sexuality, I'm not at all surprised by this.
Tried to have an SFW roleplay with a minor.
The minor he was dating and whom drew smut in their pastime.
Pressure a 13-year-old minor to make NSFW art despite them saying they were uncomfortable.
They literally did not say that in any of the screenshots you showed us. You flat out admitted that neither you nor the artist in question were able to state within the conversation as it happened that you were uncomfortable and instead chose to be subtle about it. The subtlety clearly going over his head. You do not get to revise history now.
Someone leaked a personal event in a mod chat.
If it's true, then yeah, that sucks. Oh, but I'm sorry. And going back over my notes, I remembered this little screenshot where you actually specify what the potential issue he revealed to people was. And look, Ghosty, I completely feel for you if you're stuck in a situation like that. But other teenagers online are not going to really grasp the severity of what you're going through. It's completely inexcusable if you're going through that, but people around your age aren't always going to be versed enough or tactful enough to know what to do when you reveal something like that to them. It's better to go talk to an adult about the situation because they'll be able to better analyze what you give them and act on it accordingly. A teenager can't do that, and you can't fault them for not acting accordingly because they simply haven't learned how to do so yet. There's also the problem that some people, online especially, lie about being in the same situation you're in, and they do so for attention. Those people go out of their way to spread that around so that they can get more attention from more people. If Spoctor had been in contact with someone like that before, then he might not understand that someone who really does go through something like that might not want it spread around. That's the sad reality of the internet. Unfortunately, because we don't know if you discussed this with him, we can't be sure if that's the case. But I still want to remind you that an online teenager is probably not the person to confide in for stuff like this because they won't be able to handle it in the best way. I also just realized that you also publicly admitted it in this screenshot stash, which you uploaded back in May. So why are you mad at him for publicly saying it to strangers when you are doing the very same fucking thing here? Oh my god, I cannot function.
is transphobic,
Kill me!
send porn to a 13-year-old.
Okay, wait, I'm sorry, what? See, this is a problem with you saying that not all of these claims come from you, because now you're just throwing random stuff out into the ether and expecting it to stick. So for those who hadn't seen Ghosty's original video, at this point they showcase this screenshot. A comment, I'm assuming on Ghosty's earlier video or else a different video on the drama, from someone named Cheerio. I hadn't heard of Cheerio in the drama before, and I can't think of any other videos that mentioned her. So I went looking into things to see what I could find, and look, if you haven't yet figured out that every time I go looking into something we fall into a rabbit hole of suck, then I don't know what to tell you. So, Cheerio claims that Spoctor sent her porn when she was 13. Let's not lose sight of the fact that this is presented as is with no other evidence of the claim. I don't even think that Cheerio made a video on it, because if she did, I probably would have already seen it when I was combing through the drama videos back in April before my first video was released. Maybe I missed it, that's always a possibility, but in any case, this comment is the only mention of the claims that we have, and there's no evidence provided with it. Since she claims she was sent the porn when she was 13, I went to Twitter and DeviantArt to try and figure out what age she was. There I was able to find out that she's 15, and her birthday is on July 5th. Now, that's a little weird. Spoctor just celebrated his 2-year anniversary on his YouTube channel. Does that mean that she's referring to around the time before Spoctor's channel exploded in growth? Because that's when she would have been 13 years old. Spoctor also would have been 15 at the time. And while yeah, you might say that still isn't an excuse, he shouldn't be sending porn to someone who's 13, I would totally get where you were coming from, except Cheerio doesn't share in that belief. Yeah, remember when I said I also went to her Twitter? Pro tip, kids, Twitter is public! Not only are her tweets from April mysteriously all gone, which is strange considering Cheerio is an avid tweeter, and I can still find tweets from her from around that time, they're simply not there when you check through her dash. Oh, but Ponder, that doesn't show that she doesn't think that Let me finish. While I was scrolling through her tweets, I came across a situation that I was personally unfamiliar with. I don't know what happened directly, but what I can glean from the tweets surrounding it was that someone had been allegedly asking for nudes from a minor. Not Spoctor, somebody else. Cheerio's response to these allegations? Well, she doesn't demand proof of him doing it. As far as I can tell, that had already been provided. Instead, she says,
stop blaming people for past things they have done. Not everyone matures quickly, and people calling him out for shit that happened years ago is stupid.
Uh-huh. Really?
Didn't know my ass. LMFAO. You literally asked if there was proof of him not changing after seeing shit he did. This is so funny.
Can you and the crew please leave me alone? Y'all are like hate following. It's pathetic. I got proof, and so I understand now. Fuck off. If you make a call out about someone to try and get them to realize their mistakes, like, that makes sense, and I get your reasoning, but what callouts really do is just get the person harassed, witch hunted, and it can lead to straight up bullying. If you want to get me to realize mistakes I have done, tell me privately. Tell me privately so I can apologize to you. Tell me privately so it won't lead to people harassing both me and you.
Mm-hmm. See, that's a little weird considering this comment doesn't look all too private. This almost looks like a public comment in response to a bunch of call-out videos that were made on Spoctor. Reminder that those screenshots you just saw were from June 8th and June 9th, less than 2 months after the Spoctor drama.
Yeah, I guess. It's still kind of frustrating though. I wish people could be a bit more civil. I know that when people say something that's really offensive, it might be hard to be civil. I just wish people would talk it out first before throwing labels on me. Man, I'm really thinking about making a video on call-out culture. I hate it with every fiber of my being.
Oh, I'm sure you do. One final note about Cheerio before we move on. Found this in her tweets too.
I jacked off a little bit too hard and I almost had a heart attack. How is your day fucking going?
This is from June 2nd. Her birthday is July 5th. She's 14 in this image. Gee, it's almost like teens are sexual or something and don't have a fucking filter. Ghosty, this? Presenting this in the video as it was, only the comment without looking into it? This is not okay. You can't just believe people at face value like this and then continue to propagate that face value belief across your platform to other people, especially with something this serious. Cheerio gave nothing to showcase that what she was saying was true. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. She didn't give you anything to determine which it was. Remember when I just said how you shouldn't expect other teenagers your age to react well when presented with serious information because they don't know how to address it, look into it, or handle it accordingly? Yeah, it's almost like your behavior right here isn't indicative of that notion. Jesus, you kids. I also just found out that apparently Cheerio used to be called Darling QQ, and I vaguely know who that was, and I have only ever heard bad things, so I'm moving on.
Use private art without permission nor credit.
Oh, bugger off. When you create artwork for a big YouTuber who has a habit of featuring said artwork at the end of the video, the implication that the art you've made is probably going to end up in one of those videos is already there. Unless you can provide a screenshot from the conversation where the artist said, hey, I'd appreciate it if you didn't put my art in one of your videos, then your complaint is dumb and completely ignores the implied social expectations of the situation.
Ordered an SFW art of his, of a minor, which is illegal.
I apologize for that bad reading. Ghosty's words sometimes jumbled together and I couldn't understand entirely what they were saying here. I think they said that he orders not safe for work art of his OC while being a minor, and that's illegal, which, as far as I know, it's not illegal for a minor to ask for it. It's illegal for artists knowing that the person asking is a minor to then give them said not safe for work artwork. Even then, Ghosty, do I have to bring this up again? And you draw smut yourself. Why are you propped up on such a high horse? You are going to fall!
Held a contest for people to make it suggestive / SFW art for minor without them knowing.
No, he didn't. The porn rule stated, the contest rule stated, jeez, I think these guys are starting to get to me. The contest rules stated that there was to be no porn or overly lewd nudity. Drawing suggestive artwork is not a crime. Sending non-porn to a minor unknowingly is also not a crime.
Encouraged people to make SFW art for him despite being a minor. Was very sexual towards another person a few months later.
For this point, Ghosty brings up the screenshots provided by Stories, and I think at this point we all know why that's bullshit.
Psst, if you haven't seen the other videos, it's because Stories blatantly cropped out sections of the conversation and presented them in a way so that she could make Spoctor look bad, so that she could expose him.
Sent nudes to a minor despite them not giving consent.
This is also Stories, the girl who sent nudes to Spoctor first in an attempt to bait him into sending some back. We'll get into that.
That's all that's out so far. Now on to why his apology is the worst video to honestly exist. Now, I understand giving him a second chance if this was the first time he apologized. I brought up stuff he did to me a few months ago around July or August. He told me the exact same things in that video, that he changed and realized what he did wrong and it was because of hormones and he'll go on a break and reconstruct himself. I gave him a second chance, and he had that second chance, and he said everything he said, yet the same fucking thing few months later.
No, he actually didn't do the same thing a few months later. For one thing, Stories, the girl he purportedly did the same thing with, was actively engaging in the sexual conversations with him, which is the complete opposite of you, since you yourself said that you were hesitant to do as much. So Spoctor kept his promise to you to learn from his mistake and not do it again. Spoctor recognized your issue with him potentially being too forceful. Oh, that's right! How many of you have seen this image, huh? I wouldn't be surprised if you hadn't, mostly because up until Spoctor was able to find and release the rest of the conversation, this was the one that had been circulating, and I certainly know that Ghosty knew about this one, because it was one of the screenshots Ghosty showed when talking about how Spoctor had sent nudes to a minor without giving consent. So Ghosty's justification as to why the apology was bullshit itself, because it was based on a lie spread around by the other accuser.
He was aware of what he was doing.
This is gonna seem like a really stupid claim when I get around to Stories as journals. Yeah, journals.
He didn't care because he never thought his ass would be busted. He only cares now because of his reputation, not because he's sorry for what he's done. If he was sorry for what he's done, he would have changed when I confronted him. Not when all of this went public.
Pretty sure he was mostly concerned because people were calling him a child predator, which wasn't true, and those are kind of serious accusations that can ruin a person's life. And, as we'll see in your next video, came about because of a misunderstanding from another lie that Stories told earlier in the year. Spoilers, the lie was that she was 8 years old.
Not to mention the hormone excuse is total bullshit. Like I said, he's used it before, and that could possibly a one-off. I'd understand, but he's used this twice. You can't blame your own action on hormones. You do not turn into a completely different person when you're going through puberty, and become blind to what's blatantly wrong. That's like saying, hey, I know, I just killed this person. But dude, I was on my period, okay?
Puberty doesn't turn you into a completely different person.
Yes, it does! That is exactly what puberty does! People often make jokes about how teenagers are clinically insane because the changes they go through during puberty essentially means that's the case. It effectively sets a teenager's brain on fire. They don't have the cognitive ability to think forward and plan based on the potential consequences of their actions or the actions of another person. They can't regulate their emotions. They're horny all the goddamn time. They have unregulated mood swings, low self-esteem, aggression. People can develop depression during puberty precisely because of the hormonal and chemical changes going on in their brains. Like, these are all things that puberty does to a person. It can turn you into a completely different person. It does. What are you even talking about? Trust me, once you hit 25, you will look back on your high school self and think, wow, I was really stupid.
It's a ridiculous excuse, and if this did happen in court, it would be voided for how fucking dumb it is.
Oh, there are a lot of other things that would come into play if this was in court, I can tell you that!
How many chances are you going to give this guy? He's a sexual offender. He's not just called someone a bitch over the internet. It's more serious than that. He said everything he's done, but he didn't change. So why would he now? You can't just give someone who's done this shit more chances. He's just gonna keep repeating himself like he's done. I don't understand. He said everything in that video to me before, word for word, but he didn't fucking change. So why would he now?
I'm actually not gonna say anything about this section. Instead, I'm gonna save it and bring it up again later on. Either way, that's the end of Ghosty's section on the drama. I'm 28 pages in, people. Let's continue.
Let's go! If you think you are being manipulated, blackmailed, or groomed by someone older than you online, it is important to send information to the people who can help the most. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is goal-centered on helping to reduce the instances of child sexual exploitation, and that includes in online cases. You can contact them and send them the information that you have. They will, in turn, pass it off to the proper authorities who look into the case and see if it has merit. Those law enforcement officers might later contact you on the matter via email for more information to better help them root out the truth and punish those who need to be punished. It can be dangerous being a kid online, especially if you think that someone is preying on you. Please turn to those who have the power to stop it. If you feel like you're being victimized, send them an email and let them help you. You can also go over to their site for more information on how to protect yourself online.
Okay, so before we get to the final video from Ghosty, I want to actually go back and readdress the screenshots that Ghosty provided as evidence of Spoctor's deeds. I know we've already talked about them before, but remember in the last video when I said that juicy things exist? That's mostly because I figured out a bit of an issue with Ghosty's screenshots and how they're presented that I hadn't noticed when I did my first video on all of this. Firstly, when I went over that one screenshot, filled in the text, and surmised that it was the 12-year-old that Ghosty claimed Spoctor had been sexually talking to, I was wrong. When Ghosty presented this screenshot, amidst the rest of their evidence, I saw that Spoctor referred to someone calling him daddy, and connected it to the previous claim that Ghosty had made, saying that Spoctor was being sexually explicit with a 12-year-old. In fact, this screenshot is not from the 12-year-old in question. It's from Ghosty. Actually, so is this one, and this one, and this one, and You know, it's kind of weird that all of these screenshots seem to have come from Ghosty themselves. However, I suppose that shouldn't be too much of a surprise, because why would Ghosty be presenting screenshots that weren't from them? Can't even fathom why I might have thought that. Oh, but actually, maybe it has something to do with the titles of the screenshots themselves and the description of the main stash they were presented in. What main stash, I hear you ask? Well, it just so happened to be the one that I got all of these screenshots from. Thanks, FNGR. Wouldn't have found them without that link in the description of your video where you also called Spoctor a pedophile. Here we can see a bunch of the claims that Ghosty has levied against Spoctor, and we can also see that the collected screenshots have been sorted into folders based on their content. Two of the folders in particular are of note because they are titled Explicit Convos with Minors and Wanting Not Safe for Work for Minors. Well, that's a little odd, considering every single one of the screenshots Ghosty gives us in this stash are from their conversations with Spoctor, no one else's, so why list the minors in question as plural when you're only presenting evidence from one minor? Said minor being yourself. It's almost like that's worded in a way that would trick people reading the screenshots into thinking that they were from multiple people. Huh. Also, I just want to focus on the 12-year-old claim for a bit here. I've heard through the grapevine that the alleged 12-year-old was not actually 12 years old. She was, instead, 14. Now, granted, I've only heard this from other people, and I don't have any screenshots showcasing as much. Funny thing, though, there exists just as much evidence for the claim that the 12-year-old was actually 14 as there exists from the claim that Spoctor was being sexual with the 12-year-old in the first place. Yeah, because if the screenshot I originally thought was from the 12-year-old was actually from Ghosty, then that means we don't have any screenshots to support this accusation. The only thing we have to say that this happened is people going, "Guys, Spoctor totally did this." Sure. In that case, I was the most popular person in high school. I dated the high school quarterback and he proposed to me on prom night. I was a straight-A student and all of the teachers loved me. I helped the principal catch his cheating wife and so he would bow to me every time I came into school. I made honors and graduated valedictorian. At the end of the year ceremony, they asked me to come up to the podium, and even though I hadn't prepared a speech beforehand, I spoke what was on my mind, and all the teachers had to wipe away the tears that they were crying, and everybody clapped. r/that happened.
I know this is the third video I've made on Spoctor, but it's going to be the last, and it's more of an apology. However, I will go into more detail later. Firstly, I want to say I didn't know about the story stuff. Spoctor posted something saying she never said no, or she encouraged it. I don't know about that, so I didn't know it was that sketchy, so don't come to me with that.
See, I'd like to not come to you about that, especially since you're apologizing, but no, Ghosty. No! You presented Stories as screenshots as evidence for what Spoctor had done in your last 2 videos. Yes, Stories manipulated people. She cropped the screenshots to make it look like something was happening when it wasn't. What she couldn't crop effectively, she filled in those gaps with her own recounting of what happened, which, paired with the screenshots, made people view them as being related and truthful. In that sense, because of all that happened because of her lies, Stories is at fault there. But you are still at fault for presenting the very same evidence and using it alongside your own claims. You have to take responsibility for that. When someone comes to you about that, it's because you did it. And that wasn't the only instance of it. You did the very same thing when Cheerio came to you claiming that Spoctor sent her porn when she was 13, and Cheerio not only provided no evidence on that front, you didn't even have anything more on it outside of the one comment from her that you showed, which you used as evidence of the claim. That being said, like I said earlier, Ghosty did come to me in DMs and acknowledges their fault and their mistakes on this matter, so while I'm mostly just spelling out exactly what the mistakes were for the sake of it being a learning experience, you know, it's all formalities at this point.
Secondly, I'd like to apologize for one thing that everyone is bashing me about for calling Spoctor a pedophile in one of my videos. I wasn't talking about what he did to my 13-year-old friends, nor me, or anything about that. I was talking about, I was told that he sent nudes and stuff to an 8-year-old, which I believed, and I should have gotten proof that they weren't that age. Yet, I never thought of it, as I don't know Stories personally, and I've barely watched any of their content. So I just assumed there was no reason to lie about their age. But I'm sure the person who told me this didn't know either, so I'm not putting the blame on them.
Oh, here we go! Let's go! I knew this would come up again. Hey guys, if you don't know who I am just a robot, and I'm mostly well known for doing power scaling videos and commentaries. One of the commentaries I did earlier this year was actually the one you're going to see pop up later in this video. And that video is, Stories is not 8 and Pentagram is stupid. While nobody was really able to prove me wrong when I questioned the claim that Stories was in fact 8 years old, it doesn't mean I didn't get a lot of comments about it. People questioned why I cared so much that she was pretending to be 8 years old. And honestly, I didn't care. The claim itself isn't the problem. It's what Story could do with that claim that was the problem. And the fact that people were believing an outrageous claim without any proof. And boy did she do the very worst thing with it that she could have. Ghosty didn't know Stories personally. They only heard that Stories claimed to be 8 years old. And when it got out that Stories was the one that Spoctor sent nudes to, everyone assumed that meant he sent nudes to an 8-year-old. Stories didn't even have to go out of her way to make herself seem like she was actually 8. She just had to say she was, and hordes of people believed her with absolutely no proof. In that situation, when her claims are not being challenged, even if they didn't make any sense, She's just going to be more and more brazen with what she says. And the reality of the situation is that she knew people were dumb enough to believe she was actually 8, without any real proof. So she probably figured she could ruin Spoctor with minimal proof, and people would believe her. The fact that a commentary I did on something that could have been so innocuous, like lying about your age, and it all ended up spiraling into something as serious as this is really telling. You shouldn't just believe people making improbable claims online. You never know what people are up to behind their computer screens. And if you don't question the smaller lies, then you're just going to get worse and worse.
Also, side note that I noticed, Ghosty says here, probably should have gotten proof that they were that age, yet I never thought of it as I don't know stories personally and I've barely watched any of their content. But in Ghosty's first video on the drama, they said this.
I can only speak from my end, however, the screenshots appearing on screen right now are not mine, and I wouldn't be proving them as I physically cannot. However, knowing the person who took them, it's pretty safe to say they're not edited either, and can be trusted.
You said in your first video that because of who the Discord screenshots came from, namely stories, their validity could be trusted. Now you're saying that you personally don't know stories well and that you don't watch her content yourself. What part of I barely know this person is supposed to be enough justification to say, this person whom I barely know can totally be trusted?
It's almost like you said that in the heat of the moment to try to further validate the evidence against Spoctor when you wouldn't have had to if the evidence actually showed what you claim it does.
Thirdly, I just want to apologize for the lack of context in my screenshots, as I know it was bad and I should have provided more.
You think? Also, another thing I noticed from Ghosty's first video.
Why are all these screenshots on old Skype? Clearly edited, shaking my head. They're on old Skype because I originally took these back in May before Skype got shit. But I got a nice note from one of his white knights asking me to delete them, so I did. But I re-uploaded them again, as it states here, these were re-uploaded on June of 2017. This is months before all of these videos came out, not just a day or a week, you know?
Yeah, they were uploaded months before the drama. Back in May. When was it you said that you and Spoctor broke up? May 10th? Huh, that's pretty soon after you two broke up for you to be posting screenshots. What was that phrase someone used before about this totally not being an ex who just mad that they can't get lizard dick? Can't quite place it now. Considering we don't know why the two of you broke up, it almost seems vindictive on your part. Not helping this is the fact that the apology that Spoctor gave to you happened on the 6th of June 2017. Yet despite him apologizing to you then and you at the time having no reason to not believe him, still chose to re-upload the images on June 18th. I also want to point out what was said during Spoctor's apology to Ghosty, especially on Ghosty's end.
I wanted to apologize to you before I go and drop out of your life. Apologize for wronging you. I wanted to thank you as well for teaching a lesson to me. I'm done with dating for a good while.
Nice to see you actually apologize for once.
Oh my god, you guys, it's 3 a.m. and I'm putting together the audio and I had to step aside to do another recording because I just realized Ghosty says that Spoctor apologized multiple times but kept making the same mistakes. And yet here in the screenshot, Ghosty is saying, nice to see you apologizing for once, implying that he doesn't do it very often. Can we please pick one? Just for once. Can we please?
Until I'm in college. I'm sorry for legit, being forceful on you. You weren't forceful. It was all forceful and rushed. It was rushed, though. I was rushing. Ugh. I know it felt like I was demanding stuff, but I didn't intend that. And thinking back, it probably came off as demanding, and that's a problem. I'll fix it.
I don't care about your apologies anymore. You've apologized multiple times to multiple people, but you haven't changed a single bit. So why would you change this time? Because your reputation is at risk? If that's the case, it's pretty fucking sad that that's what it takes for you to realize how much shit you've done. If this is how you want to be, then that's fine. But your friend will have left you and you'll end up all alone.
I'm only just come back. If my presence is truly a pain to people, I'm willing to let them go. I don't want to hurt people, that's not why I'm here. The only way you'll know of change is by waiting. So give it time, you'll see.
You've said that over and over, but there's never been any results. How many times are you going to say that before you actually change?
How would you know unless you wait? Nothing I say here and now will matter. You won't get satisfaction from it.
Wait! Do you have any idea how much patience I've had to have you just see you screwing over multiple friends? What are you saying will indeed have no effect since you're not going to change and pull this shit off on other people in the future?
I respect your opinion. You hate me. Just wanted to let you know I apologize. Nothing I'm saying now is of bitch. Nothing I'm saying now is of significance, so I'll just let you go.
DM review!
Have you noticed what's weird about this? I'll give you a hint. It has to do with the timeline that Ghosty established regarding when the two of them started dating. Spoctor and Ghosty dated for, at most, half a month. That was it. They broke up, and as far as we can glean from this conversation, Spoctor took a break for a period of time and was likely gone. I.e., when Ghosty says that Spoctor hasn't changed and that he's apologized but keeps making the same mistakes, what the fuck is Ghosty even talking about? You expect me to believe that in half a month, Spoctor has apologized for these mistakes multiple times, continued to make the same mistakes in between all of that, taken a break, and screwed over and driven away a whole bunch of people? In half a fucking month? Ghosty's reaction here is absolutely ridiculous. For one thing, we don't actually have any other screenshots outside of the ones that Ghosty has already provided to us to indicate that Spoctor has either continued to make these mistakes or apologized for them in the past. For another thing, the two of them dated for half a month at most. Ghosty posted the screenshots after they broke up. Spoctor took a break, Ghosty took down the screenshots, and then Spoctor came back to apologize. Is that the timeline I'm getting from this? Freaking where in any of that is there even the room for Spoctor to continue to make the same mistakes over and over again like you're claiming he did? Also, Ghosty says that they're not going to believe that Spoctor can change because they've given him time and he hasn't changed for the better. But how much do you expect a person to change in half a fucking month? I can't be the only one who notices that this timeline, based on what Ghosty is claiming happened, doesn't make a lick of sense. I just went down another rabbit hole of a tangent, didn't I? Heckin', this was supposed to be on the apology too. Good lord! Back to the video.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make excuses, but I was going off of things I had sent people before, and I'm sorry for the stammering. I can't help it. I was going off of things I had sent people before, and my Skype refuses to load after a certain point. I physically cannot get them anymore, so I apologize for that, like I've said. And I really don't want to get involved with this personally. I'm going to drop all the accusations I made on my end, such as the sexual stuff towards me, and I don't want to get involved, like I said.
Nah. That's not how that works. In your first video, you showed us where you could scroll up to in your Skype chat with Spoctor when you can be bothered. But the conversations you show here was included in your screenshots, and that screenshot shows that the conversation is from May 2nd, a few days after the two of you started dating. Even if that was as high as you could scroll up, you should have been able to scroll down and show everything leading up to the breakup. You chose not to. Even if you couldn't get all of the context, you should have been able to show everything past the 2nd of May. So this isn't an excuse.
I am 100% aware it was my fault for originally getting involved in this in the first place, and I should have been prepared. But I wasn't, and it's taken quite a big toll on my mental and physical health, so I would appreciate a break. I don't care if you make videos on me, just don't tag them and spam me with them, thank you. And so, there's only one thing that I do stand by, and it's the fact he pushed my 13-year-old friend into making that NSFW. I don't have the screenshots for him doing it initially, but I only have the things of him going on moving to Skype. And him begging her to make it, such as bribing and such, which is here, and yeah, and if he is offering bribes towards her, and several times, that obviously suggests she did not want to do in the first place, and I hope you can take my word for that.
Still not how that works. Look, maybe Spoctor was doing that. The garbage fire that has been this whole situation, however, should make it pretty apparent that you can't just take people at their word. Ghosty, it is irresponsible of you to still be asking this of people when so much of what you've provided earlier was completely wrong. You even promoted Stories' word despite not knowing her personally. You already asked people to believe you at your word, and you spread false allegations and lies. You can't seriously still be asking for that. Also, bribing for art is still not a thing. That's a commission.
But yeah, I want to apologize once again overall and for the misfortune and false accusations that have been spreading around. It was an entire fault on everyone making those videos due to the misconceptions that happened, yes, about the transphobia thing.
Whoa. Yeah, okay, this particular part of Ghosty's video coming up, I'm not actually going to talk about it. I'm also not having my friend read it off, and it's for one very simple reason. The reasoning behind Ghosty's identifying as non-binary is not as cut and dry as I had originally surmised in my first video on the matter. While I'm still of that general mindset, and it'll take brain scans revealing the presence of non-binary mentality being a thing to convince me otherwise, in Ghosty's particular case, I can completely understand. So on that note, I do want to apologize to Ghosty for making assumptions. It was admittedly based on a very bad history on Tumblr, with lots of people demanding I believe things outright with no evidence to support their claims, and the entire experience left a very bad taste in my mouth. That, however, doesn't really excuse it here in my opinion. I will continue to respect a person's pronouns and the way in which they choose to identify themselves, but to you, Ghosty, I apologize if I offended or hurt you in that original video. Now, if I could give some advice. The reason I'm not going to play this section of the video is pretty simple, and it's also the reason I think I was wrong about Ghosty's situation in the first video. Ghosty mentioned something that you can tell from the video is quite personal. It's vague in its wording, but there's enough there that I was able to glean what the personal issue might be, and I worry about other people potentially figuring it out too. To protect Ghosty's privacy on that matter, we won't be talking about it. Ghosty, I recognize that this is probably a tasking issue for you in your personal life, and I understand that you might want to keep it a private matter. I would just say that if that's the case, be a tad more careful with your wording in the future. Granted, I could be completely wrong in what I got from your wording, but just in case, I think it's better to play on the safer side of things. Ghosty just finishes the video off saying thank you and sorry again, so we're done with their video on the drama. At this point, I think I've said all that I need to on Ghosty regarding all of this, so let's move on to my favorite part, by which I mean it's going to involve me getting a whole bunch of people to read off lines for me, and trying to organize that is such a hassle. The screenshots!
Ponder, what sort of screenshots could you possibly have that would express anything more than we've already seen?
Honey, let's just say there's a benefit to waiting a couple months to put a video out. So for those who are unaware, and I believe I mentioned this in the last video, after my first video on the drama came out, Atari gave me access to the Discord server where she, Pentagon, and Stories had been planning their exposed videos. It was in here where they compiled and discussed the evidence they had on Spoctor and how they were going to go about presenting it. Oh no, wait a minute, my bad. This is actually from the Anti-Digbert Collective, that, you know, other server where they were planning to take down or expose or whatever. Digby the Goat. It's a tad indicative that the whole expose video thing could have happened to anyone. It just so happened to be that, like sharks, a certain couple of people smelled blood in the water and they went for that one instead. Digby wasn't bleeding enough. Also, thank you again to Mimi Diggs for providing these screenshots, because knowing this group existed a month before the Spoctor videos is fantastic. Especially considering Penegrin seemed all too happy to get Spoctor in on taking down Digby. I mean, she was discussing as much with Atari back in 2017. She didn't even have a problem with using him to do her dirty work. But all of a sudden, when someone releases a video saying that she's dumb for believing that someone who is clearly not 8 years old is actually 8 years old, and Spoctor, the very gall of the man, comments on the video saying thanks because he also didn't believe the 8-year-old was actually 8 years old, then that boy must burn. Clearly he and Just a Robot were in cahoots. Clearly Spoctor endorsed the video and helped it get made. Like, I'll admit, I can get conspiratorial at times, but how the hell do you get this bad?
So do I. Collab with me. I don't know. I would love to address how Story isn't 8, but nobody would listen because they're brainwashed.
She's actually 9.
Same thing.
You fool!
You really believe that, don't you?
Poor Lizard Boy was actually someone that Penegrin wanted to drag down because he thought that someone was lying about their age online and appreciated it being called out in a video. Apparently, that was enough excuse for her to go for the throat, as she herself puts it. Oh, but evidently, despite also having wanted to get him in on taking down Digby in November of 2017, she's been waiting to take Spoctor down for a while. Well now, isn't that a tad telling? And isn't it so equally telling that she tried to rewrite history while working on her exposed video, claiming that this was a recent development and she hadn't been planning this, when we know that you'd been gunning for Spoctor since at least January of this year?
You wouldn't need to be so cautious of your reputation if you were a decent human being.
While this claim is hilarious and deliciously hypocritical in hindsight, it actually paints a very naive understanding of just how gross and spiteful humans can be. You can be a decent person and still have someone not like you. You can be a decent person and still have someone that wants to take you down. The passing of Stan Lee in November of this year is a good example of that. Despite the joy and wonder and love that this sweet man brought throughout his lifetime, how much he promoted other people to be creative and and tolerant, and how encouraging he was to young startups, and how passionate he was about his own work. The day he died, people tried to destroy his image by making claims about him that were not true. Due to the fact that he was successful and had money, his golden years were filled with turmoil because greedy people wanted it for themselves. He was a victim of elder abuse. His friends and fans were worried for him. He had been nothing but a sweetheart to people, and still there were those who wanted to hurt him, who wanted to take advantage of him, who wanted to destroy him, and who wanted to ruin his reputation. A lot of this want to destroy the reputation of someone more popular than you is to get a taste of that popularity yourself. Some people create things to try and get a taste of that popularity, but that is a long and arduous process. It's easier for most people to simply try and destroy and then bask in the glow from toppling that empire. It should come as a surprise to no one that this actually was one of the subjects of focus within the chat itself. Penegrin especially seemed quite focused on Spoctor's dwindling sub count. Not only was this in a reaction to the video being released, it was also something that Penegrin made note of on the 17th, before their videos had even been finished, and before they had even finished compiling their evidence. She was quite fixated on the effect this would have on Spoctor's subscriber count. Penegrin can reminisce all she wants about how only bad people have bad things said about them, but her own actions, and the actions of the person whom she tried to protect in all of this, effectively prove her stance incorrect. I mean, it's not like Penegrin has a track record of having no self-awareness and speaking highly of herself, only to completely go back on those high standards she set when it's convenient for her. Also, yes, that is Penegrin speaking with Satan, quite apropos. Atari, shock of all shocks, was the one who eventually came to her senses and decided to close the group. Reminder, even after everything that's happened during the planning process for their exposed videos, Atari's the only one who, when presented with the knowledge that the information she spread may have been gathered under false pretenses and didn't show what she'd been told they did, she accepted fault and tried to learn from it to better herself as a person. Good girl. Would draw fan art. Anyways, back to the server. This is actually the server I was talking about. It was in here that they planned out the Stay Away from Spoctor Theory videos. Most of the pre-planning leading up to the video contained in here, as well as a good chunk of the evidence sharing, happened in the span of 2 days. When Atari first granted me access to the server, I went through and screenshotted what I thought was of note, but I've since gone back through the bulk of the server 2 more times. Most recently, it was because of a larger revelation that I came across while scripting for this video. We'll get into that in a bit. First, I want to go through some of the server piece by piece in the order the events took place. The beginning of the chat starts off with Penegrin, Stories, and Atari compiling what evidence they have on Spoctor. So far, this is mostly Penegrin showcasing her own screenshots from talking with him. That includes them talking about his ex, which, yeah, Penegrin, his ex was blackmailing him. They documented segments of their conversation that made him look bad, ignoring their own active participation in it, uploaded them online almost immediately after the two broke up, and then uploaded them again after he apologized to them, their excuse for that being that he wasn't changing fast enough when only a month had passed, and threatened to expose him if he continued to act in the way that they didn't like. So, yeah. That actually totally was blackmail. The screenshots also cover them talking about an 18+ room in Spoctor's server, when Spoctor made note of an art thief, Penegrin agreeing with his actions at the time, and talking about Ghosty blackmailing him again. Then we get into the good stuff, like Stories flat out admitting when talking to Spoctor she wasn't expressing her true feelings. In fact, according to her, she was expressing the complete opposite of how she really felt. What was that Story said in her video on the matter?
But he had decided to continue regardless of me stating that I was uncomfortable, or that I had a boyfriend, or even hinting that something was wrong. Spoctor, if you're watching this, in your echo chamber of adoring fans, I never want to associate with you again. You're disgusting in every sense of the word, and looking at your responses to mine make my stomach turn into knots and make my hands turn stone cold. You did this to yourself. If you had any common sense you would have turned away, but you didn't. That's really what disappoints me.
I partially made note of this when I covered Stories' recounting of the situation in my first video, but now we have confirmation from Stories herself that she purposely didn't express her true feelings in her conversations with Spoctor. At the time, however, she tries to condemn him because she was uncomfortable and supposedly disgusted with how he acted. Yet if she purposely was hiding those feelings from him, then how was he supposed to know that? You can't expect people to recognize that you're uncomfortable with the situation if you act like you're totally fine with it. And you certainly don't get to pretend after the fact that the person in question was a manipulative villain who didn't care that you were uncomfortable, which is exactly what Stories is doing here. Something I also noticed when going back through the chat a couple times was when Atari questioned Stories' story. Incidentally, Stories never responds to these instances. Since each instance only came up once, I can't blame Atari for not picking up on this, but Stories' unwillingness to answer these specific questions or concerns is quite telling. When Stories provides screenshots of Spoctor's messages, she doesn't screenshot what she said to elicit such a response. She only makes claims as to what she said. In response to me saying I'm flustered, I asked him if he had a crush. Stories very deliberately did not show what she said in these conversations. There isn't a reason for Stories to not show these sections of the conversation if they were truly as innocuous as she's implying they were. If she had nothing to hide with her own parts of the conversation, then why is she hiding them? We've already seen that Stories is willing to cut out the context of a situation to better serve her purpose. Regarding these very screenshots, she cut out the fact that Spoctor backed down when she said she was uncomfortable just so that she could push the narrative that he never did. And remember when Stories said that she was deliberately saying the opposite of how she actually felt? That she claimed to have a crush on Spoctor that she feels he took advantage of? That it was bad for him at his age, acknowledging his age, to be doing what he was doing with her because of how young she was? Wouldn't it be really telling if it was somehow revealed that Stories was still not expressing how she truly felt? That she was deliberately manipulating the situation to get the desired effect out of those involved? That she was even making exceptions as to what she did and did not think was okay expressly so that she could vilify Spoctor for them? Well, she would have had to have this plan in mind months ahead of time if that were the case. Everybody, I'd like to introduce you to Cardiamente, also known as Kyra. Remember the boyfriend that Stories mentioned having while she was talking with Spoctor?
I wish I could have called him out on it the first chance I got. I had always warned him to be careful out of pure care for others.
Now, considering she had this boyfriend at the time of trying to gather evidence on Spoctor, and at the time of making her video condemning Spoctor, particularly for his sexual messages towards her despite their age difference, it would be really awkward if Kyra and Spoctor just so happened to be the same age. Kyra is a couple months older than Spoctor. Wow, weird! Stories happen to be dating someone who turned 17 months before Spoctor did, and yet she still goes on to condemn Spoctor for being his 17-year-old self, actually 16 at the time, and hitting on her? The very nerve of him! Oh, but that's not the only way that Kyra comes into play here. You see, Kyra got into contact with me on Discord and has been very helpful. He gave me access to probably the most compelling evidence showcasing that Stories had it out for Spoctor. And the timing of that evidence in particular really is the kicker. Kyra added me to a server that I had never seen before, but I did recognize one of the names in that server. If you've been keeping up with how things unfolded after my first video came out, then you might recognize Honey Bear as being one of Stories' alternate accounts. We'll talk about what she was doing on that alt account when we further discuss what happened after my video came out. Now, most of what was contained within that server was just not important. Memes and empty chats mostly. There were only really two things of note, and only one of them is what I'm going to be discussing here. The Spoctor Journal. There are 3 entries in here. They're from December 24th, 2017, 2 of them, and January 2nd, 2018. They read as follows.
So you may be wondering why I really cared enough to dig deep on Spoctor and find out his secrets and stuff. The answer is simple. I hated him at first. I faked having a romantic interest in Spoctor. Spoctor was just another way for me to make my stomp on the little section of the internet history books, social engineering and all that. Whether it would be by force or by willing help from him, I was determined to make my name known and get to the bottom of what makes this man a boy. What does he keep hidden behind his facade? What can I pry out of him? What would these secrets hold? And were they of value? I don't know. And like any other information, how can I spark a fire and burn this proclaimed hero to a crisp? I wasn't going to literally douse the child in gasoline and make it cook out using his body. Yeesh, it's a metaphor. Heroes and gods, both held to the same regard. Always. But everyone has an Achilles heel. Makes them vulnerable. And to someone who fakes their persona, life, personality, and talents online, they have multiple vulnerabilities that only someone with a knack for manipulating systems and social cracks would see. So, I got to work. But more on that tomorrow. I'm tired. It's currently 4:03 a.m., but I'm saying it's a minute ahead because I'm a weird perfectionist that way. Christmas Eve. Stories. To add on to the fact that I faked a romantic interest, it wasn't real. It was convincing. It's for my gain to get on his good side, since humans weaken at flattery. Weak humans. It grew on me. It led to my sadness of me expressing my artificially made feelings to Spoctor and him not acting on it, which I'm grateful for.
Side note, while I promise not to show these particular screenshots for the sake of the other party involved, Stories freaked the fuck out when she found out that I had been given access to her server and she'd been kicked, and she demanded that none of what was contained within be shared, including her journals on Spoctor. Now, while I did read and screenshot everything of note in there, I'm not going to use it because it's not all related. But one thing that her reaction to the situation does show. Stories mildly alludes to the importance of information when she's talking about Spoctor, and she does this same thing in her other journals, going far more in depth there. She talks about how useful information is and how it's effectively power, yet she expects only herself to have this power. She freaked out because now, all of a sudden, I had this information on her. She demands to have information on and they're in power over everyone else, but screams and lashes out should anyone dare find anything on her. Just thought that was kind of interesting. Regarding the journals as a whole, I have trouble making an assessment of it. Not because I'm confused about what's going on, far from it, but because my current view of Stories comes from the fact that I have also read her personal journals, and I have promised not to use said personal journals in this video. It's difficult for me to talk about this knowing what I know, or at the very least, knowing what I have read, because Lord knows I can't trust a single word that comes out of that child's mouth. Stories freaked out and demanded that nothing that Kyra, probably her ex-boyfriend now, I certainly can't keep up with that, exposed to me be used against her. She raged about how her privacy had been violated, and how her life had been ruined, and how I had destroyed her chance to have a career on the platform, but I find it difficult to sympathize with these journals now shown to me. Stories didn't seem to have a problem with a person's privacy being violated when she was deliberately doing it to Spoctor. She didn't seem to have an issue with baiting nudes out of him and then using his private conversations with her to spread around the notion that he was a pedophile in his friend groups. She didn't seem to have a problem with cutting out context from private screenshots to turn Spoctor into a villain and a child predator. She didn't have an issue with reminiscing about how these exposed videos would ruin Spoctor's chances to get his dream career. She had no problem saying what she did, knowing that it would get Spoctor shunned in every community he was a part of, or that he loved. She has deliberately gone out of her way to not respect the privacy of others, and so if destroying her privacy is the only way for me to showcase exactly what she's done, then I have no qualms about it. Stories doesn't want this shown, not because it's personal, but because it shows malicious, premeditated intent. She had planned on destroying Spoctor for months, simply because she didn't like him, as far as I can fucking tell. So why she thinks she has any power or say in this matter is beyond me. People have even scoffed at Spoctor explaining his impulsive behavior as being a result of his ADHD, but Stories herself has been behind the scenes touting about a mental condition she has, one which her boyfriend has told me he's not even sure which she has been formally diagnosed for, which also causes impulsivity, and she uses it to explain away her behavior. What even is this situation? I will fully admit, trying to come back and write this script has been a hassle for me. I would get anxiety attacks in the middle of trying to work on it. Even just thinking about it would put a tightness in my chest. I don't like the idea of going after some kid who made a mistake online. I don't want to vilify a child for making a mistake, maybe hearing about child predatory behavior, not fully understanding it, and then ascribing their own experiences to it. But this is not that. Stories planned this. She knew what she was doing. She fucking relished in it. In this situation, she has been vindictive, conniving, discourteous, impudent, and she's shown at the very least to me that she can't be trusted. And for all that is wicked and sullied in the world, it doesn't stop there. And considering from what I've read, she seems to have a weird fascination with the number 8. It should be pretty fitting that someone called the Octomama is the one making this video. Oh good god, maybe she was plotting against me this whole time. Fuck! Let's continue. Oh wow, what a shock! The 3 fucking times screenshot that we were led to believe was said by Stories to Spoctor actually came from the server plotting against him and was yet another screenshot taken out of context. So far out of context that it wasn't even from the conversation we as the audience thought it was from. Color me surprised. Throughout the chat, Stories flip-flops on whether or not she wants to be named in the implications, citing her reasoning being that people could say she lied. Dumbass! Anyone could say that anyone lied. You're likely only concerned about this because you were lying. This ended up going through, however, since Stories wasn't named as one of the victims in the situation. That only became apparent when she made her own video trying to prove the validity of the screenshots, which just worked out so well. Stories talks about how she doesn't want to catch a case, and to that I'm assuming she meant I don't want to break the law. Too late on that front, I'm afraid. And then immediately, without any self-awareness, infers that the three of them might be able to use one of the photos he sent to her to suggest that he went further. Not that they were going to provide evidence, just that they were going to provide something potentially innocuous and then use it to support an unrelated and far more serious claim. I'm not even surprised by this. And you shouldn't be surprised because she wants to use this same technique a few days later, just on someone else. Stories sharing what she shouldn't be. They scoff at the notion of Junkie potentially protecting someone whom he thinks is a child on the internet, when Penegrin herself is protecting someone whom she thinks is a child on the internet. For fuck's sake, this entire chat was created for that very purpose. And I just realized that Stories talked about how she purportedly had a crush on Spoctor and she felt that he manipulated that crush. But Stories also acknowledges that Spoctor had a crush on her, and she was faking her crush, meaning that she was manipulating his crush on her. Geez, Stories, projecting much? Ugh, am I done yet? Oh look, Stories admitting that she's been planning this since her channel began.
Bro, I've planned it out since my channel was McFrickin' born. I'm the ultimate Chad. I'm fine, Lamau. My entire channel is made for this. Here's the dealio. I joined this community because I knew something was off, and playing Stories was just a cover to get into it, and it looks like I found what my suspicions led me to. I originally came here because there was something off about Spoctor. I just felt it, you know? So I had to work from the inside out.
Huh, I see.
Everything on my channel is all a cover, man.
God damn it.
James Bond kind of stuff.
I guess that makes sense. What does that mean for the future of your channel then?
Turn it into something else. Something that I actually care about instead of playing a character.
It was after this flip-flopping when Stories finally admitted to both Penegrin and Atari that she was, in fact, not 9 years old. And Penegrin, the stupid, miserable, unapologetic, raise your hand if you're not at all expecting Penegrin to clue in on why this should suddenly be an issue for her. Despite the fact that apparently the entire inciting reason for Penegrin to go after Spoctor in the first place was that she thought that Stories was telling the truth about her age and Spoctor didn't. Now that she had been presented with the fact from Stories herself that she was, in fact, lying about her age, somehow she doesn't clue in on that. Maybe Spoctor had a good reason to disagree with her. And while yes, you could probably argue that by that point Penegrin probably thought that with everything else that had been presented, Spoctor was still potentially a bad person. But you would think that when Spoctor had been the guy saying, I think this chick is lying, and then that same chick comes to you saying, oh yeah, I was lying, but this guy who thought I was lying was totally being a creeper to me, you would think that something would have clicked in her head and told her, huh, she was already a liar, and she's just admitted that to me. Maybe I should look further into this. But no, of course not. This is Penegrin we're talking about. Now, I can understand going into a project thinking it's a good idea when it's not, but usually when the project is dragged out for a long period of time, you start questioning whether or not you should do it. I've had projects that I've started working on, walked away from for a couple days, and then came back thinking, this is kind of petty and unnecessary. Maybe it's not the best idea. Despite Penegrin having it in her mind to go after Spoctor since January, however, she never came to the conclusion that she was doing the video for all the wrong reasons. She never even stepped back to look at the evidence she was being provided at that time. There isn't even a valid excuse for Penegrin to be so blinded by hatred towards Spoctor in the first place.
Everyone knows you are 9 though, that's the thing.
Apparently not Spoctor though, you stupid twat! At this point, the roundabout reasoning that Penegrin tries to use is pathetic. She cites To Catch a Predator, saying that while they used 18-year-olds to bait predators, that was only in person, mind you, the predators themselves were still under the assumption that they were talking to minors, that was online, and that's what ends up being the clincher. I understand her reasoning, that being, even if Stories isn't 8, it's the assumption of her being 8, and then still choosing to be sexual with her, that is the crime. The problem here is that Spoctor was not under the assumption that Stories was was an 8-year-old. He was vehemently against that notion. That's why you wanted to go after him in the first fucking place. She continues to have absolutely no self-awareness, inciting that her own boyfriend had to deal with an issue like this where he had been dating someone who was younger than him when he turned 18. She cites it because nothing sexual happened between the two of them after he turned 18. There was no legal issue. She also makes note that her wording is garbage here. I can't actually tell if she's referring to her boyfriend or someone else, turned 18 while they were dating a 15-year-old, and people started calling them a pedophile. Now, not only is this indicative of the relationship between Stories and Spoctor, because Penegrin tried doing the same thing to Spoctor right after he turned 17, the fact that he hasn't actually reached adult age yet doesn't even clue in with her. The legal problems that arise from being in a relationship with someone younger than you only happens if one party is of legal age and the other isn't. But both Spoctor and Stories were under the age of consent. She doesn't even cite the exchange of images between them as being the problem. She explicitly talks about sexual stuff, and if she did try to condemn Spoctor for sending nudes, then she would have to condemn Stories too, because they're both underaged and they both sent each other images. Oh no, wait, I'm sorry. She does try to condemn Spoctor for everything in the situation and continues to completely ignore the fact that Stories was the inciting party. It's almost like she admitted to doing as much. And while Penegrin makes note that they can't call him a pedophile in their videos themselves, she still tries to be sneaky about it.
We, at the time of scripting, were under the impression that she was 9.
No, you are goddamn not, you sneaky little troglodyte. You were just told that Stories was not 9. You just made note that you had to go back through the script and reword things. You do not get to pretend ignorance now. That is irresponsible and is lying by way of omission.
At the time that this was happening, we were under the impression that she was 9. Under the impression is the key phrase.
I hope you see how diabolically sneaky these two tried to be in what they were doing. Even though Penegrin is now fully aware that Stories is not in fact 9 years old, she still tries to act as though she made the video under that assumption. Penegrin also had the gall to claim to me that she didn't endorse the pedophilia label within her video, despite this garbage having gone on behind closed doors. Furthermore, Penegrin, that's not how that works. You were an avid supporter of the notion that Stories was telling the truth about her age and that she was, at the time, an 8-year-old. We know this because you made a video about it. You remember that, don't you? The one that Just a Robot did a commentary on and then you tried to use as a reason to hate Spoctor for? If someone goes around saying, I'm an 8-year-old, and you make a video saying, yeah, they're an 8-year-old, and then you make a video claiming that someone sent that person nudes, even if you don't say they're an 8-year-old in that video, the implication is there. Your audience can connect the dots. Stories claims to be 8. Spoctor sent nudes to someone. That someone is Stories. Therein, Spoctor sent nudes to an 8-year-old. You don't have to say the word. Everything else you promoted led people there. I would also like to point out that while the original Exposed video claimed that Spoctor had been doing this to many people and they had heard about it from these people, it was actually only Stories and Ghosty. There was one other person Stories made note of who wasn't actually making any complaints against Spoctor, so that was also a lie. Also, can we just appreciate the Penegrin saying that someone hate mobbed against an alleged pedophile despite there being no evidence, and uses that as a reason to say that they shouldn't use her and she's a simpleton? And yet... Also, whoops! At this point, the video goes up. Heck, even before I made note of my distaste for the evidence in the videos, someone else messaged Atari with a similar concern. Also, shut up, Stories. Stories uses emotional manipulation within the chat. I mean, she herself said that humans weaken to flattery, so why not respond to someone questioning the evidence by wholeheartedly thanking Atari and Penegrin for helping you deal with such an emotionally tasking feat? We get some hilarious foreshadowing. And then Spoctor's apology video came out. Remember how I told you about how Stories freaked out when she found out I had access to the journals where she plotted against Spoctor back in December of 2017? Stories is really good at projecting is what I'm saying. I would also like to make note of the fact that Stories apparently knew Spoctor's state and had looked into what the consent laws were there. Oh, but why is she talking about that here, you may be asking? Why, it just so happens that this is when I stepped into the ring. When I first made note that I had an issue with the video and hopped into a Discord call with Penegrin and Atari, you can bet there was a reaction in the Spoctor chat. It died down after the call, but the very next day was when Penegrin bailed off the internet. I didn't actually notice that at first. It was literally the day after we spoke, and like, You guys, I know that stories you implied it's bad for YouTubers to get an ego and makes you want to tear them down and expose them for only being human, but how can I not get a bit of an ego when y'all are treating me like I'm some big fancy smanchy internet personality? You can make a girl's head quite big with how you treated me. Don't worry, I won't forget the little people like you when I'm a big star. Anyways, and then my video came out.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Every night, I can feel my leg, and my arm, even my fingers.
Let's go! If you're planning to take down someone that you don't like via slanderous claims of sexual harassment 6 months in advance, here's something to consider. Don't!
So while most of what happened after my video came out just seems like children crying and yelling because someone took a knife out of their hands, there were a few instances of note that I want to bring up. First of all, Penegrin also apparently went around saying that I had gotten Dulu to illegally record her, and I know this to be the case because someone came to me on DeviantArt asking me about that very thing. Well, gee, considering I said in my video that Penegrin had acknowledged and been aware that Dulu was recording at the time, how could this person possibly have gotten the opposite impression? In the note, they explained that Penegrin said she was aware that Dulu was recording with OBS. Apparently it wasn't actually OBS, but for some reason assumed that didn't include audio. Why would Dulu ask you if it was okay to record in a call if they weren't recording audio? If they were just recording the screen, then it wouldn't matter. The assumption that the recording wasn't recording audio, that's on Penegrin and no one else. When people ask you if they can record, the implication is usually that the recording is going to showcase audio because the default for a recording is either audio and visual or just audio, i.e. stuff like tape recordings and whatnot. If Dulu was only recording their screen, then why would they ask you if it was okay to record? And you can't even say, oh, well, they could have recorded the Discord chat. You were in a fucking voice call. Of course it would pertain to audio recordings. Your complaint makes even less sense if we believe that you thought that Dulu was on their phone and was there and recording their computer screen, because that type of recording wouldn't affect you at all and Dulu wouldn't need permission for that. That doesn't make any sense. I didn't even know that Dulu had recorded anything with you in it. Dulu came to me while I was talking about working on the script and just went,
Hey, Ponder, girl, you said it would have been way worse if they were trying to call him a pedophile, right? Well, you want to know a secret? I think I have evidence that Atari did want to call him a pedophile. Voice note. Hey, all you stupid fuckers who want to take this as an initiative to attack Atari, keep in mind Penegrin was guilty of this exact same thing, and Atari actually apologized and did fix where she went wrong. She's a good person. Chill.
Let's not forget that a week after it happened, you can apparently remember the call enough to be able to say confidently that should the call be played out in full, at no point with the fact that the call is being recorded be mentioned, when earlier in the chat you couldn't even remember that you'd said the things in the call, going so far as to say that you had actually never said that. Penegrin, that's the opposite of how the human brain works. Your memory gets worse as you get farther from the event in question, not better. Also, let's just ignore the fact that even if it was illegal to record Penegrin, which apparently because she's in a different country, it's not. Thank you, PK Russell, for pointing that out. I would not actually be legally responsible because I didn't record the call. Dulu gave it to me and I used it. So, oops. It's at this point the stories goes back on what she was claiming earlier. Whilst before she touted how their exposed videos would ruin him, that he couldn't ignore being called a pedophile, that it would ruin his job, that his friends in real life watch his videos and are perfectly aware of who he is online, now that my video is out, she tries to backpedal. Now she claims that it's only a persona. He could up and leave and nobody would know. You know, except for his real life friends who knew about his persona. I would also like to... Oh god, okay, look. I don't want to paint myself as a victim here. I'm not one. That would be stupid. But after my video came out, Stories and Penegrin started scheming against me. First, they got themselves riled up with their theories that I had been planning against them, which, you know, irony. Penegrin even gets it in her head that I had some sort of gripe against her beforehand, which, no, Penegrin, I didn't. I thought your videos had been kind of hit or miss. I guess they never miss, huh? No, Penegrin, I didn't. I thought your videos had been kinda hit or miss in the past, but your recent uploads I happen to think were getting much better, and I was very close to subscribing when the whole drama went down. Also, I never said I hate how when I make a video on a person, people more popular than me start making the same video. Now, I can't access the comment because Penegrin's videos are gone, but if I'm remembering the specific comment that Penegrin is referring to, I was actually talking about how I thought it was funny that at the time I voiced my dislike of a certain creator, soon after that a bunch of other people make videos on them. I was reminiscing about that notion because it means I get to watch videos talking shit about people whose content I don't like, which is neat background noise. I was praising your takedown of Deviant Cringe because that was the video that this comment was on. I was trying to get across to you that I liked it, you stupid fuck. Oh yeah, and stories down there? There's gotta be some motive, to be honest. Well, you would certainly know about that, wouldn't you? Penegrin wants to take me down for legal stuff. They start off small, trying to vilify me for making the video, which makes even less sense for stories because even according to her own fucking doctrine, by questioning the evidence she provided, I should have been in the clear and therein not doing anything wrong. And heck, according to her, I know that I did exactly what she wanted me to because she told me as much. Yeah, we'll get to that. She effectively showcases the same mentality Fran did in my last video. Stories talks about how horrible it is for people to just blindly believe and how bad it is for them to be sheep, but she was playing into and utilizing that when she tried to expose Spoctor. She was perfectly satisfied that people were believing her because it played into her narrative, but when someone doesn't believe her and the sheep suddenly don't fall in line because of that, now it's suddenly a bad thing that they're acting the way she wanted them to act in the first place. They get onto my tweets explaining that I didn't like how the videos were worded, reasoning that people coming to them after the fact was my fault, yet they relied on that habit from others to crucify Spoctor. Penegrin goes off on the tweets more, and then Story starts talking about legal stuff. By this point, Atari has actually left the chat for a while, and she's not a part of any of this. It's all Stories and Penegrin. This eventually descends into Penegrin inferring that she wants to get the law on my arse. They start trying to get me for hypocritical stuff, saying I was victim blaming and then saying I was wrong to, in their words, defend Spoctor because he said he was guilty. Oh, wait a tick, I didn't catch this one. Story says here that there are 7 victims, except she was only able to list 3 people and one of them didn't consider themselves to be a victim. And the 2 other victims were her and Ghosty. Pretty sure that's not how that works. Stories even start saying that they're going to make a video on my video. Penegrin brings up the tweets again as Stories starts archiving stuff to make me look bad. Penegrin goes on to say, check through her Twitter, you'll probably find some gold if you can spin it in a way that shows that she's done exactly what she blasted us for doing, then it'll make people a lot more aware of this hypocrisy that's been getting masked. Which, on Twitter, I was making note of how Penegrin didn't do anything to stop people sending porn to someone she knew was a minor. Is that the hypocrisy? Also, she says if you can spin it in a way. Not find the evidence and show, spin. Then they start listing the things I'm guilty of. Penegrin cites a sex joke I made in a video and tries to use that to say that I'm a child abuser because I didn't try to prevent kids from hearing it, except knowingly not warning artists that they are sending what you believe to be porn directly to a minor is not the same as putting a visually censored sex joke in a public internet video. They bring up that non-contact sexual abuse list and try to cite what Spoctor and I are individually guilty of. They bring up where I live while they're at it so they can start checking my own country's laws, and then start trying to get me on defamation under the grounds that Spoctor had already confessed therein the accusations were true, and therein from me claiming that Stories and Penegrin were wrong, I was committing defamation against them. Like I said, I do not want to paint myself as the victim, and I don't really want to focus on the fact that it was me that they were trying to do this to. Moreover, I want to accent how 3 days after my video went up, they started planning this. It didn't matter if it was me or somebody else. The 2 of them, Penegrin and Stories, had this mindset to them. They were mad that they had been knocked from their pedestals, and it wouldn't have mattered who did it. That's what I want to make note of. How quick to go on the offensive they were. How quick to attack. I feel like it's very telling. Stories even went along with this despite her knowing that everything in the video on her end was a lie. Soon after this, Atari came back, PK Russell messaged her, and in May, she booted Stories and Penegrin from the group. Also, can I just say, judging by what Stories typed here, I want to assume that she thought PK Russell was on their side, and that's just Knowing what happened, that's really funny to me. I was added soon after this point, so that's the end of the chat. But that's not the end of the screenshots. Stories had been going on Twitter to claim that those who didn't agree with what was being presented in the exposed videos were Spoctor apologists. Mind you, this was after she'd been told by Atari that I had taken issue with the videos. And then after my video came out, she took to Discord and started saying that my video was victim shaming. But we know that Stories wasn't a victim. She had been lying from the start. She knows this. We know this now too. So why the flying feck is she still going around pretending like she's the wronged party here?
Ponder, what if she actually did want to be seen as the victim, and that's why she stood so firmly by it? People lie about horrible things that happen to them all the time. It might just be her grabbing for attention.
Oh, it's certainly her grabbing for attention, but there's a bit of an issue with your assumption that she wanted to be seen as the victim, because now we're gonna talk about the Honey Bear account and what she tried to pull on there. To start off, Kyra confirmed to me that yes, Honey Bear was indeed one of Stories' alt accounts. He sent me a screenshot of the server where the conversation we're going to talk about took place. One of the people in that chat even confirmed to Atari that, yeah, it's Stories. And I got further confirmation on this when Kyra added me to Stories' private Discord server, and the Honey Bear account was in there before he kicked it. Now let's look at the messages from that account.
The ranting community was fun for like a month, and I didn't realize something needed to change. The sheep in it were annoying and bothersome. Long story short, I shoved a crap ton of calculated chaos down the drama line and forced everyone to rethink situations and who they follow and look up to. And to answer your question, yes, I have feelings. Sacrifices must be made for people to realize what's wrong with following without question.
You did a bad thing for the better.
I could have gone further. Shrugging girl emoji, I don't know what that means. I decided they got the message.
And honestly, I don't really see you doing anything wrong. The ranting community itself is people attacking others on their opinions.
Also, side note, they weren't opinions she was crucifying someone for, Cap. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that you were in the dark, so don't you start with me.
Maybe not obviously, but people aren't gonna just start believing crap on the spot now.
Stop it.
People are gonna question everything now. That's what I wanted. In a way, it was like a pool with people in it. You make one wave and everyone feels it. I was just ready to pick up and go. That's kinda how I planned this out.
Then you adopted 8 mods that low-key clung to you.
Staying in the community wouldn't have been experimenting and making a message anymore. It would have been becoming stuck in the experiment. Man, I had like 5 known accounts for a reason. Make skirting around faster, but it doesn't look suspicious. I kind of feel bad because I did use people.
Okay, but yeah, that's kinda a crappy thing to do, but your head was in the right place. It's not like Spoctor's amount of fucked up shit.
Oh good, you are in the dark.
Kinda? No. General morality says absolutely wrong.
I can't brain right now.
It happened to be him, and I ran with it and made him an example. How the hell are you guys' morals not working right now?
Probably because they're, in your words, mindless sheep who believed your shit on the spot when you presented it. Seagoose gets it.
How the hell are you guys' morals not working right now?
She was luring Spoctor out to expose him, but needed people to be foundation. She used Pentagram and Atari.
So you framed Spoctor?
Wait.
Or...
Well...
Jetta, why?
Other than you're a piece of shit, okay, who doesn't do that?
A lot of people? I used Pentagram and Atari, dude.
Why?
They don't even know what I've done. Think about it. I pushed Atari and Pentagram forward as pawns, and society doesn't like it when people do that in general. In hindsight, it was a winged idea that would have kept you-know-who shut, but oh well. I do feel bad for Jada and Atari.
Do they know?
I feel more connected with Jada than Atari, though. Do they know where or who I am? Atari's only had the slightest clue. Jada just thinks I picked up and disappeared. I had someone alerted me as soon as everything was starting, and before the dust blew in, I was gone.
Okay, so there are only a select few who even know where you are as of right now?
More like I did some CIA crap, like how my commie friend would call it. Long story short, I twisted the community into knots for my own motives to make everyone question what they're told and who says what. Right? Apparently the CIA baits people out and exposes them, so that's what I did. In the long run, I didn't even like Spoctor. It wasn't exactly targeted either. It's like when Thanos says he wants to kill half the population so it can thrive. He's right, but it ain't right to the heart.
By the crawling chaos! Let's break down Stories' mentality here.
Firstly, she's admitting to baiting Spoctor and manipulating Atari and Penguin into being the scapegoats for the reveal of this information.
Stories claims that the original motive here was to get people to stop believing things on the spot and start questioning things that they had heard. But that doesn't at all fly with Stories' actions after the information was released. Stories implicitly went to Twitter and started berating those who didn't immediately believe the claims, calling them Spoctor apologists, and claiming that in not immediately believing the claims of the victims, they were victim shaming. When my video came out, a video that questioned what had been presented as evidence, a video that did exactly what Stories is claiming here she wanted people to do, all I heard from people was how Stories was bitching about me victim shaming. There's a whole chat section where she and Penguin are flailing about and getting angry because of that video. What's the matter, Stories? I thought you wanted people to question things. Even saying that, however, it doesn't look as though Stories had any intention of actually clearing up the mess caused by people blindly believing her and her flawed evidence. She was just gonna throw out a bunch of calculated chaos, in her words, and then dip. Stories, if you're trying to teach people a lesson, you have to end off by giving them the lesson. In simply providing the fuel for the fire and then running away, you've explicitly hid the truth of the situation, which upon its reveal, only then would show people that they had been blindly following a lie. How are you expecting people to come to this conclusion when you're hiding the facts? That's like teaching someone creationism, telling them that evolution is abhorrent in the eyes of God, and then expecting them to come around to the theory of evolution all on their own. Are you brain dead? You can't punish people for doing what you wanted them to do. Some people who have seen these screenshots have looked at what Stories says and come to the conclusion that she's just bullshitting to make herself look as though she'd planned this from the start, that everything went just according to plan, and she's satisfied with the results and overall unaffected by it. They call bullshit. But now we know that she did plan this from the start. She'd been doing so since December of last year. Stories did plan this. We've already seen through her claims to having been 8 years old that Stories is willing to lie to the community to see how many people will believe her bullshit. The case then means that the entire time she was talking to Atari and Penguin, all of her tweets and pretty much everything she had said to people leading up to that point was pretty much fake. That, however, leads on to a much, much larger problem for Stories, because she had been planning and calculating the downfall of Spoctor for a while. Remember when I said that in some instances the claims made against him would be considered libel? The situation is made much worse when it's revealed that this was all premeditated. There's a difference between mistakenly ruining someone's reputation and plotting to do it from the start. Who remembers that little section of non-contact sexual abuse? This is Stories coercing sexually explicit material out of Spoctor with the intent of using it against him for her own gain. Exploitation is defined as using or treating someone unfairly to benefit from them. Both as Honeybear and in her personal journals about Spoctor, Stories made note that she planned to make an example of him. According to her, she wanted to use him to make her stomp on the little section of the internet history books. Stories was exploiting Spoctor, a minor. This is child exploitation. What makes things even worse for Stories is claim that she was trying to teach the community a lesson. She directly accused and punished someone in the community who was already questioning her claims. Spoctor was doing the very thing Stories was criticizing the community for not doing, and she in turn set him up as a martyr. Even after all of this, however, Stories wasn't done. And I say that because on August 5th, Stories reached out to me. This doesn't have anything to do with Stories apologizing to me, so if you were thinking that, then wipe it from your minds. Stories contacted me saying that she wanted to help with the creation of the video she knew I was working on at the time. This would have been the second video. I was apparently very sassy in the conversation. Stories said that she wanted to help in rectifying the situation and by answering my questions. Considering I didn't have questions for her at the time, I thought, why not? I can test something out. So I pulled a bunch of questions off the top of my head. 1. Why choose to accuse someone of child grooming / predatory behavior? 2. How many people were involved in the planning and or were aware of the situation beforehand? 3. In having the evidence proven inaccurate or elicited under false pretenses, why claim the video debunking said evidence was victim shaming? Stories replied. 1. Like the motive? 2. Just Atari and Penguin. 3. Other people around me and in my circles had told me even before I had made my statements about it being victim shaming that it was, so I just parroted what they said. What you need to know about this is that my questions for stories were filler. I wasn't concerned with anything here except the answer to the second question. What stories didn't know at the time was that I had already acquired testimony from someone else saying that they knew what she was doing. Kyra. He admitted that he knew what stories had been doing, and he encouraged it. Since I already knew the answer to this question, I didn't need stories to answer it for me. I needed to see whether she would be truthful, and she wasn't. Right then, I was able to figure out that she, again, wasn't being truthful. I called her out on this. Stories went on to claim that she has a bad history of paranoia and that she decided to make people hate her so that she could leave. I pointed out, however, that her plan was predicated on the notion that people would recognize her claims being false and therein vilify her for it. She claimed at that point that she was depending on either myself or just a robot in that situation to call out her claims. See, I told you! Right here, she tells me herself that she was depending on me to make my video and call out the claims. Yet despite that, she called me a victim shamer, schemed against me, and berated anyone whose mind I had changed. Of course, not making a lick of sense. But she wanted to apologize. Stories told me that she had made an apology, that she was going to put it in a video, but that she didn't have a platform anymore. So I offered to put her apology here. There were a few hiccups down the line. I didn't really like her first apology, so she decided to make a new one. After my last video went up in October, she asked if she could still put her apology in this video, and I said yes. So Stories gave me her apology, so I could show it to all of you here.
Hi, I'm Stories. Let me start off by saying,
But am I gonna? The answer is no. No, I'm not. And I'm not going to do it for a few different reasons. Firstly, she had been planning this since December. She's lied at every turn, and when I discovered exactly how far back she'd been planning this, she freaked out. I don't think her apology is sincere. Secondly, my offering to put her apology in my video was because she didn't have a platform at the time. Not only does she have a platform again, I also found out, again, through her boyfriend, that in a voice call she claimed that she, quote-unquote, didn't need my fucking platform, and has been referring to me as the enemy behind closed doors. So, if you don't need my platform, then I guess you don't get it. Thirdly, Tech. Spoctor asked me not to. I view him as the victim in this situation, and so I'm going to respect his wishes on the matter, not hers. The final reason is this.
How many chances are you going to give this guy? He's a sexual offender. He's not just called someone a bitch over the internet. It's more serious than that. He said everything he's done, but he didn't change. So why would he now? You can't just give someone who's done this shit more chances. He's just gonna keep repeating himself like he's done. I don't understand. He said everything in that video to me before. Word for word, but he didn't fucking change. So why would he now?
Wow, the apology segment of this script was less than 2 pages. Guess it really shows how empty her apology was.
Well, would you look at the time? It's February 28th and the video is supposed to be rendering, but also Penegrin made a video and I should talk about it? Yeah, guys. Don't worry, I've seen the video. Saw it back when it only had 2 comments, back before it was removed and Penegrin vanished again, much like Stories has been doing on her new channel for a couple of months now. Ding, I'm here. Dong, now I'm gone. Ding, here I am. Dong, gone again. It should come as a surprise to no one that the video was not particularly great and not received well. There are mirrors online, and I'm sure provided one still exists, I will be able to link to it in the description. Most people assume the video was an apology, but it was pretty apparent that this wasn't the case, especially because, as far as I know, Penegrin still hasn't apologized to Spoctor. Someone spoke to her a few months ago, and at the time at least, she had no plans to apologize because of other things she perceived Spoctor to be. Specifically, I think she said he was racist, therefore she wasn't going to apologize. Which, god damn it, nobody ever learns. By that logic, Penegrin, I don't have to apologize to or feel bad for you because you tried to ruin a teenage boy's life for petty reasons. I actually also spoke with Penegrin on Twitter and admittedly am a tad disappointed. We had an overall cordial discussion, but I gave her warnings about what would happen if she was trying to come back. People were mad at and were clearly still mad at her for vanishing like she did and refusing to say anything about the matter until now. Considering Stories is the biggest culprit here and she's still hiding in the shadows like a cowardly little monster, Penegrin would then become the new focus for everyone's anger because they can't focus it on Stories herself. The same thing happened to Atari when Penegrin and Stories first ditched. I warned her that this would happen, and also that my video was coming out soon so that she didn't get blindsided by it, and yet she still left. God, you tell a person the best way to get people to not be mad is to take the distrust in stride, apologize, and show progression with your actions, and she immediately sinks back into the same thing she did before. Don't even know anymore. People have a right to be mad. Spoctor certainly has a right to still be mad about this, considering he hasn't even gotten closure on Penegrin's side, and this situation could have ruined him. He's spoken with Stories and obviously doesn't forgive her, but at least on that front he got the closure he needed. I hate how stupid and serious this whole situation was, especially because one of the people purportedly thinking it was serious this whole time refuses to acknowledge the similarly serious matter of her being wrong. I don't even care about Penegrin trying to rewrite history at this point, like some of her explanations in that video seem to be doing. In going over the screenshots, it became apparent that she doesn't remember stuff she said a week after it happens, so why would I expect her to remember something she typed close to a year ago? I'm sure other people will have a plethora of things to say regarding that video, so I'll just let them do their thing.
I spent money on this video. Isn't that usually the opposite of how internet revenue is supposed to work? Guess who actually spent money so that they could talk to a lawyer and ask them about the situation? It was a very sad before Christmas me. I went to a legal site, Just Answer if you're curious, and talked to a criminal lawyer about the drama. I explained the situation and was able to get a pretty quick answer after she did some preliminary research, I'm guessing regarding the specific state laws. I was told that because both parties exchange the exchange of illicit material to each other, both parties were equally responsible on that front. One thing I didn't know is that apparently while many states have statutes protecting minors in cases like this, reducing it from a federal charge to a misdemeanor, a few states don't do that. And Stories happens to live in one of those states. By the way, the blocked out words are the state that Stories lives in. Don't ask me how I got that, I'm not even entirely sure myself. Incidentally, it was very useful in asking about specific state laws, so yay me. Even if Stories wants to continue claiming that she didn't actually send nudes of herself and they were just random porn images that she found online, which Spoctor has said is not the case, she's still legally responsible because she still sent porn images to a minor. So there you have it, an actual lawyer's view on the case. That was fun. It's been almost a year with this garbage, and things just seem to get worse and worse with every breath. Yeah, Penegrin might scoff at the notion of me taking months to release a video, but if this experience has taught me anything, it's that if you wait a little bit, then you might stumble across something you wouldn't have otherwise. I've said it before and I'll say it again. This whole mess was disgusting. In this case in particular, I think it's pretty obvious that Stories has certainly been the most disgusting cog in the machine by far. She's made it so that I can't believe a single word that she said, and I would be honestly surprised if other people still did after this. Her behavior has flip-flopped so many times since she's apparently started scheming months ago that I can't even be sure right now if me making a video like this is playing into her narrative or not. One week she wants to be the villain and the next she wants to be the victim. Who can keep track with this girl? Even if that were the case, however, I think it's important to point out exactly what this girl's been doing. For anyone who still thinks that Stories was telling the truth, guys, this video is for you. She'd been planning this for months. She baited Spoctor and lied about her feelings in chats with him. She committed the same crimes and then ignored and hid the fact that she did so just so that she could vilify someone she didn't like. She has very clearly expressed how she effectively wants to have power over people and wants them to believe her at her word and respect her privacy when she refuses to do as much for anyone else. I mean, admittedly, taking people at their word ain't the best choice, but the fact is that she wanted people to do it for her and then got mad if they did it for other people.
Because Stories is the center of the world or some shit like that.
This shouldn't be allowed to fly. And since I'm done, and I think we have put out all of the evidence we need to, showcasing that Stories and Penegrin were guilty in this, I think it's time for a punishment.
Oh